How's it going, everybody? Welcome in. Thunderpick, South American circuit going on once more. Myself, Why Not, as your analyst on the day, joined by two wonderful casters, Ted and Pavlos, and we're ready to kick this one off. It's Imperial and Bestia to start it, boys. But first, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, especially seeing Ted's being so ginormous. I've always said he's had a big brain, and now everybody gets to see it. So yeah, I'm having fun so far.
Yeah, I'm glad that everyone gets to see my big head. Apparently, my forehead's massive, even bigger than what I thought. But yeah, I'm really excited, and I hope there's gonna be a little bit of South American Counter-Strike knowledge in that massive brain, as Pablo said.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, with that as big as it seems compared to ours, you know, you've got a lot on your shoulders for the series, and I'm pretty excited. I already kind of previewed a little bit with you guys in the green room, if you will, how excited I am for this first game at the very least, with Flamengo and ODDIK later on to talk about. But Imperial and Bestia, I mean, these two guys are almost on like the same discussion line as far as their rosters are concerned. I mean, Bestia now implementing talent that aren't necessarily Argentinian only. Imperial now doing the same as of the last couple of months, especially now at the latest edition of SHR. But look at how far they've come. This is the semifinals. If there was ever a place for Imperial to prove this new roster is worth its weight in gold, it would be here now.
Sure. I mean, on the one hand, it does help that you do get invited to the quarterfinals, so only one match kind of get you here. But you're right, you are playing against some really strong teams that had to go through the group stages. Flamingo actually being the only team that has managed to do that. The rest of the teams that got invited to the quarters have made it into the semifinals. But you're right, a similar conversation for both. You're implementing new players, different backgrounds, different languages, and for some, right? But obviously you get to implement it as it's still the same region. And there are some trials and tribulations. I feel sure you can put Bestia and Imperial on the same line that, you made set changes, but there's a different set of expectations when it comes to the organizations of their prestige.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you throw in the names of the teams in the conversation, right? You're looking at the team of Imperial and you're saying, well, Cello's a new player, but Cello was here a couple years ago. Now, Vinny is the only one left since the last time Cello actually played for that Imperial team. Then, yeah, exactly. And in the same time, on the other side, you have a Bestia team that I don't think we're going to be too critical of, especially knowing what they had to go through with, obviously speaking about the fact that they missed out on playing at the major, which they qualified for, couldn't fill out the documents, which is going to leave sour taste in their mouths. But I feel like that's one of the reasons that I think for them, this tournament actually means a whole lot more.
Yeah, and it's funny that you mentioned that Cello was here at that point a couple of years back, because the last time that he was here, it was Fallen who was in game leading. It was that player who he had followed into FURIA, right, in order to maybe feel a little bit more stability. Also, a career furthering, probably joining an organization of that caliber just as well. But now he's rejoining with Vinny, who was here just the same at that point in time, but he's the one who holds the reins. He's the one who holds the keys, and maybe roles are going to be a little bit different for Cello this time around. Maybe now that he's, fallen a little bit out of favor as far as being the young gun that he once was, still now very, important to the pieces that the teams that he's been in. But even now at 27 years old, he might have to take a back seat to make room for somebody like an SHR, like a No Way, to have their impact heard. But I'm sure that he's not too upset about that, because this is still a roster as far as its core is concerned that has firepower. And talking about the, different regions that these players come from, he's the Argentinian AWP player amongst a core of Brazilian players, to where on the opposite side of things, it's Kaysen, the Brazilian opper, amongst an Argentinian core. And frankly, he has been by far and away one of the best, if not the best, South American opper for my money in recent history, even though he hasn't been given many an opportunity in the, big stage games. But Kaysen, you should have seen him yesterday if you didn't. This guy was an absolute beast.
Yeah, I can even bring up the stats about it as well. When you look at his run, he had, I believe, 71 kills to his 37 deaths, accumulating to a rating of 165. So impressive numbers. And look, I didn't manage to get to see the game, which is why I'm speaking in numbers. But the fact that you can bring up that type of consistency across an entire series is spectacular, right? You need someone to kind of carry you through those difficult rounds, be that opener player. And, Kaysen has definitely been that player to rely on.
Yeah, especially considering that we're talking about a 9Z team that is playing with Martinez, right? And when you have such a high quality opener on the other side of the server, that is just complementing the good performance coming out of Kasim. But I think that there is another person on the team that we can throw a little bit of light on. And that's going to be Luchov, the aggressive rifler going in against the Oper of Try. And the reason we have those two in the head-to-head, Tony, I feel like, is because we're not necessarily focusing on the roles, but we're looking at the pure impact that both those players are holding for their respective sides.
Yeah, absolutely. And Luchov in this team in particular, you know, being picked up from what was once Isurus a couple of years back and now finding himself in this roster pretty much fully embedded. Like, he's been one of the franchise quote-unquote players for Bestia for a while now alongside Noxy, and for good reason. I think he's really stepped into his own, especially in the last couple of months, and that's important for a team that kind of needed him to be one of the, you know, top 3 statistically rated players, with Tomasin being the guy that saw the breakout that everybody was pointing their fingers at. Now Kaysen in the AWP role has been putting up numbers enough to say that there's a real core to believe in, at least. And Luchov, again, kind of actually surpassing even Tomasin in recent history is maybe a good thing, maybe a worrisome sign for Tomasin, but I think so long as the both of them are looking as clean as they have, it's going to be a good thing trending upwards. But here's the veto that we have up ahead of us. Dust 2, Mirage, and Nuke are our maps, and frankly, a pretty decent spread, I will say.
Indeed. I mean, you've definitely got to take into account the performance of both of the teams coming in from yesterday as well. Obviously, Dust 2 wasn't really where Bestia did too well, right? It was the round where it was the map where they only got 1 round altogether. They lost 13-1 to 9Z. So going into that one first, Imperial know where it hurts and they'll try and press on it as soon as possible. But then you've got Mirage, where we went a little bit better, albeit a very close game. But overall, it's just about how you start the game. I feel like if Bestia start the day the same way they did yesterday, I feel like Imperial's the type of team that will punish you and won't really let you see Nuke if that comes to shove.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're looking at the veto, and there is a pretty clear punishment pick on Dust 2, right? It's not only it's a map that we yesterday saw Bestia struggle on, but in the same time is one of the best maps in the veto for Imperial. In the last couple of months, they've lost only to Partisan, Bedboom, and before that, you'd have to go as far back as March to see them lose against Liquid. And those are all international teams, all teams that are not from the South American region. So notoriously, when they're playing against South American teams, whether it be Brazilians, Argentine players, or whatever, they do really well. And yeah, I feel like, especially with the presence of Cello, who's notoriously been a hyper-aggressive guy that could bring in a lot of impact to Dust 2, even regardless of not being an Oper, I think Bestia are going to be in for a tough fight, especially on that first map.
I'm actually a little bit shocked that Bestia, out of this entire veto, I think it's pretty you know, standard for what I would have expected. But the one thing I'm kind of curious about is Anubis being banned by Bestia so late.
Sure.
I could have seen them pick it. I could have seen them lean into it as the decider, but instead they don't go for either. And it was one of those maps, I think, that you could get a little bit of, you know, weakness to be shown from this Imperial squad that hasn't really been all too focused on it as a, you know, a priority as far as their pool has been concerned in recent history. And, you know, maybe it's a little bit of a statement considering the last they'd seen them, it was against Sharks and ODDIK in the major qualifier where they looked pretty good on it, Imperial. But even still, now and today, I guess Bestia playing less to their quote-unquote, you know, strengths and more so just trying to get an even playing field map pool across all 3 maps as best as possible, which is understandable, but I do hope that it doesn't come back to bite them in the fact that we potentially might not see a Nuke decider, and they may be a little bit worried now. Mirage is very much so an Imperial comfortable ground.
I think when it comes to specific tournaments where you get a good run on a particular map, and that's exactly what Bestia managed to do yesterday, right? In their final match, they did close out their game on Nuke. So I feel like it's kind of bringing that to the equation. They knew Imperial struggled a little bit as well. Overtime was required. So yeah, I feel like it's definitely a target pick, if you will.
So with that, I mean, let's talk about the players that they brought in right now, Imperial, at least a little bit about SHR, because he's the one I feel like most people won't have too much of a heartbeat on, because this guy, you know, he looked wonderful in regional competition in GTZ against other, you know, teams of, you know, not necessarily the highest caliber, unfortunately, at that round, but, you know, players who very much so know how to play the game. Makes his way into Saw, and kind of short-lived to the point where it didn't really feel like he got to reach his max potential by the finish line.
Yeah, it didn't feel like it. I think it's really difficult to put him on him, though, right? Considering we all know what Saul was going through the last maybe 6-9 months, even after pretty much after losing Arrows and Ujerks at the end of last year. I think when you're looking at some of the pieces that were part of the project, you can't really be, yeah, exactly. You can't really be too critical of the individual performance of Sure, for example. I think it's actually quite revitalizing. I find it quite fresh. I'm surprised that this is the first time we're looking at some of those Brazilian teams actually picking up Portuguese players or the other way around. Because, I mean, they speak the same language, for God's sake. So why wouldn't you look at the other regions to try and pick up more players? You speak the same language. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting. I mean, Sure is not necessarily coming into this team expected to be the star of the show, right? He's much more of a supportive element as a player, but that might create opportunities for guys like Noe, guys like Cello, and obviously for the Opera of Try. So I think for what it's worth, for my money, I think Sure is a pretty decent support player, and I think he's a guy that is willing to sacrifice a lot for the team.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. And you're right, you know, bringing in Portuguese player, there's always been that, you know, political barrier, if you will, when it comes to bringing in that player, you know, the back of your head mindset. But you're right. I mean, you are traveling the world. You are starting to gain a little bit of access to these players when it comes to scrims, when it comes to, you know, playing them in certain events as well. You kind of get to scout them, you know, firsthand. That is something that I feel is what really makes this South American scene as well. The fact that, you know, there is a bit of a recycling of talent, because that's the people you see, that's the people you get impressed with, and that's why you kind of integrate them into your rosters. But the more you travel, the more events you play worldwide, the more, you know, contact you have with players such as Shaw.
Well, Bestia and Imperial look to kick things off on this first map. Ted, Pavlos, enjoy yourselves. The first map, of course, being Dust 2. You guys have an El Familiar classic map to go with a little bit of a new look from Imperial.
Well, thank you very much. Why not? Let's get things started, Ted. I'm excited about this one. First semi-final of the day, and it's Imperial versus Bestia. It is Imperial starting things off on the T side, while the defensive duties go to the Bestia team.
Yeah, going to be an interesting one for the side of Bestia. As we pointed out, not a map that is traditionally their forte, but they're trying to throw in something a little bit more aggressive here for the pistol round. Double lower setup with the pushing towards top middle as well.
Imperial looked a little bit equipped to it, wary of the position, but still Timo with first blood. You've got to be wary of that far pushed point from Timo. Doesn't draw back, instead tunnels to be aggressed on first. Cello, the first one to draw blood for this Imperial side, and it's not one, it's two. Vinny able to get a lot across as well, and all of a sudden it's Bestia on the back foot. Two players to the fore make that one. Noxy now is on the hot seat.
Wow, it all just collapses in a matter of seconds. Noxy, he's going to try and make his way out. Already spotted. Tapping away. He's going down as well. This round is going to the side of Imperial, and Sure will make sure of it. This round here was a great example of what is the impact that Cello actually brings to the table as well, right? You lose that opening fight, and I actually don't really dislike that aggressive play coming out of Bestia. You try and hit them with something creative, double lower. One guy pushes top middle. There's another person in towards short to simultaneously try and help both aggressive avenues. The moment that Bestia get the first kill, Cello just clears out both lower tunnel players as if it was nothing.
Yeah, indeed. And it's those pocket plays, those little moments that individuals can bring in that can make all the difference. Again, Bestia going for this tunnel approach. Doing lower, and now you can see also the push coming out from main. You've got to be wary of it. Cello trying to balance two different positions, and it does go up in the air. And all of a sudden, a 2v2. Bomb, though, heading the other side of the map.
Yeah, pressure's up. Got to react quickly. You spot that four-man pushing towards lower. You're thinking you have a little bit of a gap going on in towards long, but Cassin is still in here. Only issue is he's got just the Vigo.
For a moment there, there was no way connecting the kill, but no, it was try. Scoping in, finding the head through the smoke. No issue at all. But Noxy does have a decent gun available. AK, first contention is one. And maybe the third, why not? What a great way for Bestia to find themselves on the board off the rip.
You saw the freeze as well, right? He just pre-aimed the bomb side. He froze for a good amount of time, and then he just goes for the wide swing. Even inhales that attack from the scout, but he's got the armor, he's got the health. Noxy with a big triple kill to clutch up. And that's a 1 versus 2 clutch to start it off. This is massive. Those are the types of rounds that Bestia need if they want to be competitive on Dust 2.
Indeed. What we wanted to see. And of course, you definitely have in the back of your head that Dust 2 from yesterday didn't really go to plan. 13-1 was a score. And now you really want to redeem yourself in a way. And doing that against Imperial is the best way to do it.
Yeah, it's a matchup that we haven't interestingly enough, seen so far in 2025 as well, right? Even though they're playing the same close qualifiers, same open qualifiers, same region. Sure, Imperial's on a bit of a higher level internationally, but still there's a lot of domestic competition that they've participated in. This is the first map of Counter-Strike that Bestia is playing against Imperial in 2025.
They've just been dodging each other.
Like Bestia dodged the major? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They didn't. They did. No, I apologize.
Okay.
That was a low blow.
That's right. It was. Nade. Doing a little bit of damage early on. These Tech-9s can do a lot if they find the pacing. Tamaz is able to find the first one, and he's tucked himself into a corner to keep on shooting away. There are still 2 players here from Bestia, but they are locked out for the time being. Imperial with a real chance to get the bomb into the ground. And if you find an extra rifle, then you could be dangerous, but the challenge from Timo is there. And little by little, you can see Imperial's efforts going up in air. An extra position to be taken up from tunnels, but try keeping things competitive. The thing is, Cello is low. A bullet, anyone his body should do it, and Casson finds himself to the back line and gets the job done.
Yeah, that was always going to be a really difficult bomb site to hold on to, right? You kind of even see the desperation peeking towards the window. I guess you're trying to catch a bit of a timing, get one of the kills. You know when a 3 versus 3 you're going to have an opportunity, and you can understand why the initiative is being taken there, even if it looks a little bit reckless, knowing that you've got just a pistol, you've got just one teammate on full HP, and he's the scout player of Try. And sure, he gets a nice headshot there, but the moment that he misses one shot, he's a dead man, or the moment that he lands just the tag, he's a dead man. And that last pistol had nothing to do with even attempting to clutch the round in the end. At least it's a bit of a silver lining that you get a bomb plan. You're going to have a little bit of residual cash to put some of those players on upgraded pistols and give Try another try at the scout, although quite unsuccessful.
Indeed. Try you can. Sorry, low-hanging fruit. We started off on the right foot here, Ted.
I'm not sure if this is a good signal, by the way. If this is how we're starting from game 1, from round 3, 4, everyone at home's going to be in for a long one.
Well, it's all about the players to show us a great game here. Already 2 kills to boot. And things become simpler by the second. Imperial finding their faces planted into the ground. And No Way looks very much locked in position and pretty much locked out of play. Knocked it on the back lines, finds the headshot, and there you have it. A clean round. No one drops from Bestia, and it's time for Imperial's next buy.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, by the way. We're already looking at Casson with the AVP, and as we pointed out, he had a massive performance the other day against the side of 9Z, albeit that really difficult dust too. Mirage was at 30 and 12, and then you're looking at the 27 and 14 showing on Nuke. Obviously, as we said, there is a bit of a shortage when it comes down to Opers in the Argentine region. Interestingly enough, the best one is Try, and he's playing on a Brazilian team, but Casson has been a really refreshing pickup for the side of Bestia. And you know how they called those 2, right? We're talking about the Opers Paradise right now, so maybe this is the angle for Bestia to actually get a win. Maybe if Casson just has a star-like performance.
That's a great flash. Wow.
Maybe not.
No Way given the perfect opportunity to just drop Casson in the mud. And now Timo on the next fight. Doesn't really want to relent, wants to stick around, but realizes too much presence. Has got to hold on to the position and not drop further back in terms of players. They're aware of Luchev's angle, but Luchev's also aware to be wary of this mid side. Also has to count for a long push, but it isn't what Vinny is going for. Instead, Nocta is able to lock down his position, and Shaw is in big trouble. Shaw he's got to try to work around with, but Tommaso's closing in. Luchev continuing to be a menace in top mid, and boom goes this round. As quickly as it started, it ends.
I'm not gonna lie to you, by the way. This CT side that we're looking at from Bestia is incredibly legit. That is really good proactive Counter-Strike on the CT side. Even though the Oper gets dealt with in towards middle, and this is a good little detail from Imperial, right? Taking the precautions. You go for the flash, you're usually not gonna see an Oper in that type of a spot, because, I mean, he fires one shot. If there's someone ready for a refrag, he's dead either way. With the flash, you take care of him, but Bestia don't take their foot off the gas. They just keep on pushing. They keep on going for aggressive plays. And as of right now, Imperial not really ready to deal with it.
And another one. This time for a smoke and a spray off the Kalashnikov. There you have it. Imagine with 3. Didn't even get to see any of his opponents. The bullets just landed where they had to. And yet another flawless. Get this round done and dusted with. We need to go to the next.
Yeah, I mean, Imperial need to go to the next. They need to try and forget about those fairly quickly. And I wouldn't be shocked if we are actually approaching the moment for a tactical timeout here for Imperial. And as we said in the studio before the start of the game, well, okay, that one worked out. As we were saying before the start of the map, this is the real test for Imperial with this new lineup. And I wouldn't even say, maybe not the real test is the way to frame it, but this is the first time they're playing against a real legitimate opponent since getting Sure and Cello to rejoin the team, right? I mean, I'm not taking anything away from the bounty hunters, but they're not necessarily, I'd say, on the weight level of Bestia and Imperial team-wise. And even against them, even though it was a 2-0 win for the side of Imperial, it wasn't clean. It was a 16-12 on map 1, 13-11 on map 2, so it was a pretty close game. And now you're up against the Bestia team that did qualify for the major. And sure, we don't really know what would have happened had they played there. Would have they been a couple rounds away from making playoffs like Legacy were? We don't really know. But what we know is that this is a legitimate team that has been improving over the last couple of months. So, yeah, they could definitely capitalize if Imperial keep on being that shaky. And Bestia right now are playing really assertive CS.
Like, they want their names to be known. And that playstyle shows. Imperial cutting noise from the get-go, mid being a big focus. Same for Bestie though, you can see two players locked on catwalk, potential to drop in. Shot lands. Kassan down to 23 points of health. He's not going to be as confident, but Luchov close by. Could catch anyone on the Xbox cross. Luchov reveals himself, and Cello pounces. Off the back of it, a kill collected. Now Bestia, one man down. But Imperial yet to gain substantial space.
It's a game of timing, so I'm actually surprised that Luchov decides to go for that peek as well. He's got 3 teammates in towards that A bomb side. You usually want to gain some information, but now that he's gone down, you can see Imperial actually struggling to maybe come up with a solution. Now they have, but look at the reaggression once again. Timo in the middle of the round. He's just going to go short.
And he catches Cello pants down, knows there's one also low and mid. In that meantime, calls for the backup towards this A site, knowing that long could be potentially crunched in on. 4v4 now, and the clock is ticking. Imperials are one under trouble.
Bomb is doing towards top middle. They need to make a move, and they need to make it quickly.
Shaw's taking a gamble in mid. He's crossed through a smoke. He's got an unannounced. He's got a kill, and then pushing mid from Vinny has worked out. Long under control, and now A site on their side. 15 seconds, you've got to get there quickly, and Bestia looking to see if he can interrupt it. Cross out. You need to connect your shots, and that's exactly what Tamaji has done, but No Way has retaliated. 5 seconds. Bum looking to make its way, but Shaw says, I'll get the kill. I'll secure the round. Imperial with the topsy-turvy.
This is a really weird round. That was incredibly awkward. I'm not sure what happened on middle, but I guess we didn't see it in real time. There's 2 CTs that tried to push through the mid smoke. First one gets dealt with by the bomb carrier. Second one, again, unspotted. Trades positions with the guy that was supposed to cut off the rotations. That is a round that was just 1 kill away from being an absolute disaster for Imperial once again. The bomb gets dropped in towards top mid. You're never recovering that one.
Well, that one's got us thinking. And it's definitely made Bestia a little bit more cautious. Even with numbers, they can struggle. Sin.
Oh my God.
Gets 2, and he hasn't even dropped yet. Wants to go for the third, the madman. But this time gets punished. And now Imperial might want to set their eyes onto this B site. Thing is, Tamazin is there, and he will not allow Cello to pursue the B bomb site anymore. And Imperial fallen further behind. 2v4, Vinny next to contest Catwalk, and now you've got options.
Well, not anymore.
You had.
Yeah, bomb gets dropped in towards short and No Way. A 1v3 clutch, but this was just not meant to be. Thomas in there with the shutdown. Another one on the CT side. So you lose one, and then you instantly win the next one. I actually rate the fact that Imperial is trying to go for something cheeky as a B contact, but again, it all comes down to Kassan being in the right place at the right time, getting that double kill, nearly even getting a third, and then Thomason. It wasn't really too much of an ask for him to push through the molly. It failed. It didn't even land in the window, so he had a pretty fair fight against Cello there.
The tag again. They're annoying to deal with. But it's knocked it with first blood. And there's a stack up on long, which could deal with this push before it even happens. Imperial opting to pressure the smoke though. A player already in pit, and Luchov doesn't check it. Sure, chimes in, doubles up as well. And there you have it. I feel like that's the round already. You've got to deal with Cassin. That's still one piece of the puzzle you've got to deal with, but a simple smoke will just make him irrelevant. You're hoping for a random pot shot. A break through the smoke does not facilitate the kill. And Tamazin, with a dream and 9 points of health, will get crunched from above. And Imperial quick to pounce back.
You know what? At least one thing that I respect right now is the fact that Imperial is trying to play incredibly quick Counter-Strike. I was just looking at the clock right now. I think we had a couple-minute delay. So let's say this has been going on for, what, 10, 12, 13 minutes? And we've already burned through 9 rounds. Imperial is playing such quick-paced Counter-Strike right now. That was a really weird fight in towards long, though. And the worrying sign is, once again, Bestia are the ones to get the opening kill, right? Try and remember the last couple of rounds. It feels like most of the time we reach that minute 40, minute 35 mark. Bestia's one man up. Now they go for a tactical timeout as well. Money's starting to burn through slowly. This is the last buy that they have in the accounts. Casting on a big green. Thomason going to be the only one sacrificing a little bit with the MP9. So maybe something creative coming out of him. Or they just go for something aggressive on the other side of the map. And he tries to slow it down with the util. But Imperial do have an opportunity to get back into that T side. They get 5 rounds here. This is completely doable for the second half. Thing is, so far, Bestia have not been letting them chain up consecutive rounds.
No, we haven't really seen too much chaining together. But Imperial continuously put pressure early on tunnels. Try this time, wins the 1v1. Mid play, again, with Luchov taking a very deep angle with trying to attempt his fake still. 2 kills for Luchov, and Tamazin has also won his individual fight. Imperial started this round with a pick, and they are now 2 men down.
Bomb gets picked up. Look at middle as well. Noxie's still looking for more. I feel like in a 4v2 now you realize you better back off. You don't want to let them get an opportunity to get back into the round, but that just means that Imperial themselves will have to look for one. Good news is you have plenty of cash for the next round, especially if you get a bomb plant. Bad news, you're just relying on one individual fight to go your way, but no way will win his against Timo.
You've just opened up the gates. A site fully under your control, and a 2v3 not impossible because the player you just took down was the healthiest of the 4. 2 players, less than 40 points of health, and no way considering he wants to jump the gap.
No
this
kits
is a
either.
Dangerous one. Martin looking to close up the distance. Show presence from long and deter movement in that direction. A 1-for-1, but you can't afford that if you're Imperial. You need a little bit more juice than that. No way. He's still got a flash available too, and the bomb is planted for him. Tamazin is low, but he's got the site covered. Leg, no, it's not planted for him. What? It's planted behind the box, which means it can be diffused. And there's nothing that can be done about it. No, he gets one and gets them both. Defuse denied. Round
they got
1.
It. They got it. They got it.
What is going on?
Wait,
what
no,
is,
they did
no,
defuse.
they defused it. Yeah, they got it. That is insane. That is it. What the hell was that?
10-second defuse.
Can we reload that? That was a 10-second defuse. They had no kit. There's so many horribly wrong things about this round, by the way, Pablos. From the fact that they had a 4v2, they let them get it back to winnable position, and they didn't even plan for themselves. That's phenomenal.
That's a bit of a head scratcher.
Welcome to South America, boys and girls.
Hey, look, it happens. You know,
that's
pressure.
how we roll.
You're 2v4. You want to have safety when you plant the bomb, and then you realize where we're going to play post-plant. Oh, we didn't account for that when we planted the bomb. Oh, that is a rough one. It feels like there's a DC. Yeah, it looks like it. Cassin hasn't bought anything, so I'm assuming looking at a reset of this round. Oh, but it gives us a moment to think a bit. It gives us a moment to catch our breath. But indeed, Ted, the moment you said that Imperial, you know, can't quite chain things together, Bestia hasn't quite let them, we see that yet again.
Yeah, and this is really weird, by the way, because usually this is the dynamic that you get when the team on the receiving end is on the CT side, right? And the reason is they're not really being able to chain up any cash, get any financial stability, but right here, we're just looking at Bestia being on the edge of a full reset time and time again, and somehow being able to convert those rounds. And I'm not going to pretend the previous one should have been that close, because It definitely didn't have to be that close. They had a 4v2 and they just offered some individual fights, not realizing that there's a couple low HP players. There was no diffuse kit involved, so that one gets a little bit too scrappy for comfort there for Bestia, but thankfully, you are able to... I'm not even sure if we can call it a clutch up. You're able to win a round, get the point. We're not talking about how you did it, but you did it. And it's a little bit of a shame for Imperial. Good thing is, you still got all 5 kills, right? So Bestia's money is in shambles. They're going to have enough for an investment here. Luchov can drop over an AVP, but if this is a round that you pick up as Imperial, you do have the opportunity to reset them for the final round of the half and potentially get those 5 that we were talking about.
Yeah, it did look to me that Cassin did reconnect. We did have a few issues yesterday as well. Tamazin did have a power outage, which basically meant that JOTAG had to tag in for him.
Still, they won the game, which is interesting. Yeah.
It is.
That was definitely... I mean, Thomason didn't play for the first and the second map. He did show up for the third, and for everyone that is joining in, welcome. This is the semi-finals of the Thunderpick World Championship 2025 South America Series 1. And yeah, we are burning through those games during the player break. That's how we roll here. There's no off time, no rest for the wicked. You know it. This is a semi-final number 1, obviously, between the sides of Imperial and Bestia. Later on, we have Flamingo taking on ODDIK in an all-Brazilian derby. And then even after that, we're going to be looking at the grand final. So we have 3 best-of-3s coming your way today. And the winner of it all will get their hands on $20,000 US, as well as the Thunderpick World Championship 2025 close qualifier spot, which is a big one.
I mean, you're already playing for money, right? This match does get you into the final, which is where the prizes lie. Sure, you'd like yourself a little sneaky invite to an international LAN, but also the lion's share of the prize pool. But yeah, this is one step in the right direction. I feel we don't give enough kudos to yesterday's matches as well, with Bestia against 9Z, because you did mention, sure, there was that disconnect. Tamazin couldn't quite join for the latter game, and JOTAG had to sub in. But the manner in which they did come back, it wasn't just a reverse sweep, right? It wasn't just a map 1 loss, it was a 113 loss. So going from that to reverse sweeping, I feel like that's quite spectacular, especially when you got issues going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, I think that's the reason that I wanted to bring in Castin into the conversation as well. Because the one thing that I think after watching Bestia for a couple of years, all of us can agree on is the fact that without wanting to play with Argentine teams or players or whatever, we don't really know what the reason is, right? Obviously, he was, I want to say, a little bit ahead of everyone else in this country a couple years ago when he started playing in Brazilian and international teams. But when you don't have another Oper like him in Argentina, I mean, Noxy had to be the Oper for a really long time. And, you know, at this point, Noxy is an in-game leader. He's been playing the game professionally for a really long time. You needed that type of a young gun that's going to be able to bring in that flamboyance and be the leader in tough moments. And this guy was yesterday, Cass. And so far, he hasn't really had to do all that much for his team to thrive. Good news is, though, Pavlos, we will get to see him attempt to do something special once again, because we're ready to head right back in.
Indeed we are. Jumping right back into the action. Not too much delay, thankfully. Bit of a slower setup for Imperial. I think we were quite acquainted to the fast pace, getting your opponent's face as quickly as possible, but now a little bit slower settled.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's at a certain point you start thinking that maybe running up head first is not the best when you start losing the round, so you can play a little bit more methodical, but not like this. Not with the bomb going in first, and surely not with Cello not being able to get that refrag.
You walked in dry and you had 2 players have their heads ripped to shreds, and now you're in trouble. Sure, a couple of players are on the low side, especially when you consider that Cassin lost that early 1v1 on the AWP, but you've got a decision to make here. Where do you want to punish? Because Bestia still spread out wide.
Where do you go? Silver lining, Timo and Cassin low on HP. Bad news, Cassin is the Oper, so it doesn't really change that much, but it feels like they might be able to catch a bit of a gap. Ooh. Have they been spotted out going up short? I don't think so.
This could be all about timing. But I think an engagement has narrowly been avoided.
Oh my god. He's going to hear the util though. Noxy's in a prime position.
Oh, no one's checking behind. And he's just spotted someone, and now we can hear the movement cause his team to converge onto this A side. Noxit chiming in, and Imperial did not have a chance to react on time. Cassin also, from a further distance, gets the job done, sure, in a 1v3. And not only has he got the clock against him, he still needs to collect the bomb, take it to site, and deal with another 3 players. Timo knows he's got to deal with him, and close up distance from behind as well. And Bestia able to keep the streak on the CT side going.
The proactiveness that we're seeing round after round, the confidence that Bestia is bringing into the game is honestly revitalizing. Again, the way that, as you said, it even looked a little bit lackluster from our point of view, the way that they picked short, right? Thing is, they had that deep molly. They had the util. They thought they had it covered. There's no way you believe that Bestia would have 2 players that would decide to stand in front of the Molotov and just wait for their fate. Just wait for the fight like that. Bestia is throwing in a little bit of madness into the server right now, a little bit of craziness, but it's all working out so well. And it's not random. It is pretty calculated. I mean, it's not fully random. Some of it. Some of it a little bit, maybe.
And it doesn't make things better for Imperial, losing a player early on. No way, won't be able to be relevant the remainder of this half. A site seems quite open, so Imperial will try and seize that free real estate. But Bestia have been pretty damn quick on their rotations, and already have put a majority of their players around. Sure, you still have to get to Martin nearby, but you still have all 5 players available to this. Sure, flash, so you can't really be impactful there. Long distance from Cello. He does get damage across, but you start to get kills. That's what you need, and there you have it. Headshots connect. Sure, from above, seizes the high ground for himself, and now Luchov, with less than optimal health remaining, will not be able to secure it. Imperial, at least they secure the last round of the half.
Yeah, and that was one that they needed desperately. A big double kill coming out of Sure, a big double kill coming out of Try as well, and Cello storming in with another one for the 3v5 there on the A bomb side hold. Again, it felt like Bestia were going to be able to play out the round really well, and again, it started off really well. Opening kill, coming out at the start, then you isolate the long players, and then you coming into that 5v3 retake, but not really meant to be towards the end. Imperial looking a little bit shaky, regardless of those 4 rounds.
Yeah, there were a few crazy moments during this first half. But I think the fact that Imperial couldn't get the ball rolling early might end up to hurt them. A solid lead for Bestia to get things going from the get-go. Just a question if they can continue with that effort on the T side.
You know what's the crazy part about all of this? We're talking about a map that shouldn't even be close, but it shouldn't be close the other way around. It shouldn't be Bestia dominating, it should be Imperial, right? You're looking at some of the recent results. I mean, even Bestia at their best, excuse the pun, when they qualified for the major, which obviously they couldn't attempt, but they lost to Fluxo in the 10-13 at the Blast Austin Major regional qualifier for South America, lost to 9Z, lost to Crew, lost to the Brazilian team of 2 game, lost to 9Z, picking up 1 round yesterday. Then you're looking on the other side, for the side of Imperial, when things were looking a lot better. So still a little bit of hope on that CT side, but definitely a pistol round needs to go their way, and this is a good start.
It's a great start. It's a brilliant start, I might add. 3 kills for Vinny, and the double Berettas getting the job done. You've got 2 left for Bestia, but I think you can already say goodbye to your chances. Timo will try to take some players down with him, but will not get given the delicacy of doing so. Imperial win an important pistol round to get them straight away back in this game.
Okay, that's a little bit more like it, right? Especially for a side like Imperial, as we were getting into it. I mean, this is the one map that Imperial didn't lose at the major, right? They beat Legacy 13-5, they beat Metasport 13-2 at it. This is the one map on which Imperial is usually feeling really comfortable, and obviously now you've changed the lineup a little bit, and I feel like Decently had a lot to do with the success that they've had in the last couple of months, but you still have guys like Vinny that has actually transitioned into being a really proactive player on the CT side, regardless of being the IGL, so you can never ride them off. Not on Dust.
Some information gathered early on. Tech9s can pack a punch. And that's exactly what they're trying to do here. Looking across through mid, smoking off CT, and Tries looking to test it, looking to engage. and it might have just caught 2 players off guard. That's exactly what happened. Back into the shadows he goes, and Shaw wants to jump in on that. Chaos do not understand where your opponents are coming from. That was a quick one.
Yeah, it's a really good reaction coming out of Imperial as well. The moment that they realize it's a B split that is going on, Try waits a little bit to realize that the pistols are actually trying to challenge in towards the B bomb side, doesn't start spamming instantly. He doesn't want to risk getting rushed with a flash or by the pistols on a weird reload timing through the smoke as well. Waits for his B players to get the information. They block them in towards the B doors with a smoke, and then he can come in with the spam. I'm not really sure if that was a straight up spam or they had a nade to break the smoke. Probably the latter. Still well played by Imperial, and we should be looking at a 1-round game after this one. I say we should. I believe we will. Hopefully.
Yeah, there's nothing certain about this.
Goodness.
There's something about Eugene keeps doing it, and you know, a 1D follows straight up after it. I feel like we've had many moments like that.
Yeah, look at Thomason. Okay, don't look at him. Look at
Luchov. Lead found. You're looking for the upgrades now.
I'm nervous. Look at that short push. No way.
It stopped.
Yeah.
Spotting out Luchov. HE not doing too much damage. And now if you're Imperial, you sort of got to spread your defenses thin and wide, which could create the opening for Bestia to exploit. And
issue
is the choice, then that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, issue is if they really want to go in towards that A bomb side, there's only one rifle. Good news, they are sending the bomb back in towards the B bomb side, but still, if Noe somehow goes down to a 1D, that probably baits out rotations.
Well, Cassin testing out the waters.
Oh, no.
And now they reveal themselves. Rotations incoming, and B site completely opened up. Playing Imperial like a fiddle. But Vinny has read the situation. You might be able to deny the bomb plant here. That's exactly what Vinny's trying to go for, knowing there is no time. Never mind. Kudos to Bestia to try it. That was a good attempt, but Imperial still were able to read it in time.
That was an eco round. They had 5 Deagles. They had nothing more. They didn't have util. They didn't have armors. They had 5 Desert Eagles, 5 pistols worth $700. That's it. 3,500 invested, and they got 3 kills and nearly a bomb plant. That was too close for comfort. Yeah, yeah, it's terrifying. Second tactical timeout coming out of Bestia though, and this is where it starts getting a little bit interesting. Now, they know they've been coming really close, and I guess this is the silver lining. It's been a team effort so far for the side of Bestia, and this is probably the most impressive part of it all. You're looking at the kill distribution, 11 apiece for Luchov and Timo, 10 apiece for Thomason and Noxy, and Cassin slacking a little bit with 7, but still been doing his part. On the other side for Imperial, Vinny's had to do a lot of step-up play, same for sure. No way in Cello. Been in the doldrums a little bit, but CT side, this is where we could see Try start dominating as well with the big green.
Oh, we get to see some AUG action.
Gotta love it.
Absolutely, and Vinny being on a tear. Let's see if he can produce the same type of output as he has on the other guns he's been holding. Still though, Bestia, definitely you can sense a difference in composure and in style of play than Imperial on that first half. Sending 2 players towards Catwalk where Molly greets them. Flashes start to get thrown, and even though no one wanted to attempt to interrupt it, Timo is there on time. Try. Now is the next one in contention. But no one's covering Catwalk for him, or at least at the not right time. Still, this is close because fights on both fronts have gone either way. Keeping things to a 2 versus 2. Sure, you've got a smoke to cross. Noxa, you've got the bomb and you're still wanting to go for this fight. That's greedy, but it actually might work out because Vinny is not looking in this direction. Oh dear me, he thinks against it. Why take the chance when you've got the numbers? Crosses onto site, bomb to get planted. Vinny, do you want to go for this clutch?
He has to. You've got no choice. Confirm damage on at least one of the players, if not on both of them. You're still being so cautious about it, though, when you can understand lack of information. They have no clue. They might think that he's coming in from long. They might try and run all the way in towards the B-bomb side. Surely not. He's going to hear them every step of the way.
What if they go through double doors? No, there's no way, right? You've
They
got
need
to head back to Catwalk. You've run out of time.
Guys.
This is where you go A.
There's 15 seconds.
Vinny's going to cross in front of their screens now. Oh, he's isolated one. The bomb's dropped onto the ground. You've got to take the fight, and Vinny will win it. Oh, my word. Daylight robbery by Vinny.
They just overthink it. They overthink it so freaking massively. And I think midway through, they realized that he could have been in CT spawn, right? They go all the way into a short. You want to clear that out. You want to potentially plant for a short, sure. If Vinny is long, you could have even tried to sprint in towards that A or in towards that B bomb site, but you didn't know. And if he was in CT, which he was, it was too risky. And then suddenly you're stuck on short with, what, 12 seconds to work with? Yeah, you need a tactical timeout after this one. They just fall apart. Everything falls apart. And Vinny, with another massive impact round, the in-game leader making the difference right now.
He wipes his brow. You know, no pressure here. Nothing to worry about, nothing to see.
If there was a camera on Vinny, by the way, that's a round that you smile after. You start laughing. You're thinking, what the hell are those guys doing?
Oh, yeah. You betcha.
He's like, they know I'm not an A player. They killed everyone. They had the bomb site. Why didn't they plant the bomb?
Yeah, good question.
You're probably thinking Vinny's got a little bit of Veto and you don't want to get the bomb planter mollied and naded. Sure, I can see that angle, but yeah, that was a weird one.
Indeed. But Imperial will take it, and it's the round that's put them on even ground with Bestia. Still try, opens things up. This time against Luchov. There is a bit of an answer back through the smokes. These pistols have found something, but it's a matter of retrieving the fallen weapons and taking use of them for the follow-up, but Imperial have got them locked down.
You can instantly see the difference between the ways that those two teams are playing the CT sides as well, right? And this is the level of comfort. For the side of Bestia, it felt like they were either going to go for an aggressive play and provoke some type of a reaction early on and catch Imperial off guard, or they weren't winning any rounds. For the side of Imperial, it was just a nice, slow, methodical default. You're spreading around, you're covering all avenues, you're just trusting your reactions in your individuals. We're not seeing that much creativity right now for the side of Imperial, but this is usually a good sign. This is a sign that they are quite confident in their default holds and their default setups. Shadow not going to bait anything from Timo, but it's a nice attempt. There should be a clean one for Imperial.
I mean, Imperial haven't had to go for anything extravagant.
Yeah.
Really been forced out of their ways.
That's the thing. That's how you can spot a pretty decent team on a certain map, right? They're not going to go for anything crazy unless provoked to. I think they've lost the op here. There's no way get it.
Nope.
Yeah, they have. That's a big kill. That's a lot of financial damage.
Well, at least they'll be able to reinvest into one, but you can't really keep that up. If you lose all players on the next, then trouble starts to mount. Bill Casson also getting himself on the big green. Let's see if it becomes a little bit more relevant this time around. It feels like Bestia needs a little bit of a high flyer performer to get things across. But again, split. The smoke on Xbox to potentially drop in on mid. And Imperial respect it all.
That's what Imperial's doing right now. Imperial's calling the bluff. They're like, you think you've got a good this too? We're going to give you the entire map. We're going to give you so much freedom and so much space that you can bet you don't really know what to do with it. Just playing from the back of the bomb sites, letting you do whatever. Show us what you've got. Show us how clean your executions are. And the big risk of running that type of a setup, rotations in towards B are going to be quite slow. Timid, evenly.
Yeah,
that part of it, Vinny's here.
Yeah, Noxa can split the map in two as well, deny rotations. Vinny seizes the right chance to pounce, but both defenders of this B site have been quashed. So instantly a way for the bomb to go down with Noxa still to be dealt with. I feel like if you're Imperial, you'll call this one off already. Don't really want to be going for this one. You've realized Noxa's around. You've got the numbers. No, you're equal. I haven't even spot Timo being alive there, but he's got still a sliver of his health.
That's
Unconfirmed
really
damage as well.
if Vinny gets one more kill on that spam in towards the B tunnels, they go for that retake. I mean, maybe then Bestia wouldn't have been that aggressive in the post plan, but still, this is a tough one. Even if you know you have the HP advantage, because Vinny could make an educated guess that he tagged more than the one player he killed there. A 3 versus 3 retake on the B bomb side, difficult enough. You don't want to throw yourselves out there. It will be interesting because now Imperial's put in a position where they need to react, right? Now we're going to see them do something a little bit more creative probably, because you try and play that standard 3A, 2B setup. It didn't work. I mean, it almost did because Vinny was quite close to mowing down maybe more than 1 or 2 people, but now might be the time for Imperial to try and switch things up a little bit.
Okay, we're starting to sense a bit of spice. This game is getting interesting. There is an answer now from Bestia, finally getting a hold on a T-side round. Hassan does take a lot of damage from the flames there, trying to get a second shot in. But again, Bestia with no real intentions of initiating any play anytime soon.
Yeah, and we saw that Imperial were trying to actually do something a little bit more creative as well, right? You saw that 4-man starting towards long, you're trying to, or 4-man starting towards A, 2 guys trying to push them away from long, the boost from the opening towards lower, just no one to be caught. And now, because of the lack of presence and resistance in towards that A bomb side, they're starting to move some of their pieces back B, and this is exactly where the bomb resides.
Oh dear. Bestia can't catch a break. Imperial have got the perfect setup. Molly as well. So that's going to run the clock a little bit more. That's going to put a little bit more pressure as well. But Vinny losing his life has alerted Imperial to be very aware of this tunnel crush. It has quite actually been very silent, methodically moving inch by inch and catching Imperial off guard. That's the B side. That's the execute the plan and the round win.
A little bit discombobulated, wasn't it? I mean, Sure is just walking with his back turned. It didn't feel like himself and Cello were on the same page. Cello was supposed to be the one holding for the tunnel. Sure tried to go on top of the box. Not even sure if he, excuse the pun, intentionally didn't get on top of the box, or he just failed the jump. Think he failed it. Didn't know what to do with the nade. Try is going to do his absolute damnness to hold on to that big green. He needs it for the next round. Money on the side of Imperial starting to get real thin. But this is not the right time to have the perfect read. Play the perfect round of Counter-Strike and then just not have a smoke to extinguish the guy that was burning on the right-hand side. The remaining 2 players not to be able to get on the same page for the side hold. Felt like they had all the right pieces in the right places, but they still lose the round.
Terrorists win.
Lead now taken from Bestia. And instantly, Imperial find themselves in a bit of economical trouble. You were talking about it a couple of rounds ago, Ted. You know, getting the AWP off the hands of Try. And, you know, consistently doing damage. Even, you know, you start to lose these rounds. But now, finally, you've won a couple in a row, and Imperial are in shambles.
That's what it looks like. Casson, big green, Try on the other side, trying to get aggressive in towards middle. Is Casson ready for the angle?
You've only got 2 rifles available to you this round, so you've got to make the ones you have at work. Already losing the first one. That flash is superb and perfectly countered. Casson brilliantly makes his mark now on the T side, and it feels you are just walking on the highway towards success. 2 players on this upper tunnel side. Luchev's got to be wary. Do they really have the pounce on him? Did they really get the timing on him? No, surely not. Sidestepping that, but at least there's a second player around. This should be it, especially with the A side open. Casson with no health on him.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no, he dropped it on his own feet. Oh, the Shaw draws it down to a jaw, and the bomb in his grasp. This has gone haywire.
What is this round of Counter-Strike? The world is falling apart, and we're all witnessing it, ladies and gents.
They must go all the way around.
42 HP with an open hand. He's not even an oper. He's not even close to being an oper, and Timo's made a step. Sure's heard him. He knows.
Surely he knows. Do you check capital? Do you check the box now? You've got to be wary. You know, you can't really afford to take too much pressure. You can get the bomb and go B. Oh, that is just beautiful. Just gets away. Just leaves. Wants none of it. Doesn't really want to talk to Shaw, doesn't want to look him in the eye or even take a sniff at him. This is just a round to be taken by pure avoidance.
He has to save. He can't go. I mean,
This is funny.
It's a half bite, but you're not winning that 1v1 with 38 HP and an AWP, right? Teemo's now seen him as well. It's a missed opportunity. He's jumping all the way around. What is going on, man? I'm loving it.
The opportunities as well. He's teasing him. He's saying, come at me.
Absolutely bloody fantastic.
He's through the door. He doesn't know he's going to swing, and he's missed him. He doesn't know he's crossed on his screen. Headshot lands. Oh, this is close. 37 points of health to the 38 of Shaw, but the shots are missed. Finally converges onto his opponent. Punch down, but that was bloody. That was messy, and boy, could have gone either way.
Get this round, clip it, cut it, publish it. This is the craziest round of Counter-Strike you will see time. Play it again and again and again and again. This is all that's wrong with Counter-Strike and all that's right in the same bloody time, and Bestia win it somehow. Imperial are not going for a tactical timeout to find out solutions. They're going for a tactical timeout because they need a therapist after this one.
I feel like you could easily put a soundtrack behind that round. It could have easily happened. And yeah, that's ideas for the chat out there. And all the social media managers looking to make a cool post. Look, this is 2 rounds left for Bestia. There's what a way to do it if it's all initiated by that. And look, Imperial started that round with barely any funds, if I'm not mistaken. But now, at the full buy, try on the AWP. Again, can you interrupt this flow and call it a flow, Ted?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess. Flow of madness. Not for one team or the other. It's just the entire vibe of the game. You know, this is the aura that it has. But hey, you know what? We're here for the ride, and Bestia are lining up for a B play. Vinny and Sure get another opportunity. And again, the same issue as last time. There's no quick rotations on the way.
Nade lands, does a little bit of damage, but Shaw's position on top of the car, but he... Well, I'm going to assume we are back. And commentary continues.
Now that's interesting. You're assuming.
Assumptions mean that I am assuming.
I think
I don't know where I'm going with this one, Ted. Help me.
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. It's been 21 rounds of Counter-Strike. I don't know where we're going with this one either, but I think we're back live.
First map of 6 today. Well, for us, the semi-finals.
I mean,
at least.
potentially,
and we're already losing our marbles.
I don't think we are. I think we're holding on fairly nicely considering what we're looking at.
Yeah,
it's been a good one though.
Context matters.
Yeah, it's been a good one, folks. We hope you're enjoying it. Of course, for those of you that are just joining in, we just had a bit of a technical maintenance, but Bestia do have a 12-9 lead, and as we guessed, as we got the freeze last round, apparently Imperial did save because they wouldn't have had money. So
cool. Yeah,
saved, dropped over. weaponry, and Imperial do have proper guns for this one, but Bestia do have 3 map points on the map pick of Imperial.
Yeah, well, imagine Imperial picked this map because they saw Bestia only win 1 round throughout it last time they played it yesterday. And they are just 1 round away from being eliminated. Well, not eliminated, but having their own map pick taken away from them.
Which could lead to them being eliminated if they lose one more.
It could. One leads to the other. That's for sure. Waterfall. What player in mid?
Yeah, look at them. They walk. They're just making another B play.
Off CT. They spotted out someone, wondering if he's within inside the smoke. Peek out from mid to alleviate the pressure, but try to peek from above. That little bait and switch worked out nicely, but now you've got 1 player tucked in that you need to try and get out, but that's all you've done. You know, you've dedicated shorter push, and now you need to turn your attention towards A.
Yeah, absolutely. They've seen the operant towards the B-bomb side. They know they have a lot of space to scale up, and Cello's all alone here.
He really is. And he hold his own. Luchov not even considering going for this peak. Just goes for the bomb plant, disregarding his opponent's existence. Shy in Luchov's crosshair, still not quite able to convert. Luchov closes in, wants to go for more. This is getting scrappy. This is getting real messy. 2v2, but make that into 1v2. As Vinny, again, in a very familiar clutch situation to try and save the day. Try he can, but will he can't. 13-9 is a score. And just like that, Bestia end up with opponents as map pick.
Yeah, it's an absolutely big statement coming out of the Argentine side with the Brazilian Oper. Bestia giving Imperial a good taste of their own medicine on Dust 2, winning just 1 round yesterday against 9Z and serving them a cold 13-9 here today with a brand new face. Tony, what the hell happened?
Woo! Well, there was a lot, actually, to break down in that game, it felt like. On a round-to-round basis, even, I would say that the game was ever-changing. There was no better way to kick off the game than SHR and Cello being able to find their good picks, 2 kills apart, and you believe that that might be the beginnings in which a T side of Dust 2 is able to fend off any aggressors, but no! Bestia instead kick off what is a long journey of aggression on their CT side by winning out on the reconvert. They find themselves into a lead. Their CT side battered and bruised them time and time again, and it felt that every given round that Bestia were winning, somebody was entering the multi-kill matrix. Somebody was finding themselves between 2 and 3 kills, and it was never a consistent one player. Bailed out at the top of mid was Luchov by another multi-kill at that point in time, and it looked like there was a point to potentially there was a Bestia runaway with no return, but Imperial eventually figured things out a little bit. They eventually were able to stave off towards the ends of that first half and entering the second what was the ever-relenting regression. And there was a moment actually later in the match where Ted made a good point in regards to the contrast between the 2 team CT side in saying that Imperial were letting things come their way. They weren't forcing the fights. They weren't getting cute with their game plan, to which Pavlos also in very true fashion had responded saying Imperial didn't really need to. Imperial didn't need to do a whole lot as far as the gimmicks were concerned. It felt that they were actually breaking down how quick Bestia wanted to continue to move forwards with their momentum on their offensive, and it simply didn't work. But before we get to that point, a little bit more on the CT side would be considering the fact that Try, he was actually doing the best that he could as far as trying to put damage downrange with the AWP. But Kaysen, he was looking to be the stronger of the 2 ops at that point in time. It was a 5 versus 4 converted where tagged with the AWP even. Kaysen even still finding his impact. It was seen that this sniper was in his hands. It felt like that they were able to really do a whole lot around the map. They could post him over at B and then be comfortable walking up mid. They can leave him at those mid doors and then make some sort of a play over towards Catwalk where they did many a time. And it worked time and time over again. But converting into the next half, there was a real world where the Imperial guys started to heat up to a point of no return. Vinny, for example, entering the fray and being able to be a little bit more snappy in his maneuvers when given resources to do so, and even operating in the clutch in the 1 versus 2, as you'll remember, dropping the bomb from Catwalk after being so very patient in CT spawn and leaving bodies to the floor on the 1 versus 2 to where that was the door now opened up for opportunity for the walk back. But on their map pick, they couldn't convert. Here's that round on your screen, actually. Here it is. And, you know, that's a really big one to where you think that there's a way forwards for these guys. That's where you start to believe a little bit in the system put in place as their lead was once again brought back, but not to be the case. It didn't really, you know, walk all the way across the line. If you guys want to get like nail biting, heartbeat raising and elevating rounds to watch back in a demo, watch back the 2 versus 1 on T side where Noxie goes for the 10-second stick and Tomasin just baits with a pistol. Or you could watch round 20 where I don't even know what happened here, man. It just felt like that there were so many little gaps. And even then in the final 1 versus 1, you never really knew who was going to come out on top of it. And even then, dinked up Teemo is able to get them into their final form as far as their individual levels would be concerned. That's the finish to Dust 2. That's the finish to what was a very, very well-earned map pick taken over and under the noses of their opponents. And we will see whether or not in map number 2 of Mirage, if Bestia can close this one out. It's not going to be easy, I don't think, but certainly a world where they might have gotten themselves a grand final berth. We'll be back in just a bit. Well, we return. We jump into Dust 2 and very quickly find out that that was a crazy turn of events from what could very well have been an Imperial, springboard, but not quite. Instead, it's Bestia who feel themselves going into Mirage with some momentum, wouldn't you say, boys?
Yeah, it's hard to describe that map. Very hard to describe that map because I feel like there were moments where, things, followed the sense of normality. It was like a decent map of Counter-Strike. And then, there were a few of those rounds spread out in the middle that were just pure pandemonium and chaos that set the tone for the rest of the game as well. So I feel coming into the next one, if you're Imperial, I feel like they succeeded most when things were a little bit more chill, more calm, more maintained, composed. So I hope that they'll try and kind of put that type of style of play from the get-go, not really let things go too loosey-goosey, because then, that's when issues arise.
Yeah, and this is something that I think Bestia did a really good job to capitalize on, right? Usually when you have a new team, especially when that new team has played just one best of 3 together and you're bringing in you're bringing in Cello back, but it is the same team but a different lineup, right? He's played just with Vinny. The more complex and more chaotic things get, this is when you can actually tell that those guys have not been playing together for a decent amount of time, and they need a little bit of time to, try and keep things simple and maybe get on the same page communication-wise. So that's why I think we're looking at this phenomenon of Imperial trying to play a little bit more one-dimensional Counter-Strike, because they want to make sure they're on the same page, right? But then the moment that things get a little bit scrappier, Bestia do have the advantage, and I feel like they've been doing a really good job of just making it a little bit too scrappy for Imperials, maybe in a way. And after Dust 2, which was supposed to be a punish pick, I feel like going into Mirage, this is probably going to be more of the same coming in from Imperial in terms of the struggles.
Yeah, I actually do concur. Talking about how, you're getting a little bit scrappy, talking about the fact that these guys in Bestia now go into their map pick, a map of Mirage, which makes for a lot of scrappy play, and bringing it back to basics for Imperial sides of things. They haven't really rounded out the bottom level of the floor of the fundamentals they need on a map like Mirage. It's a very easy way for Bestia to get a leg up over them. There's very many opportunities on CT and T sides, both for them to do exactly what was working so well for them on that last map. We'll have to see whether or not the same game plans will be implemented here, this second map, to deliver to whether or not Bestia are going to find themselves in the grand final, or if Imperial will force us to a third.
Indeed, Ted. This is for the grand final, right? After all, Bestia are one map away from getting there, and they'll be beating a dangerous Imperial, right? A team that you'd always want to have on your crosshair, a team that you always want to have beat.
Yeah, and this is a big one for Bestia. The only online event they've won so far this year was the Frost and Fire Series 1, and that was in January. That was before the start of the season, by the way, during the player break, or right before the end of it. Ever since, Bestia have not been able to get a single event win, but only once did they get eliminated outside of the top 8. So they've been making playoffs, but just not winning.
Well, let's see if this is the time that they can shine. So far, so good, as Nocte is able to find first blood, trying to infiltrate through the A site. Lucha does get spotted and tested, while Shy really takes over. 3v2 now as Imperial completely flipped the script. But Teemo keeps things competitive as you're still trying to find a grasp onto this ace site, looking for the bomb to get it planted, but then you're challenged from 2 different directions. And once Cello chimes in, he jumps back, and Vinny, again with another headshot, very dangerous on those 2 leads.
You know what? Vinny's the only reason that Imperial are not being dominated in this game. On Dust 2 and here on Mirage, even from the get-go with a double kill on the pistol round, he had so many big rounds, including that insane 1 versus 2 clutch on the A-bomb side of Dust 2 when Bestia just forgot the clock was a thing, right? And they just jumped right into him and towards CT spawn. But Vinny's been bringing in a ton of impact so far.
He really has. I feel for both games. And I mean, talk about the individuals as well. Cassin is one of those yesterday that had a lot of impact, but definitely hasn't been shining more than Vinny has.
B-pop coming up. Window kitchen smoke lined up by Cassin. Flashes as well. Vinny is alone. He's got an MP7, but he is alone.
That's true.
He needs help.
How many can you take down before the Tech 9s overwhelm you? Vinny, you'd hope the answer is more than 2 or more. As the flashes are lined up, the crunch is being alerted on. Vinny can't quite get across of anyone. Cello has been able to bridge the gap, but Luchov gets himself behind him, and instantly Bestia take over.
That's a save. You can't even play this. I mean, it's 3v5 retake on the B bomb side. Sure, you know you have the advantage when it comes down to the guns, but you have no kit. You have 2 SMGs on the retake. You can try to do a little bit of damage. You're not retaking that bomb side, though. Not in a million years.
Yeah, not happening. You've got to respect it, especially when you've got an M4 in hand as well. You want to make sure that goes to the next round. Cassin wanting to go for some extra juice, and tries. Head is squashed into just that, but no way does take vengeance. Still though, I feel like for both maps we've had a quick conversion. Second round forced by, and it works out for the team that forced.
No. Rifle going down. 3, 2, 1.
Wow.
Didn't even wait.
After?
Didn't even stay. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's CT side. He's saving, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it does matter in terms of the money that the CTs are going to be going in the third round with. You're not going to have a single rifle. Try on a scout. Everyone else supposedly on just SMGs or upgraded pistols. And again, this is such a massive setback for the side of Imperial, right? You win the pistol round and then straight away they go into a B pop. You don't get a single kill on either one of your B defenders, including the rifle in the hands of Cello. The round is gone.
So that's the quickest way Bestia has found to convert things their way. But Imperial want to go for something explosive. They do find one pick off the back of it, but it's not without the trade. Bomb left far behind, but Noe wants to continue exerting pressure in apartments, while Luchov creates pressure and chaos on this A site. Wow, okay, heads are just whack-a-moles that you want to whack.
Yeah, and he's been whacking. He's been really whacking those heads.
Just like for real.
That was a phenomenal triple out of Luchov. I'm still struggling to find out how are Bestia winning those rounds that easily. I mean, you're looking at the minimap. Sure, the double push comes in towards the B apartments from the side of Imperial. Timo goes 1 for 1, and then Luchov just walks out of Palace. He just recognizes the gap, knows that there was a double push in towards B. Highly likely there's going to be another player in towards short or just rotating back in from kitchen. He just walks out Palace and gets a triple.
Easily putting Bestia on top here and potentially a buffer to be created. The third round in the books would have themselves a nice lead, and if, of course with the map win that puts even more pressure on Imperial. Molly, that's gonna put Shure out of position, but that smoke deterring Vinny to be present in that fight as well. Cassin sees the shadow and is quick to react to find Noe's head, and the rest of Bestia is cleaned up as well. No one lost their individual fights that one, every single one firing in all cylinders.
And that's a big difference that we've seen between the two teams so far as well, right? You look at the conversion rounds for the side of Imperial, it's been scrappy, losing 2-3 players every now and then. On the side of Bestia, it's been clean, round after round. It just feels like those rounds are being converted by proxy, which they usually should be, but we oftentimes know that this is not how things work in Counter-Strike. A lot of the times you're going to be losing a little bit too much and more than you can afford in those rounds. But so far for Bestia, every single time they've been in a situation that favors them percentage-wise, they've been able to capitalize on it and convert.
You know what's interesting about this map as well? You know how we were praising Cassin as well from the previous series they played in the semi-finals?
Sure.
This is the map that made the biggest difference, right? He went 13 kills to 12 deaths. 30 kills to 12 deaths.
I thought you were going to say 13 and then 17, you know? David with the good old maths.
Oh, no. You don't do a maths on broadcast. I don't do that.
Let me tell you a story, folks. He got 13 kills, and then he got 17 more. That's how good he is.
Like, he got 29 kills, and then he got 1 more. See, I can do maths.
Yeah. He got 29 kills and a half, Ted? And then half more.
Yeah.
I am proud of you, always.
Well, Imperial lacking the util. Couple smokes still available for them, but with Bestia taking the slow approach, it's run their opponents dry, and now the fight starts to come through. Luchov feeling as confident as ever, not a care in the world, disregarding opposition up against him. Martin also looking to put some more pressure into the B site. He's got reinforcements approaching from tunnels. There's nowhere to run and hide. Imperial completely taken down.
I mean, the bomb is on middle. The bomb was dropped on short, and the bomb carrier in the end of the round is on mid, just running around without a care in the world. in the meantime, Bestia is just winning fights. This is looking like good Counter-Strike, by the way. It's just really difficult for Imperial to keep track of what's going on. The util comes in towards the B-bomb side. There's no play. Then you see the mid-walk, but it's actually a fake of a mid-walk in towards connector, and they're trying to walk up cat with the molly in towards ladder and the flashes. Everything is just so perfect for Bestia right now. Ooh. Try not spot it.
Indeed.
Didn't see him in under.
And Bestia have actually got a clear site to move into. Sure, you've got Vinny nearby that will spot the entry, but other than that, no potential to really create an upset.
No, not at all. Thomason with a clean opener onto Vinny. Bomb side's vacant. Bomb will get planted. And this is going to be a 5th round on the board for the side of Bestia. Question is, how many kills can Imperial get in the meantime on the exits? But this is a 5-1 lead already on a map that is usually the forte of Bestia. Again, we're going back to that same old conversation. Imperial, in the last couple of maps they played, well, this is just the 2 maps that they did play in the first round of the playoffs here in the Thunderpick, but against Bounty Hunters, even though they did win 2-0, both maps were excruciatingly close. And right now, we're looking at Imperial facing off against another one of those quote-unquote top dogs in the South American region, and it just looks like a mismatch.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Imperial have been fighting their own weight class.
Yeah, which in the end of the day, as we pointed out, when you're adding new players, inevitably, is probably going to be a little bit of a factor, right? Because you're going to need a little bit of time to get used to how you're playing now. It's a little bit different because, for example, Che goes out, Cello comes in. If we accept that, sure, is coming in for Decenty, and he's going to be playing on some of those lurky, more supportive roles, which Decenty was doing a little bit of. Cello's a lot more aggressive than Che by nature, right? And Che was used as a bit of more of an aggro player on this team, but this is not his forte. Cello is a hyper-aggressive guy. He's the guy to run in first. He's the guy to open up space, and he's the guy that can still anchor on some of the CT sides, regardless of being a heads-up first player on the T side. So it's a bit of a different dynamic that now that you have different characters as players joining in, and you're going to need a little bit of time to, you know, form a deeper strat book, get a little bit of practice in.
Worth noting as well that Bestia is the only team in the top 4 that hasn't gone through changes in the past month.
Yeah. That's what we're talking about, right? You're expecting those guys to have a...
event.
Yeah, exactly. You're expecting them to have a deeper strat book. You're expecting the cohesion to be on a higher level. You're expecting them to be a lot more motivated, considering they missed out on the major, as we said. They sure as hell need the VRS points for the 2nd season.
This time around, Imperial have got cash, and they've invested in some good old rivalry. We need to start seeing rounds on the board. And so far, no push and pull has netted any kills. Very respectful Bestia. And now heading towards this A site with all 5 players as well. Mid completely open, and that's where Imperial look to take a peek and realize no one's around.
Yeah, but it's a gamble now, right? You don't really know if they're grouping up for an A play. You don't know if they're grouping up for a B play. And what Bestia wanted to make sure of is that there's no aggressive shenanigans coming in from Imperial towards the extremities. That's why we saw that early default. But now that they know there's no pushes in towards B, they can just group up, go for the util play in towards A, hope that the utility is going to be clean enough.
And now it's all being revealed. Smokes and flashes aligned. No way, close to the fight. Ends up with one, but Timo quick to answer back. Now you've got Shaw to the back of sight. His position is reinforced by Try, but how much damage can you really do? You've run out of space. You try and go for the safe part, but now you can't really drop back. You've got to take a fight, and Imperial actually well equipped for this. 3 players holding hands, and a potential quick crunch off the back of a flash. No, it's a molly. Thrown in into Firebox. Shaw gets dealt with. Both Bestia players get some good job done, some good damage to Margin. Knows the one nearby, he can sniff Cello out. That's exactly what he does. Try. He's able to find the quick shot, but Cassin will reply in kind and will be the last man standing.
So much work being done by Thomas in there. I have no clue how he's able to win that fight coming out of Sandwich, by the way. He just realized I got spotted. I seen him. If he is the one peeking into me, I'm going to be a dead man walking. So I'm just going to force the issue. I'm going to go for that fight. I'm going to win it. And then I'm even going to find a second kill. And Casson was playing this one with so much confidence. Knew that try was on a bit of a reload with the AWP. Knew that he had the time to get on the angle. It's perfectly played by Bestia in the post plan.
And Imperial thought they had everything under control. That's the scary part.
They've got nothing.
Absolutely nothing. And Lucho very much ready for that play. The dry peek into his crosshairs angle. And little by little, Imperial crumbling under pressure. I do say that, and instantly find 2 kills.
That's weird. Everyone's here. I think they're starting to realize it, though. You get the first 2 kills, Try and Cello get 1 apiece as well. Vinny's the only one unspotted. Have they heard the scope?
Casson to get a pick and connector. Oh
my goodness.
He gets overwhelmed. Yeah, that is a potential weapon upgrade as well. Yeah, Vinny's got his hands on a big green. Nocta. Solo journey. And Cello is ready for him, even though 1 pick is found. Nocta finds 2. No way! And Try is trying to scramble himself over here. Will he take the fight quickly? He'll try, but Nocta, he's so clean with it. Already 2 scrumptious kills. Will that molly be enough to flush him out? It have to be. Nocta drops even further back, avoids the flames down to 40. Try takes the fight and sees his opponent first. It's good enough. And the round is won by Imperial, finally.
I'm not gonna lie to you, this is terrifying. This is absolutely terrifying Counter-Strike. And the fact that they get the first 2 kills on the A-bomb side, it just lures them in, right? They just go right back at it. Trying to walk through connector, 1 player at a time, 2 of them. Just offering their lives for free. So I guess this is probably the first time where we could say that Bestia maybe overlooked the situation a little bit, underestimated Imperial. And they get punished for it. It's honestly crazy that Noxy was so close to clutching up the round. And even in around that Imperial win, there is that sign of maybe miscommunication, right? 1 player in towards the back of default covering Palace. Vinny just standing in towards the bench, not realizing he could get shot from Palace. Is just a little bit discombobulated.
What do Bestia do with this now? Tamarzin looking to lower out pressure. His teammates haven't revealed themselves, so now this triple player jump pack could catch them by surprise. And Cello, only good for the 1 there. Sure exerts some damage, but the site is taken over.
This is a tough one. A 3v4 retake with the open hand. Might even consider a save here, especially if that middle player goes down. Teemo's still being a bit of a threat in towards top middle. I think they're not calling it off yet. They're going to go for it. This is a big risk.
Surely you called it off now. Surely you don't want to go for it even more. No way. Stands true to his name.
Look at the HP. They're not winning this.
Very unlikely, but they still want to give it the good old college try, and the flash is perfect! Both picks are found off the back of the beauty of the flash. Both opposing players elbow in front of their eyes, and it's enough for Imperial to scrap it up.
This is the type of round that makes you believe that they can bring the game back. They should have no business winning a retake like this one, Pavlos. This is impossible. This is a 3v4 retake on the B-bomb side of Mirage with an AVP when you're just isolated and you're all coming in from kitchen. You're all coming in from the same space. How did they get those 2 kills cleanly? That is insane.
And succession with one another. That was 2 players having an individual task at hand and performing it in unison. And you're right, Ted. This has put Imperial definitely back in the game, at least mentally.
Pretty big one.
Tested. This time, Bestia looking to switch up the script, play a little bit more aggro, with a bit more bravado. No way. Has to get out of dodge. His feet might have been fired up, but is trying to join in. Still, Bestia demanding respect to connector. They keep on pressing the W key, and it's actually paying dividends. Tamarzin keeps it going. Damage exerted. A-site taken over. 2v2 required.
This is a big one. They have the kills this time around. Just one Molotov on Vinny, but they're still being a little bit anxious about potentially a player being left up close and towards the stairs or jungle. Yuto is coming in, and Cello's going around the world. He's not going to catch anyone from that position. I mean, you might get the kill on Thomason, but that's just giving more time for Timo to get activated as well.
Yeah. Vinny heard it. I think, yeah, well, now he knows. Timo getting the better end of it, and Cello knows he's got a cross.
Default.
Thing is, you know, Timo's low. Some damage has been done, and it's got a 10-second of use timer. Oh, there was a kit. There was a kit, and it is diffused without any issues. How are these rounds so close? How on earth do they go down to the last player?
You know what's the best part about all of this? This is what type of a game you need to watch in order to understand why people were joking that South American Counter-Strike is pure entertainment. That's all there is to it. And Imperial are showing some teeth here on that CT side of Mirage. Of course, let's not forget that Bestia with 6 rounds already are going to be feeling pretty happy. Of course, it's a little bit unfortunate that you've been losing a lot of those clutches in close scenarios, but still in a good position to control the game until the very end of it. One more round on the T side, you get that win. Money on the Imperial side of things is still quite low, so if this is the round that Bestia pick up 8-4 still, pretty much on the lookout for, still in their grasp. Or maybe we're just caster cursing this and Imperial will just win 13-6, you know?
But those things happen.
It's always a possibility.
Yeah, especially when Ted ends the call and says, it's going to be a 2-0 from now on. Great shot from Try. Gets out with barely any damage inflicted onto him. And now he's posted up in a great position to get a second. Spots out ahead. He's wary. He's ready for it. Mouse clenched ever harder. And now 2 picks to boot. Oh, keeps it going. Beauty of a round, and it's all because of Try's efforts. 3 picks altogether, and Imperial 1 round away from squaring things up completely on the half. What was the score, Ted? 6-1?
This is where if you're Bestia, you just can't believe it, by the way, because you don't really feel like you deserve to be here, right? But you probably do, right? You're thinking about all of those rounds that you had the advantage, all of those rounds that retake in towards the B-bomb side being the most notable of them all. A couple 1v1 clutches, a couple close situations that didn't go your way, and now suddenly you blink, and out of a 6-1, you get a 6-5 with a potential for a leveled up score at halftime. It is absolutely crazy. And Try is going absolutely crazy with that AWP as well. Now on a rifle.
It might be Trey, because he's serving.
Yeah, thank you. That was good.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And most of his plays are chef's kiss.
Nice.
And a basketball game tomorrow.
I regret the fact that people can't hear Tony just speaking into our ears every now and then.
Oh, yeah, that's so true.
Yeah, he's got some good ones.
Let's have a try-cast.
Yeah.
And all Tony will be doing is ad-libbing.
Sounds fun.
This was a quick one from Bestia. Already onto site, but the thing is treacherous. 4 players already around from Imperial. I don't see them having a good time with this. You need a miracle to get out of this one. And Miracle will not show up. Try continues his serving ways. And with that 3-piece, puts his team at even ground with his opposition.
That's one way to come back into a game. You win the pistol round, you lose the conversion, you find yourselves down 1-6, and then you get a 6-6 out of it. Try with another multi-kill round. This is 4 of them, by the way, in just a single half of Counter-Strike, and all of them coming in that streak of form. 14-7 for the Oper on the rifle. And what was a game that started off so well for Bestia, Pavlos? That was looking like a clean 2-0 the moment that they had that 6-1 lead on the T side.
Yeah.
It's now a lot more competitive.
Oh, it's anyone's game. It really is anyone's game. And I feel like the fact that Imperial have got a new fire lit beneath them, it's definitely got them going in a different flow, right? They're in a different state than we saw them in the first map. Definitely one that shows they're capable of reverse sweep in this current moment in time. But I feel like this next pistol will test a lot. Sure, we saw a couple of moments in the series, both on Mirage and in Dust 2, where, you know, a pistol didn't really matter and the second round force ended up working. But if you manage to get tempo rolling early, especially if you're in Imperial here, it could net you an opportunity to go 1-1 in the series.
Yeah, standard A-pop. Jungle's there, smoke flash for the CT push as well. You don't even need it for the first kill, though. Lucho's gonna go down for nothing.
Yeah, no trade there. And Shaw wants to go a little bit aggressive. Flash forces Shaw to look away. That is not what you like, but you still feel like he would have gone down either way. And Bestia have got some pace with them. 3 players crunching in together, looking to see if they can find strength in numbers. You can spot out a playing connected. Tamajin finds the elevation to deal with him, and Vinny is also secured. Therefore, Bestia gain themselves a very important pistol.
Yeah, you know what? Conversions have not really been clean for either one of the sides since the start of this one. Well, I guess for Bestia, after winning the force by everything else was clean in the first half, but this was the most important pistol round so far in the series, probably, especially for the Bestia side of things. We know how tricky it could get when you're trying to build up a nice financial position on that CT side, and especially after losing that fight onto Lucho. The team kill, I guess, helped a little bit, and Imperial will still go for the force buy. Putting an AK in the hands of Tri doesn't seem like a bad idea considering how well he's been playing.
Well, that's as clean as it goes.
You know what? You can take that back. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Boom as well. Actually landing by Cello's tippy toes, but that's enough. He's holding on by a thread either way. The remaining Imperial players have actually got AKs with them. So Bestia realise this and try and go for the chase, deny those Kalashnikovs from seeing the light of day in the next round. And that's 2 quick ones on the CT side for Bestia.
And now this is starting to become a little bit more interesting again. I mean, you are looking at the bigger picture, right? And if you're Imperial, this is probably what you want to do. You're thinking we were 1-6 down, we were able to bring it back, but again, you've started both halves with pretty unfortunate deficits. The first one, a 1-6, regardless of winning the pistol, and now you're looking at least a 0-3. And especially from Imperial's perspective, this is more like a best of 1 right now. Now you need to win or you're going out of the event, and this is definitely not going to be the round that you're picking up here.
No, absolutely not. Again, Tamajin with first blood will make things even more difficult. Add more obstacles in your way. Oh, that MP9 will be so dangerous. Never mind. See it charge. Sure, rather.
Oh
Decides he just wants to pop off. Is that a 1D? Is this where Imperial bring things to life in the second half for them? Oh, you've got to be careful, man. Still, you're waiting for Kassin to move in from apartments, and until that happens, you won't expect Luchov to gain too much base, but he jumps the gun.
What's happening?
Oh no! HE, this is going to reveal Kassin's position. He ends up getting the pick, but he still needs a little bit more than that. There is no market play from Noxer. Moves in towards Catwalk. They're calling this off. Imperial are able to steal this round away with just pistols.
Okay, let me roll it back. And Noxie's just gonna get completely rocked as well. Yeah, there is a way for them to pick up this round. That's how it happens. Thomason gets caught jumping over in towards the balcony. Rifle in towards short, doesn't get a single kill. This is how you lose a round like this. You just overplay your hand. You underestimate it.
There's a Greek saying, Ted, science puts its hands in the air. And it basically means there's no way of explaining this.
I like it. I really like it. It sounds like something that Greek people would come up with. Right?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Anything with science, poetry, or philosophy?
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
Or alcohol.
Or alcohol. Yeah, that's the entire Balkans, though.
Yeah, that's true.
That's area-wide.
Or olives.
Bro, that's
Red
Mediterranean
olives
again.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, but in Greece, there's some... Yeah, exactly. You know, the olive oil? That's top-notch.
Oh, yeah. I've got a giant barrel of olive oil at my home.
I don't doubt it.
A fucking barrel, dude?
A barrel?
Yeah. Probably good for the skin. I don't know. Depends on how you want to use it. Luchov double pushing
Clean.
towards the ramp. Yeah, trying no way, going back to grade 1. And worst part about all of this, bomb carrier is still walking in towards the ramp, doesn't realize he's walking into his own demise.
Oh, Tomasin. He's able to interrupt Imperial's chance of gaining access to the site. But still, some spores of war have been gathered here from Imperial, and they might have just found a gap. East site explored.
There's no way.
Thing is, Cassin's the only player looking here, but he's also aware that they've alleviated pressure from mid, so he's thinking maybe Market has been approached, but Cello gets caught back turned. And now Vinny may find the same fate as his teammate, and that's exactly what happens. A nice little double kill to put a round end here for Bestia, and it gets them right back into their winning ways.
Bestia are doing a really good job at disturbing plays and defaults and anything that you might have planned out on the T side if it's a little bit timid. You need to be really aware of all those aggressive moves, right? This is something that was catching Imperial off guard on Dusty on many occasions, and again on Mirage, we're seeing the moment that Bestia hit a hard place and they need to win a round, it's just going to be something aggressive around the map. They're going to try and force the issue. Not really feeling comfortable with playing on the back foot. It was getting a little bit scrappy there with the upper, a little bit tricky with the upper of Cassin, because he wasn't necessarily sure if he had missed the timing of someone to go down from the apartments, right, and be on the left side of the bomb side. So there was a world in which he gets caught looking the wrong way, but thankfully for him, able to get a double, 12 and 7 now, still a little bit behind Try, but Try has cooled off. He was 14 and 7, correct me if I'm wrong. Now we're looking at 14 and 11, so T-side has not been treating him as nicely, and I guess you can't really be overcritical of him. He can't be the only one putting his best foot forward. He needs a little bit of help.
Imperial actually stepped up in regards to pace and in regards to fragging. In this round, Cassin, for a moment there, he felt at home in Ticket Booth, but now he's found himself the grave.
Still going. Timo with a big kill. Cello goes down. Bomb's going to get planted, but this is definitely a retake that Bestia want to go for. Maybe not as much right now, unless Timo can do a little bit more damage coming out of Con.
Okay, Imperial found a way to disrupt Bestia's play, and they've kind of taken a page out of their opponent's playbook, and it's working superbly. Try is just being a thorn. He's just being a menace in the back line, and Tomasi knows he can't really go for an aggressive play if he doesn't take care of Try first. M4 found, but the bomb is ticking frantically, and he knows it's a sign for him to drop back and give this round over. Ted, both teams have put each other on a leash. This is really close.
This is going round for round right now, and I think we're reaching the point where we're starting to ask questions. Bestia probably need to go for a half-buy here. Cassin doesn't have any money in the bank account, but everyone else does, and they're buying up. They don't want to let Imperial get consecutive rounds on the board, but this could be considered a risk. Unless... Are they just... Okay, yeah, they are buying up. I thought they were just going to have 2 rifles in the mix, but this will be a full investment. Without the AVP, we're going to see Noxy on a scout. Everyone else going for the rifles. Thomas in on an MP9. This is the opportunity for Imperial. You win this one after the tactical timeout, of course, from Bestia. You reset their economy, you level things up, you probably put one ahead, and you go into a 10-9 lead here. There is still something to play for. A quick reminder to everyone at home, this is a do-or-die situation for the side of Imperial. Not quite the same for Bestia. Looking at the Thunderpick odds, they are the big favorite as of right now still. But a couple rounds, and all of that could change.
Yeah, anything can happen. And definitely the way Try's been playing this game might just be the answer. Timo no longer available to serve the team. And if you're Bestia, you're going to try and find some answers. Smoke stripping onto the safe site, and it's a clear indication of what Imperial's going for. Only one player here, and it's Nocta. Can he find a few heads? Just a tag? But he is locked in place and unable to escape. That is a round for Imperial, quickly evening up the scales.
It just disturbs the idea early on, that kill from Try, right? They wanted to just cross out the A-bomb side, go in towards middle, aggress there, leave the scout all alone on A, try and hold on, maybe get a kill on middle, then fall back. Noxy plays for attack, stays alive, but All of that just gets disturbed with the first kill. Noxy feels the urge to try and be a little bit more aggressive, lands one tag and nothing more, and all of his teammates just get deleted, and Imperial just keeping this one as clean as possible, as simple as possible as well. No layering on it, no one lurking in from middle, from under. All 5 coming out of that Ram Palace area. Execution with 5 players. Didn't even need the efficient refrags, but this is what you're relying on most of the time. And they get a clean one on the board. We're leveled up. Yellow does go down to the bomb. Doesn't really make that big of a difference for him, I guess. But this is where this one gets really interesting. This is now Imperial in a great position to try and take us all the way.
Oh, yeah. This is where they get the lead. This is where they're able to put their hands on the steering wheel, essentially.
I'm going to open up a bracket. This is where they should get the win.
Yeah.
Or they should get the lead, because we've seen some crazy things happen.
Yeah, you've always got to preface it with should, but not will. This actually could be a cool play, especially with Try going low, but you expect the second player around. The headshots aren't connecting, never mind. The round is put to a halt. Sure, Imperial low in health, but you've only got 1 player to deal with it all. He's close at the distance, Deagle in hand. How many can you take down with you? The answer is none. Sure, connects with the skull of Nocta. And that is going to be the lead taken by Imperial.
This is starting to look like a whole different game right now. Bestia struggling a little bit on the map that is usually a hit or a miss for them, and as of right now, it feels like it could be a little bit of a miss. And interestingly enough, T-side is usually where Bestia feel a little bit more comfortable. On the defense, they have struggled to put on consistent results here on Mirage in the last while. On the side of Imperial, first time they're playing this map with Cello back and with Shure on the lineup, and it's not going that bad right now.
That flash seemed to work in favor of Bestia to begin with, but then he still was able to control the situation.
Oh.
Wait, okay, that spray had no business of connecting for so damn long.
I want to know how he ran out of 30 bullets and he needed the last couple to get the kill, but he still got it.
This game works in weird ways.
They have no more utility at all, the CT side. Nothing.
What does Bestia do now, especially with lacking utility? But the thing is, at least they've got the numbers, and they're posting up a little bit further forwards.
This is a tricky one. Imperial just have a walk right now, and with the low HP of Cello, all you need is the good timing out of Lucio. He's going for the play.
What?
Utility spotted.
Oh,
flash in. He's not seeing anything.
The timing, but Tomatin might be able to get the jump in. That's some damage, at least on the second, kill on the first. And now, with Try being so damn low, you can hear him try to make his way through lower. And now, if he can be allowed access into the B side, but I feel with 30 seconds to spare, you're actually going all the way around the world.
Are they realizing this?
Wait.
Do they know? I mean, Caston's still on the A-bomb side. He hasn't really moved the muscle.
And now he'll peek, and now he'll realize, calling for reinforcements. The approach incoming. Timo looking to close up the gap, looking to see if he can join Caston's position. And Luchov from short could potentially be the way this round is closed. Try gets one, but Luchov does chime in, and boom goes the dynamite. It's Bestia to keep control.
How did Luchov live that long?
Wow. That is insane. Absolutely insane coming out of the side of Bestia. You level things up once again, and you got to highlight Luchov as well for playing his life that well. And as you pointed out, utility was a little bit thin there for Bestia in a round like this one. So again, we see a little bit of proactiveness, and I'm actually surprised that Imperial are the ones to be offering them some of the fights, especially after they get the opening fight onto Vinny and towards top
Luchov
middle.
went from spamming out the guy Palace to Cat.
All right, let's see how this one goes. And imagine it was Bestia struggling. Imperial sort of gaining a hand back in this game. But now, it seems that Bestia is respecting Imperial's efforts in mid. Sure, you're going to go for a peek, but you don't want to overstay your welcome, and Try shows you just why. He's low in health, but he's found the pick. And with no reply, Casson goes for an aggressive play. It just doesn't pay off.
Shaw wins his individual fight, and Imperial now want to enter the safe side. They know they've got the control. No way closes up the gap. This round feels like it's already over. Unless Noxa can bring out brilliance. And that's not going to happen. To Marzin, all that remains, and I feel he has been telegraphed. Damage by a nade, damage due to lead to the face, and Imperial regain the lead.
Look at the money. Or the lack thereof for the side of Bestia. They've got nothing in the bank accounts right now, and this is a tough pill to swallow. Imperial just win the most important round of the game so far, and Cry has been doing such a fantastic job with those openings. Not even the multi-kills anymore, but just setting everything up for the side of Imperial every single important round. And that tactical timeout for Bestia is quite interesting right now. Question is, do they want to risk it? This is the choice that you've got right now. You call in an eco right here. You're going to need 2 in a row just to force OT. You go for the force buy, though, when you might have 2 insufficient purchases until the end of this Mirage to try and turn it around and win in regulation. A save looks like the more logical option.
True. But if you look at Imperial's games as well, you know, overtime is kind of where they thrive. They don't lose too many of those. Last time they did lose one was against Partizan in April.
Yep.
Okay, let's see how this one goes. Well, it's likely going to go to a 12th, but we are projecting these thoughts for the next one. Actually interesting how respectful Imperial are, knowing that there could be potential force in play.
I mean, after all the clutches that Imperial have won, you gotta count your blessings, so to speak. Know that what comes around goes around, right? Or what goes around comes around. Sorry. But yeah, you don't wanna throw away a good opportunity that you've been given to take this one all the way. And surely, the default pistols is not the way that you want to be losing this one. Nice little tap from Cello. He's going to get a 4-piece, make it an ace. All 5 go in favor of Cello. This is a great way to clean up.
Indeed. Bit of a stat builder. But a bit of a confidence builder as well. But this is around Imperial. If you want to get yourself a map in there and bring things to a decider, Nuke, this is around to win. You don't want to give Bestia a chance to take things to overtime. You don't want to keep things risky. Sooner the better. And Nuke on the horizon.
It's either 2 rounds in OT or we're going all the way. And Tryho, he's done it again. Even when he's blinded, even when he doesn't see you, he can still kill you.
He's just been getting away with these time and time again. Such a saving grace for the team again.
Oh my God.
This time I feel like Timo flashed himself, or was it a team flash? Didn't quite get the better timing of it. Even then, you're hoping on a miracle, and that's exactly what Bestia are doing, trying to group their players together, hoping that something can work out their way. Try does see a play up in ticket booth, so that might just be the catalyst of Imperial going towards this B site. Or not.
Or
going and doubling down towards A.
It's just a detour. The question here is, what decision do Bestia make, right? Do they want to overthink this and leave that A bomb side, potentially go for an aggressive play? They're reading into a B play.
Read like a fiddle, Imperial. Playing their opponents. Yeah, you get what I mean. Still though. You need an individual fight to really take over. Cassim with first. A few more to go though. Bomb, you don't feel safe to get it down just yet. But Luchov taken down as well as Tamazin. You know this one is locked in for Imperial. You know there's not much left to do. And there you have it. A decider forced out by Imperial. A good comeback off the first half as well. An impressive turnaround drawn out here by this team.
A big performance coming out of Try. 22 kills, 13 deaths. The Opers leading Imperial to a 3rd map against his own countryman. Nuke is coming up, but before that, Tony will break down everything that took place on Mirage.
Well, we get a little bit of the same from Mirage, I will say, from both of these two teams. You know, it was glimpses of the same game styles being put forth, and very similar to that last map as well. The first pistol round goes Imperial's way, and they completely fail into being able to convert onto that next round, as well as the following. It felt like Bestia were time and time again barreling through them. These guys had very little shame as far as going for gunfights was concerned in the beginning stages of it, getting weapons from their opponents in winning the rounds. They were even buying against guns. They got the M4s and put them into the hands of somebody like Tomasin and Luchov, who were tearing them limb from limb on the catwalk through. And it felt like the offense was so unleashed to an extremely worrying extent for the chances of Imperial in the semifinals. The invitation even of the reaggression from Imperial in many instances where Bestia were ready for it. They were just tearing them limb from limb, not needing any of their utility in late stages and late clutches, even playing on the back foot of clutch rounds where they were relying on Tomasin to find a double. He would play with sheer will, and that alone found both he and Noxie in many a time actually finding kills that maybe they shouldn't have actually been given. It felt like the attackers stumbled at hurdles, maybe against the pistol round, and you think, okay, hold on now. Maybe there's something to this for Imperial. Maybe this is where they bring it back in. And then it's another round after that where they maintain balance. And you're saying, okay, well, this looks pretty good. A favorable post-plant situation, a 2 versus X, to where now surely they can't win this, no way, and try. And the casters said it themselves. But maybe we get to be a little bit more of a believer in this new formula that they've got cooking up, because they absolutely made it work. They waltz in and no way breaks apart the crossfire that was set by them. All on his own, it had felt, and Try, although he might not have been an absolute dominant factor on the CT side, he turned up when it came to their offensive. It was basically a formula for them in terms of what they needed to win. They get one pick in mid, reset for a second, find themselves with forward space, someone walks through an A extremity, whether it be Palace or Ramp, and that's the round. So many times was that the case, and so many times was it actually Try who was the one who was inspiring them to do so. They waste no time in getting that map control and closing the gap and working fast kills through mid. And once they had found these tight timings, it was the only way that Bestia were finding round wins in their own regard. Very tight timings, slightly awkward positioning, and you know, that's all well and good, but you can't really recreate that round again and again. And they were given as many chances as they possibly could have been given in order to continue onwards with those rounds being found. But you know, it got to a point where Imperial were forcing them to make awkward decisions. Towards the end of the game, they managed to force Nuke, they feed Cello and Ace, and they find themselves once again using the AWP to absolute high efficacy in the only way they know how. And Glass Cannon Noxie opping on the last round of the game as well over Kaysen. That one was a little weird. I will say that one was a little bit awkward. Obviously the previous opper for this team now taking a step back in trying to make the rifle work, but maybe it would have been a better move there than trying to go for something out of desperation. But you know, obviously desperate times do call for desperate measures, and unfortunately they aren't able to take it across the line for their sake. But fortunately for the sake of good Counter-Strike, and fortunately for the sake of Imperial, if you're a fan or a player or a member of the organization in any other way, they do give themselves a lifeline. They give themselves one more chance. The third map of Nuke on its way in just a few moments' time here. Don't go anywhere. How's it going, everybody? Welcome in. It's been only a few moments here since we've witnessed the conclusion of the second map. You know, the first one was already looking a little bit wacky and wild. The second one delivering in that same fashion, flip-flop it around, however. And Bestia, they drop it in a pretty heartbreaking fashion, I will say, considering how dominant they did look throughout a majority of it.
Yeah, especially through the start, right? I think it was a 6-1, start for them, where it looked quite dominant. Sure, they lost the pistol, but they were able to win the force buy, and after that, everything seemed to go their way. But the way that, the comeback happened, it felt like moment by moment, it was just Imperial taking more and more control of the game. I don't feel it was like as like topsy-turvy as the previous map was, as the first map was. I don't feel like it was as random. Sure, there were, a couple of moments in there that, could have changed where the game ended up, but Imperial started playing a lot more assertive. And when you had show-up performances of Vinny and continuous performances at that, I feel like it was inevitable that Imperial came out on top on that one.
Yeah, I think you're looking at the individual performance of Try as well, right? This is a conversation we had yesterday, and the example was quite similar, actually, but with the side of Bestia, where Cassim was the one to step it up individually as the Opera on Mirage to get them back into a game on which they lost the first map, which was Dust 2. So now we find ourselves in a pretty similar situation, only the difference being that yesterday we didn't have Tony stretching his neck, and we didn't have Try popping off the way that he has been, right? So yeah, I mean, it's a great performance coming out of Try, honestly, and I hope that he's going to be able to keep it going. I think he was one of the people that we were talking about on Dust 2 as well, and maybe then he wasn't able to make the difference the way that he did it on map 2, but going into Nuke, again, a map that could be quite potent for a CT side Opera, and a map on which I've seen him dominate as well multiple times before. I think Bestia will have to really put a look into how they will try and isolate Try, because he's been a difference maker.
Yeah, and I kind of mentioned it at the end of the last map in the post-show analyst segment, and Noxy picking up the AWP was a little bit awkward for me, but I think it really just spells out now, having looked back on the HLTV page, that he got 0 kills on the CT side. He was 0 and 8 by the finish there, where, he could have actually, if honest and truthfully, been the difference in closing that map, should he have had even one round similar to that, which he had on Dust 2, where his CT side was looking very, very confident with the AK-47 picked up. It felt like he was also doing some serious damage on this map in particular of Mirage. He was no slouch, but then falling off the cliff, really, in a time where he was needed most. And unfortunately, that's not something you can have happen in this next map as an Oxy, as the in-game leader, as one of the influential anchor pieces, it would feel, between these different guys. And also Timo going kind of absent from the last map of Dust 2, where we had seen him have all the impact we would need. And I think we look towards these guys like Try, as you say, heavy influence on the CT side, op on Nuke, but opping aside, I haven't really seen all that much on the way of the rifling core behind Kaysen to supplement him, to where Try, he's actually the one inciting his riflers to do so well.
Sure, I can definitely follow that testament. And I think what is also very interesting is the fact that it's not particularly the lack of performance from Bestia, it's just that they're being overshadowed, right? Yeah. I feel like there are just some some really strong performances, like we already mentioned. Vinny, Try, both of them, time and time again, finding picks from the get-go, converting numbers disadvantages. And it's those moments, that consistency of those moments as well, that, doesn't allow anyone from the opposing side to shine. So I feel like Nuke will definitely be a different map to what we've seen so far. I feel like it plays very, very different to what we've seen from Dust 2 and Mirage, so I don't think we'll be following a similar trend. It's just a matter of if Imperial continue to have those players popping off like they have up until this point, it's going to be a really hard time for Bestia to find a way in.
I mean, again, it's a map that Bestia usually play well on, right?
Sure.
So we should give them the benefit of the doubt and say that yesterday they didn't look bad against 9Z on the same map, and obviously for the side of Imperial, again, it's a map that we've seen them play. So I guess we are not expecting to see the cleanest of games, because both teams have some good results. But if you're looking at Bestia, there's a 100% win rate, but a lot of close maps. And yesterday against 9Z, it went down to the wire. I feel like it's going to make a big difference onto who starts on the CT side as well, when who's going to end up winning a lot of those clutches. Because if we have to be completely fair, Bestia had this game, right? They had a 6-1 lead, then they started losing the clutches. A couple of those 1vx situations go their way, maybe that would have been over in 2, right? So what we've seen right here on Mirage, I'm still going to say it, I feel like Imperial just took advantage of maybe the moments when Bestia weren't ferocious enough to finish it off, right? But without a doubt, when you look at the bottom line, Bestia seem to be playing the better team Counter-Strike. It's just individually and clutch-wise, Imperial are showing that they have the skill to, I guess, get into a really scrappy game. And this is a point that you brought up, Pavlos. The moments that we've seen Imperial play overtimes, they usually come out on top, right? When it gets really tense, when it goes down to the wire, those individuals can make a difference. This is an incredibly high individual skill ceiling that Imperial have on their side. And if Bestia are not able to, I guess, put it down at the start of Nuke and show that they will be converting those man and 2-man advantage situations, then I feel like Imperial could be going into this one looking at another map that they can just convert easily unless Bestia strengthen up a little bit and refocus.
Yeah, what worries me about that point that you're making to drive it home is that yesterday, yeah, sure, they did look pretty good. It did get pretty close, but the really driving factor was Kaysen. I mean, kind of dragging them across the line by their hair yesterday. It was the only player who had a high green rating for his squad at 1.75, 27 and 14, next closest 15 and 16. So that's not really a great feeling if you're going into this, knowing that even if Kaysen is to post even close to those numbers, everyone else is going to need to step up more than they did yesterday. And that's not what we've seen in that last map, I think, widespread. We've not seen Kaysen come to that same level, while certainly not drowned out by Try. It's just definitely a difference that's being noticed. So I hope to see everybody level up their game in some capacity to the point where I don't have to point my finger at one player. I don't want to have to say, Kaysen, you need to be #1 right now. Tomasin, you need to be pulling up clutches. It needs to be everybody, actually pretty similar to the beginnings of Dust 2, kind of trading off who will be the hero of the round, who will find the double or if not triple kill that will take them to that next level.
Yeah, I think that's the issue when you have good players like that that can pop off at any moment. But I feel like the game is ready. So yeah, we'll see you later, Tony.
I mean, I don't know. This is a really difficult one, I think, even to think about, guys. Good luck.
All right, let's get things going. Imperial versus Bestia, third map. This one's for grand final qualification. And so far, both of them have traded opponent map picks. As we enter this one, it's Imperial starting things off on the T side, Bestia on the CT side.
Yeah, this is an important one as well. Grand final taking place later on today. We have the second semi-final as well right after this. But before that, we're going into that pistol round. And Thomason has already opened things up for himself in the Julies, but no ways there with the refrag.
Already, it seems like Bestia are getting the upper end with those pistols. And it's Lechov to end up with actually 2 kills by the end of that one, and Noctil on 2 as well. So a solid start for Bestia.
You know what's the interesting thing as well, right? We said there is a big importance onto who's going to be starting on the CT side. I really feel like Bestia has been, and I'm going to say that again, the better team so far in terms of playing team Counter-Strike and being cohesive, being creative in the middle of the round. I think maybe there was an amalgamation of some of the individuals popping off on Imperial, and Bestia maybe underestimating a little bit the situation in some of those rounds in the first half of Mirage, and we know how quickly a game like this could get out of control. So going into that CT side, I would say that we're still putting a little bit of an advantage, or at least I would be, on the side of Bestia on that CT side. Thing is, we've already seen some of those individuals pop up for Imperial. Decenty was usually one of the guys in Che as well to come and really clutch for that Imperial team up until recently, especially on T side to win scrappy rounds. So now we're going to be looking at some of the other guys. Maybe, of course, not Cello, because he's going to be the one running in first. But guys like Sure, guys like No Way and Try as well. Vinny's been bringing in a lot of impact, but I don't really feel like we can still keep on looking at the IGL and expect him to pull out big performances.
Well, Lechov definitely wants to step up. Already lining up quite the tally. Yeah, well, that's 6 kills in 2 rounds. Not too shabby. And just a single casualty for Bestia.
You know what's interesting? Yesterday, and I'm glad we get the chance to actually talk about this.
Sure.
Yesterday, Bestia was struggling on a lot of the occasions. If it wasn't for Cassin, and Thomason had a lot of impact on the T side of Nuke as well against 9Z. But Luchov did go 0-6 in opening fights. A statistic that he's already beaten. He's 1-0, I think, now. So already going a little bit better for him. But when you have your I guess, head of the spear. Not winning a single opening fight on a map like Nuke, where you are trying to be proactive on both the T and the CT side and trying to be creative, that says a lot. So if Luchov has a better performance, I feel like he could be one of the difference makers to actually try and support Cassin and Thomason.
Well, still one of the three, the core that's been together since 2023, right? So the backbone of the roster. But now Imperial with guns at play will try and disrupt Bestia's streak. The Marzen, very good knowing. A little bit short off the mark to do damage onto a second player, but can hear the commotion now and he's got to be cautious, trying to play the corner, but Vinny pre-fires. Cassin, only good for the first one, but how many more can you get? The answer is not. Vinny explodes in his opponent's face. And I feel like you must already leave this round over to your opponents.
Yeah, you have to. You can play for a couple extra kills if you want, especially Noxy with that MP9, but this round is all but going right now. It's over for the side of Imperial. They even failed the top hut molly, by the way. If there was a player on that position with an MP9, they would have been alive and kicking. So the execution wasn't the cleanest one ever for the side of Imperial, but still looking incredibly clean on the entries. And again, it's Vinny bringing in that impact, man. I've been incredibly impressed by his individual performance. And I know this is not the tier that Vinny is used to playing, right? But we have to remember, if we are speaking highly of a team like Legacy, we have to say that Bestia was the team to beat them in the final for the major qualifier, right? They just couldn't attend the event, but Bestia is on that higher echelon of South American teams and skill-wise individually as well. Vinny's still bringing in great numbers, though. And this is a big one for him. Obviously, he's the most experienced player in the server.
Oh, yeah.
In the last couple of years. Cello is the one with more longevity to his career, but of course, Cello's been playing the game for a pretty long time, was part of teams like Luminosity, INTZ, MIBR as well back in the day. But Vinny's been here for the last 3 years now. Of course, spent 5 years on FURIA before joining Imperial alongside Fallen, and he's been an IGL for a little while. Still individually every now and then has those pop-up moments.
Well, big nade lands on No Way, so he's only good for one, while Bestia end up with 2 picks from the upbeats. And now Cassin wants to go in for more. Using the smoke to his advantage, that's another potential fight, but avoided. And it waits for Tamazen to join in, so expertly balanced there from Bestia. But Try is keeping things slightly competitive. Sure, there are a couple players low, and that you can use to your advantage. But it feels if Bestia just keep their numbers together, even if a plant is somehow permitted, it's still a losing round here for Try. And that's exactly what it is. Falls right into the hands of Cassin. And Bestia continue that streak they started moments ago.
And this is a trend apparently in the playstyle of Bestia, by the way. That proactiveness on the CT sides is great. Their timings on some of those pushes in the middle of the round are good, and Imperial so far have not been able to deal with it. Not on map 1, not on map 2, not here on Nuke so far. And I know they did win the Mirage, but again on the CT side, I felt like Bestia had their number on multiple occasions. Double pushing towards the HUD, outside presence as well, not denied the multi-kill. Bestia's looking assertive once again. They want to grab that early lead, and Imperials do have a little bit of money to go for the reinvestment, but sure will be downgraded to just the pistol, so they need this one.
Timo knows there's a lot coming and scrambles to try and find cover, but is overwhelmed by Vinny's bullets, no less. Leading from the front, and now the B side. And their eyes, Chorluchov is able to find one, but if you just throw numbers at the problem, then you will find the solution. Little by little, the players are dealt with, and Imperial take over.
Yeah, that was a big one. And again, it's a round that goes in their way. And Vinny gets a triple, by the way. It feels like the only way for them to break through the moat right now. You catch the RAM player of Timo a little bit off guard. I guess he wasn't off guard. He was able to deploy his smoke and get into the corner. Maybe expected a bit of a quicker rotation coming out of Cassin there with the second rifle. And he was blinded pretty nicely by the flashes from Imperial. So good work coming out of there of the support players. And that has put the Bestia economy in a bit of a square one position right now. So you're going for that tactical timeout. This is probably going to mean 3 rounds on the board for this T side of Imperial. Which to start it, doesn't look too bad, does it?
No, it doesn't. especially if you compare it with maps before. And it's going to be an interesting one, Ted. Obviously, the pace you have in a map like Nuke, and in contrast with Mirage and Dust 2, it's a completely different game. So it's a very interesting place to find yourselves on a third map, on a decider. A lot of the things you were accustomed to, sort of conditioned on the previous map, no longer really matter.
I mean, it really depends. As we've seen so far, in the case of Bestia, it does, right? Because that proactiveness on the CT side has been a reoccurring topic, and those are things that Imperial needs to be wary of. Maybe not in those rounds. There's just pistols on the other side, so this is going to be an easy one.
Still a sneaky look out there from Norway, and secures every single one of the players he greets.
There's been a lot of those rounds, by the way, where just one person mows down 4 or 5 with the default pistols on the other side. We've seen a lot of large multi-kills in anti-ecos. Always nice to see.
Yeah, that's just so you can have on HLTV. You got so many 4Ks this game, and so on and so forth.
Someone's put out the blame at multiplier.
All right, well, it's a clean one for Imperial, to say the least. Obviously, you'd expect that against pistols. Now's the real show. They see each other eye to eye with 3 rounds apiece. Rifles now in the hands of Bestia. No open sight for either of the sides. Sneaky MP9 though for Tomazen.
Yeah, this is far better for the side of Imperial though, right? The longer you keep, I guess, Cassin off of that big green, the bigger the advantage that you're going to get if you're Imperial. Be interesting to see how you want to approach this. Sure, looking like he's going for a little bit more pacey of a play.
Look at Luchov. He's wary of it, but still sure gets there on time. Beats him to the crunch.
Look at Ramp. They've walked out.
They've been allowed to, permitted. Not quite sure how they've been able to flush out the presence of Bestia, but still sure continues to reign supreme outside. And sure, you've got 2 pieces of Bestia pretty close to each other. Potential crossfire, but Shaw's gone all the way around here. And there's no way Timo is ready for it, especially if noise is created there from Try. Catches him off guard. And now one more. Tomazen Shaw, he won't go down without a fight. Imperial know of his position, fully telegraphed. So the bomb should be heading to safety. No, they just want to lock in Tomazen where he stands, and that's exactly what happens. Imperial to find the lead.
Yeah, this is a good one to call right out the back of a reset for the CT side economy as well, right? They go out with the guns for the first time in a couple rounds, and you just go for something a little bit more creative. Sure, utilizing that spawn to perfection. Quick drop on top of main, able to catch the first player off guard, even gets second. And as we saw on the minimap, the moment that they lose that first engagement, Timo just dunks his utility in towards the ramp, leaves, tries to go in towards outside to strengthen up his teammates. Imperial just catching the gap, getting that space as well. It just felt like Bestia lost the entire map from the get-go.
You can definitely hear the commotion. You can hear the footsteps. You've got to be prepared for it. Really not quite aligned for the first one. Let's see how many he gets. Just the one. Just the one. An AK upgrade for Timo. But Imperial know they've gained a lot of space in the process. Tries overwhelmed. At least Cholo is able to find 2 and avert the crisis from happening.
Oh my goodness.
But all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 2, Ted. And 2 AKs have been recovered. At least Shaw has control over the heavens.
There's no way. Timo's been seen. Sure. Oh, okay. A little bit tricky there with the second jiggle. Sees him once, shows himself a second time, but with no armor. To that AK-47, Timo's just trying to go for the save, and no way might be able to get the kill in the end of the day as well. So a 5th round is in place, sorry, and no way will shut down Timo. Still good damage coming out of the CT side. Thing is, at this point, Imperial don't really give a damn, do they? Look at the money that they have on the T side.
Yeah, you're right, but still, it did feel a little bit close, though, didn't it? I think the fact that Cello was able to find a multi-frag through the process got things a little bit, recoverable at that moment, but
I'm going to play their get out of jail card and say they're on the T side of Nuke. They don't care. They have money for days. It's all about winning the rounds, This is not the craziest things we've seen so far in the series.
You're right. That's definitely the light they'd want to see the game in.
A-pop coming up. Outside, Yuto is in place as well. You're relying on the fact that Bestia will over-rotate some of those players away from the A-bomb side. They haven't, though. One player top of HUD. Another one, I think, just left and went down the vent. They actually did misread it. Thomason is alone right now, is he?
Looks like it.
Oper's rotated back.
Yeah, at least it's got him around. But then again, you need to be careful. Ooh, looking to take presence in main. But you've got to be ready for this crunch. Thing is, Imperial is letting the clock run a little bit. Look at the push from outside. Look how far the push has gone in Luchev's favor, and he's even netted a kill through the process. If you're Imperial, you're wondering if you're still going to be careful of your back line.
And he shut down Vinny, right? Vinny was lining up the Yuto for the second wave of Yuto, so now you know they wanted to come over and towards that A-bomb side.
And Timo was well equipped for that one, and so is Kassin, walking directly where you're expected to walk through. And Imperial will have 2 players left with it, 30 seconds to spare, but I feel you call this off. You just want to take those AKs to the next one. Sure, you've got cash. Sure, you can spare it. But Bestia have got a full grasp of this round. And it'll take a lot for them to let it go.
Right. So, attempt to get a kill. Thomas is there with the shutdown, though, and it's a clean round on the board for the CT side. This is looking a lot more like it, but again, it felt like Imperial just allowed Bestia to disturb them in the middle of the play, right? And those are the rounds that I guess Imperial were not letting Bestia win on that previous map. Those are the moves that they were not allowed to be doing on the CT side, especially that late into the round. It's a little bit surprising that no one thought that outside push was a possibility. It catches them off guard, compromises the entire play in such a bad way for Imperial. Good thing is, as you said, they have plenty of cash, so money for days, you can keep reinvesting, but this is Bestia trying to at least bring it back and make it a little bit closer towards the end of the first half.
Cello in first, but first the drop as well. You know where Tamazin is, but he's repositioned. Oh, he's playing this position expertly. So damn cleanly. Nets 3, and there's just simply no reply. Dry, wondering what he could do with the situation. At least he's graced with a whiff shot, but how long can you avoid fate? Bestia, with a couple of masterful rounds, get themselves right back into the fight.
Just reload that and look at it time and time again. This is the way that you want to be closing it out. Thomason was toying with them. He's an absolute monster, this guy. I hope we see a replay of the situation. That was such a top-notch hold there. From the left to the right side. He was just getting a kill switching position, We can't even fault Imperial for the communication there. He was just being evasive, elusive. It was impossible to find him.
As if he was dancing on top of that hut.
Yep.
So graceful.
Dance of death.
Quite literally. Oh, that is a great spray from Timo. Knew exactly what was up. Imperial on the back foot. More often than not this game, you lose a player for Imperial, that doesn't really give you good chances. What's the plan? They put all players outside for now.
They don't have the smokes to go outside. So even if you're trying to do something like that, you're probably gambling on the fact that you're going to be able to walk in towards main, which with an op on the other hand is a bit of a risk. And Kassin is posted. You have to try and deal with him.
Well, the flash has put him out of position. They're not getting checked. This is the right moment for them to cross, and they don't even know it.
There's the fake.
Oh, they got away with it. And now they're in secret. No one has been alert. Actually, no. I'm lying. Luchov is checking it. But I wonder if they're well equipped to deal with it quickly. You've got Nocta nearby. That's a good one. And with no way, not able to deal with him on time, at least there's some counteraction. 2 versus 2 with 20 seconds to spare. The thing is, where's the bomb? Where have you left it? It's fully under Luchov's control, and Cello is a little bit too far away to contest it. This round has to be handed over, and Bestia, albeit being behind for a few rounds, have now regained composure and the lead.
You don't really hate the way that Imperial were trying to make something out of nothing, though, right? Without any smokes, they were trying to go in towards outside. Vinny was the one with the dropped utility. Deploys the majority of it in towards the A-bomb side. That actually did take the rotations away, right? The only issue was in that 5 versus 4 advantage, and with the A players not really feeling a lot of pressure, Luchov had no reason to move away from Secret. He could just stay there and keep on jump spotting, getting that information. Vinny, in the meantime, was actually able to get a double kill in towards A, so there was a world in which Imperial could have tried to rotate back up and actually make something out of this round. Unfortunately, it doesn't work, and if a couple of rounds ago we were trying to make the argument about them having a solid enough round count on the T side that they didn't really care how close the rounds were and didn't really care if they were losing, I mean, you still did have a lead, and you still could lose that first half, which felt like an impossible thing to do just a couple of rounds ago. Bestia brought it back, though, and now with the momentum going their way, if they're able to get a 7, we don't really know what type of an Imperial we're going to get to see on that CT side in the second half.
Yeah, Bestia needs this for the buffer. You don't want to leave things to chance. Double tech 9 though for Imperial. That could be a silver lining. The firepower difference in favor of Bestia.
Oh,
Look at Luchov. This is really interesting. And I think he's just been able to avoid attention. You've got to check it if you're Imperial. You've got to take it into account, but you don't early. First frag, reposition, 2 picks to the good. And now Imperial on the back foot, left scrambling to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, this is a bit of a problem. Vinny, Tech 9 in hand. Noxie's actually going for the peak. This is madness. This is pure craziness right now. But Caston's there with the bomb still in towards outside, and they know it. They've got a pin.
They know where Shaw is. Oh, but shot missed, so it does give Shaw an opportunity to answer back. The thing is, Tamazi is nearby. But he's also got to pay attention towards sight. Oh, he's being toyed with, he's being messed with, and he's got no support. He's running out of bullets, and he doesn't know where to focus. Vinny actually wins one of his fights to Malzin. If he would have lost this trade, it could have been a completely different story. But he's held his own, and now he's frontlining with Doolies to seal Vinny's position. No way Timo died there. 6 points of health is the difference in the round, but Bestia is able to secure it.
South American Counter-Strike is bloody beautiful. There's nothing that beats it in the entirety of professional Counter-Strike, and Bestia's right on top of it right now. A double kill coming out of Thomas, and they get 7 on that CT side. And look at that blue line of rounds. This is 4 in a row for a Bestia side. That was 3-5 down on the CT side of Nuke, and they still end up winning it. This is pure chaos. I have so many questions, and I don't have the answers. How does Thomason survive this round? How didn't he go down?
I've got no clue, man. I've got no answers. All I know, this half has actually been very entertaining. And for Bestia's sake, at least it found the end they would have liked, because Imperial did threaten they'd actually be in the lead at halftime. But that did not happen, and at least you've got a slight buffer now heading onto your T side.
Yeah, feels like a sportsman's handshake, though, right? A bit of fair play between the two teams. On one hand, you have the side of Bestia with a lead at halftime, a 2-round lead, which, as you pointed out, especially if they end up winning the pistol round in the second half, would put them in a good spot. On the other hand, Imperial, with 5 rounds on the T side, should still be happy enough. This is still a decent amount. You're not in a bad spot here.
No, absolutely not. As good as it gets.
Especially if Try is able to find some of that good old form from Mirage as well. CT side Try on Nuke is usually quite exciting. Doesn't really matter if he's got the big green or just the rifle. He's quite good in rotating around. Communication between himself and Vinny seems to be flowing like a river. And not a dirty river, you know, a clean one.
Sure.
A mountain stream.
Tell me more, Ted.
Hmm?
Tell me more. I just want to escape into that magical world you just created for me. Nice little vacation up the mountains, the sweet little hike.
I just started Imagine a hike, yeah.
Yeah.
It's good.
Could be with Slap right now. Just like No Way's bullet slapped Cassen's face. Bestia looking to overwhelm defenses here on this A side, but already Imperial have bolstered up completely. Both high and low setups, and it all is enough. Pistol round goes to the guys in green.
Yeah, and this is the first time that we can actually say that Imperial was putting out a team performance forward as well, right? Map 2 was all about trying individually. Tries on 6 kills right now. Look at everybody else. No Way on 9, Vinny on 10, Sure on 9, and Cello on 6 as well. This is a team effort out of Imperial, and that one pissed around. Puts them on the right track, but force bite coming in from Bestia. This is interesting. No bomb plant. Thomason gets an AK dropped over by a teammate. That's going to be cast and taken to sacrifice. Imperial might not be ready for the premium rifle on the other side. Look at the amount of MP9s.
Double smoke early. You want to make sure you gain enough space as possible. Where does a breakaway happen? Bomb left behind, so no intention of taking this aggressively. Tomaso was ready for this. That is incredible. Try no more. And now you want to make sure that AK keeps on singing. Thing is, Luchov gets dealt with. Oh, Nocti. Did he actually spy him?
Oh my god.
I feel like they've got an inkling of where he is. Jump up, expecting him to still be in main, but no. End up being collected. No Way with a triple kill. He saved the day there. He completely made sure that nothing went wrong in that situation. And Imperial hold on.
Yeah, it's a big one coming out of No Way. The first couple kills, everything was perfect, right? It was just Thomason getting refract after refract with the AK-47. First one didn't even lose a teammate, just anticipated the break of the smoke. We're still leveled up though, and Imperial might have survived a little bit of a jump scare, but now that they realize the previous round was a force buy, they should know it's just default pistols and potentially a couple of upgrades to the other side. This is a great opportunity for Imperial to get themselves with an 8-7 lead and potentially strengthen up the money a little bit.
Oh yeah, sure is being tested here. A plethora of Tech 9s, well, pistols overall. Have approached him, M4 upgraded, site takeover, bomb planted. That isn't too bad of a round for Bestia. Never mind, interrupted.
It wouldn't have been too bad of a round. Oh.
3 picks isn't too bad of a round. I don't think you can complain.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, there is a point to be made that as a round player in that type of a situation, you probably want to go back as far as you can, but I guess it was a difficult spot for sure to find himself in. Still able to get away with a double kill, but that rifle that they were able to pick up gets put into good use, as you said. At least not getting or not letting the T's get a bomb plant there could be considered a silver lining. First buy round for the second half, though. This is where things could get really interesting. This is where Bestia needs to put a firm round on the board, and that would have been a difficult start. Actually, it still ends up being an opening kill going in favor of the CT side, but it's No Way on to Thomason.
Yeah, you can see actually Bestia looking to amp up the pace, wanting to make their way into Secret and potentially threaten the B site. Luchov first in that effort, and the rest of the team will soon follow. Hello and Shaw, both nearby. Different angles, head spotted, and push quashed. Shaw realizes there's no quick backup, but gets overwhelmed by the 3 players peeking. Cello is able to continue this interruption and posters up into the corner. This actually might come to surprise.
Yeah, they're not ready. The timing is great. Gives away his position, though. Overplays his card a little bit. It's now all about staying alive, but No Way's coming in on the rotation as well. 50 seconds. I'm not sure if they've heard him, but he's realized they can just go up the vent.
Yeah, Cello knows he doesn't need to peek at this moment, but I think he will. He will peek. He does the damage, and he ends up with a pick. Bomb to get planted. At least there's that for Bestia. Noxy now needs to make the clutch work, but without having his gun out, that's not happening. 8-7 will quickly become a 9-7 scoreline. Imperial, great on their hold, great on their trades, and disallow Bestia on getting themselves onto a site on full strength.
We're starting to get some pretty nice heads of plays coming out of Imperial, by the way. First, the fact that you're able to rotate 2 people down Secret in time, and even if Sure gets caught off guard, still you've got Cello in a good position, getting the kill, moving himself in towards that back blue position as well. Behind the last box on the bomb site, able to play his life for a little bit. You see the moment of realization that the T's could go up the vent in the upfront position to confirm the round as well. Imperial started moving around the map a bit more like a cohesive unit, and I feel like this is the first time since the start of the series in general that we could say that Imperial is looking like the far better team than the two, and Bestia is struggling, at least not financially, not in this round. They still have a little bit of money, a little bit of a backbone financially, but going light on Veto after that first wave of outside smokes.
Well, again, it looks like Imperial are getting away with first frags. Feels like Bestia can't catch a break when it comes to these first interactions. Ooh. Sure, jumps over the bullets and gets right back into his previous spot. Tamazin didn't expect that and gets punished because of it. 2 players to good.
This is the type of round that you call off, by the way, especially if you didn't have a player down secret. But even in that type of a situation, you just have to look at what you have and say maybe a safe is the best option for us right now. A smoke, a molly, a flash. You don't really have any upfront positions, as we said, bar that secret player. But can you really hope that he's going to be able to bring in a lot of impact? I guess he will still try and find something here, Timo. But are they still trying to make something out of this round?
I think Timo was just hoping someone would appear on his screen, but I think now that he's revealed himself, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I think they tried to time the break of the windows with the ones on T roof as well, but didn't quite work when you have a player on the B-bomb side. Heard those loud and clear. And they're still trying to walk out A here. Casson will get a kill. 20 seconds, boys.
Yeah, not happening. Very well defended from this Imperial side. Ever since that second map, ever since the comeback on that first half, Imperial have seemed to be in control. Albeit these scrappy rounds in the middle here and there. Imperial, they just look poised.
Kind of what it feels like. It's the first time since the start of the series we've seen Imperial play that type of dominant Counter-Strike. And it's looking really good on the CT side right now. 5 in a row, that is yet to drop around here. Bestia came into this one with a lead, and they still have not been able to make anything work. Outside smokes once again, this time going with the diagonals. Tried to do it with the default ones, and they still have them in place to counter the potential Veto. And that's going to bait out the rotation of No Way. This is just a fake, though, and Vinny is not buying it.
Yeah, this is clean. As it should be, really, when you've got such a big discrepancy when it comes to firepower. No Way. Well, it doesn't even come down to him. It's Try that has his crosshair ready to fire. And the round difference increases. This is where Bestia can hold their stand. If they lose this round, I feel this game's over.
This is where we're approaching the do or die. A friendly reminder. A quick reminder to everyone watching, this is the first semi-final game here of the Thunderpick World Championship South America. We still have the second one coming up right after this, but before we get into it, there's a couple more rounds to be played out here on Nuke, and if Imperial are indeed the first team to make it into the grand final, they're going to be playing in that final later on today as well. That's going to be taking place a little bit shortly after the end of the second semi.
I think Vinny might have fallen under the radar here. Never mind, it's jacked. Nicely so as well. Mirage down to half, but he'll be happy to get the first confrontation done and dealt with. Step in the right direction.
Bomb's still going around though. And sure, is he gonna go aggressive? He is.
Cello
They're
also
trying to push on different positions. Cello makes his avenue work, but sure, he's the one that we should be worried about, and he's gonna go down. Cello gets another one though, and that's the secret presence dealt with. That means that for Bestia it's a lot more complicated if they want to go for a B play now.
I mean, even though Shaw did go down on his own little excursion, Cassin did go low to 13 points of health, so...
He didn't see him. Silent drop, he didn't see the Oper.
Positioned, and Try gets the better of Noxy, and now he's got the perfect angle with the Cassin if he tempts fate, but 40 seconds to spare. You've got to pay attention to both angles. To Marzen exits, and that is side control. No Way considering crunch in before there's a chance for Bestia to settle down. Cello, he's actually well equipped to take on this position, and that's exactly what happens. Stars align. Imperial to get themselves on map point. It feels they are just one step away from making themselves an entrance into the grand final.
Yeah, and they really are, and it's one of the new old guys on the block. Cello with a big triple kill, but it's all about the timing of Try as well, dropping down from heaven, able to get that first kill. And again, the round play works out. Sure goes down, but with Cello getting the double into our secret, it just makes B such an insecure avenue, right? They couldn't go down the ramp. There was already players down there. There was rotations. They felt like they had the urge to slow it down and try and find something in towards A, and they thought they had it. They did for a second, but Cello goes out with a massive triple kill. 14 kills for him, 14 Sure, 15 Vinny, 18 No Way, 9 for a try. But this is a team effort, and Imperial yet to drop around on that CT side. And it's tag time for the side of Bestia, but isn't that one already too dead to save? Isn't it already over?
At least there's something there for Bestia. At least you've got a full set of rifles. You need someone to find that get out of jail free card. Someone to save the day. Rally the troops and bring the game to life. But that means a 5-round consecutive streak is required. And the way Imperial have been playing, this is not going to be an easy task.
And they're ready once again. Look at that early rotation. No Way's already down secret. They know that type of a play is a possibility.
Secret entered. Again, Luchov being the
Playing
spearhead.
alone. Difficult to get away with more than one.
It's an off angle and an unexpected one. Nets 2 before he finds his face into the ground. And now 3 left for Bestia. 1 less than their opposition.
This is interesting from Chai as well. Being patient, knowing that Bestia are the ones that need to make the move. No reason to pace forwards. Hold your ground and likely you'll be faced. A double-sided approach onto this B site. Entering Squeaky as well, and Tri's patience pays dividends. Exit from the door, and it's Bestia to actually finally get something going for them.
Oh.
But sure, does get a fluke shot in. Doesn't quite land the way he would have liked, but second time's a charm. And to Marzin, a hero 1v3 required. Sure, the bomb's down, and sure, it's planted for him. But it's looking to go all the way around to secure something unexpected. Door to be open. Finds the first one. Finds the second. Oh! Saves the day to Marzin. If this nets a comeback, this could be insane.
4 HP, 4 points of health. That's all he had left. That was it. That was the game. That was over. That was supposed to be curtains. Clip that, share it, look at that once again, isolated it, fight after fight, and that last one, that was the final jewel in the crown. Thomason is a king.
Imagine if that just changes everything. Imagine if that just rallies the troop enough for Bestia to get right back into the fight. Still, you've only just entered the trail. 4 rounds required. And 4 opportunities for Imperial to just put this game behind them and get themselves into that grand final.
This is opening things up, though. It really is opening things up. Bestia can start putting up the momentum now. Still 4 rounds to be won, though, and it's not going to be an easy task. No, he didn't get it. Luchov didn't spot him.
Now they know. And there are 3 players in that position, ready and waiting. Nox tries to be disruptive with his positioning and his flamboyancy of entry, but Chano holds his own. And you're running out of players, and it's just simply a numbers game by the end of it. Imperial secure the first ticket into the grand final, knocking down Bestia in the process.
And what a way to close it out as well. Imperial with a nearly perfect CT side on Nuke. The first time so far in the series where we could safely say that they were playing like the Imperial that we expected to see in the server here. And Bestia definitely gave it a good go. Thomason definitely gave it a good go by posting 24 kills here on Nuke, but it was unfortunately not enough.
No, it wasn't. Let's bring Tony in, though, to give us his thoughts about this game, because that was incredible.
Well, I mean, they gave me something to scream and shout about at the end there. Holy moly, Tomasin, if he didn't give me a run for my money, thinking that they could jump back into this, it was very, very close by the ends. And, you know, at the very least, a little highlight reel, an unfortunate way to go out, however, and in a little bit of a fizzle from what would have been a miraculous entrance back onto Nuke and into a grand finals appearance. Instead, Imperial are the ones who close out on this one. And you blink and you miss it on the pistol round to start this game, and Bestia thought they had themselves a good start, in which they would have been correct. But even still, it's kind of some more of the, back and forth that we don't really like to see, in the sense that conversions are just very few and far between. When the guns had come back out for Imperial, they had bested them. They had absolutely battered them on their walkthrough, and it felt like there was, a war of attrition to be seen, to where that 3-3 mark is already a little bit worrying when it comes down to being a defensive on a map so heavily CT-sided as Nuke is, and not even calling upon try at all in this game where Imperial. They didn't lean on him with the AWP or otherwise. Once they'd entered that CT side, it was the Rifles who had hit it home. They'd knocked it out of the park, and despite the best efforts of Bestia on what was their CT side, looking to actually figure things out a little bit by the end and still walk away with their lead, not being able to find any rounds outside of the one that was snuck out in the craziest way possible by Tomasin. It's kind of upsetting, to be honest with you. They were kind of just differenced in many of these instances, where even with forward footing and good spacing, they couldn't really close the gaps that were created. And looking at that power up that all these guys on Imperial had, it was double kills in positions where almost never should they be getting them, and positions where the rotations from all the other Imperial players are in good timing, made with space from everybody else, just waiting and not sitting on their hands, but playing a patient enough game to where Bestia were bound to outplay themselves, and did a good number of times in addition to that. So being given this win, being given themselves now a chance in that grand final to secure themselves a title in their new look, it looks pretty good. Much better than yesterday, in my opinion, actually, from this Imperial. But they need to continue to find themselves scaling. The second grand finalist will be determined in just a little bit of time, where myself, Ted, and Pavlos are going to be joining you for another best of three. It's Flamengo and it's ODDIK. And one of those two teams will be finding themselves that spot. Thank you again for tuning in, but don't go anywhere. We will be back in just a little bit with that second game. All right. Well, I mean, it's going to be hard to live up to what that last game had delivered us, to be frank. It was a barn burner, all 3 maps. The round count went deep in all 3 of them. But now we do still have to find ourselves a second finalist. We have myself again, joined by Pavlos, joined by Ted, to see which of Flamengo and ODDIK will find that second spot.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, and you're right. It was a spectacular best of 3, but it's notable to say that Flamengo is the only team in this top 4 that made it from the group stage. The rest of the teams got invited to playoffs, so they were able to get their way into the spot and have a chance to, you know, fight for that finals. But by no means, this is not where things get easy. This is where things get a lot tougher. Yeah, and just like a lot of the other rosters in this top 4, they've also had some recent changes.
Yeah, I just want to give a quick shout out to VSM and Danoko for the postures for the pictures. By the way, I love the tattoo from VSM. By the way, the CS:GO tattoo on the palm of his hand, you know, close to the heart, close to the hands, always on his mind. But yeah, Flamengo has been a really exciting team to watch. Right, they were playing under Tropa do VSM for a little while, and obviously there's a couple interesting names on there, Kismarez being the IGL, but we've got guys like Danoko that is really experienced. Delbany has been playing the game for pretty much I guess since the dawn of Brazilian Counter-Strike. VSM is out there, and he's been one of the bigger names in the scene domestically for the last couple years. And of course, we've got the maybe newest kid on the block in some sense in Misfit with the Big Green, who did make his first appearance on a higher level with Solid last year. But they definitely have a difficult team to be playing against today.
Yeah, they've honestly made this a very interesting project, ODDIK, to say the least, in the last year or so, as far as the shifts that they've had with the benching of Case Locks, the reintroduction of Case Locks, the benching of Togs, now the reintroduction of Togs. Obviously, Pank now finding himself into the fold with Matios onto the bench. So they're trying all these different configurations, trying to make sure that they have as much firepower as humanly possible. And I think that this move is definitely, I don't know about definitely, is probably the better move that they could have made. I think Togs sitting on the bench was a little bit questionable for me personally. And,
sure,
you know, I think Pank was a pretty decent pickup individually, should Togs have been benched in the first place, but it's kind of undeniable that pound for pound, this does make them a better team of shooters. I just wonder how the role distribution will finally land.
Yeah, this is the main issue, I feel like. Sorry, Pavlos, to cut you off, but with a lot of the South American teams, the fact that there's a lot of star players, there's a lot of guys to be running around and shooting, right? But there isn't a lot of high-quality support guys that are just going to be, you know, lurking on the other side of the map and producing great plays in the late rounds, like, let's say, Thomason. That's why we value him so much, even though he's already out of the tournament. But yeah, I feel like Togs going into the mix here is definitely bringing up the firepower. But the fact that you have both him and Pank at the same time, I feel like is going to mean that you still have a lot of people that are willing to sacrifice.
Yeah, and obviously you've got to look at the heavy hitters as well for these two teams. We obviously saw, you know, how crucial it is on that previous semi-final when things get rough, when things get crazy. They have a backbone, and I feel like for both these teams, these two have quite been a big consistent factor for their rosters.
Yeah, definitely the case. And, you know, VSM's been floating for a little while. I mean, he's someone in every single project I think he's been in, honestly, maybe ever actually, where you're probably not really upset with his performances. He's not really a player that I can point to and say that I was expecting him to be removed from even, say, Fluxo at the time before they had gone through their renovations, so to speak, where he was playing fine and well enough. But scale that down just a peg, right? Like, go down the rung by one in terms of the tier that he gets to play against in a Tropa de Taco or a Tropa de VSM or a Flamengo, and he crushes the opposition. Like, it's usually not even close as far as rifle domination would go. So the maps have been decided. We will be returning to Dust 2 and potentially Nuke as that third once more. But Ancient is the change up into which ODDIK will be taking us to begin with. What are your thoughts?
Well, again, I feel like you got to look a little bit at the history, and this time around, I feel like there are some, you know, that Nuke pickup is going to be a really important one. I feel for both of these teams, Nuke has been that kind of map that has netted them a lot of wins recently, and going in as a decider is where things get a little bit precarious. No surprises really for the first two overall. So I wonder what you think, Ted.
I think Dust is definitely going to be interesting, right? Because we're looking at the vetoes between those two teams so far in 2025. The two series they've played against each other were back in March, and both times it was a 2-0. The first time in favor of Flamingo, the other time in favor of ODDIK, right? But of course, those are different lineups, and there has been some changes every now and then. Dust 2 is a map that a couple months ago wasn't all that bad for the side of ODDIK. Now I think in the last couple months they're currently on a streak of 7 losses in a row, and I don't think they've even picked up double digits in a single one of those games. In fact, it's not even what I think, it's what is factual, right? They haven't been able to even get 10 rounds on this map. So yeah, I think there definitely is an angle for Flamingo to be able to get that Dust 2. But again, as we said, with those two teams, it kind of feels like it is really important who's just going to start it off better, right? Whose individuals are going to be a little bit sharper, who's going to be winning the clutches. We're not expecting to see the cleanest game of Counter-Strike, but we're definitely expecting ODDIK to have maybe a little bit more structure to their play, especially with someone like Woody, who's got all that experience on the steering wheel.
Yeah, and with that, we have obviously this first map where you said it, the beginning to which team is going to have their players hot and ready. I think for me, it is personally a little bit of a win condition for ODDIK. Not necessarily that they win this map in terms of the fact that they need to win it in 2 or anything like that, but the fact that if they lose on this map to Flamengo and they go up by 1 map, I see them taking one of the next 2 almost as a guarantee. This is where I think ODDIK's comfortability should shine through. This is where, you know, an analysis, looking at numbers and looking at recent results, it's like this one is really one that can't afford to be missed by ODDIK. Like, they've got 1 shot to shoot, and if they can come out swinging, if they can come out looking even if it goes 13-11, man, like even if it goes to overtime, like if they can walk away with this win, knowing the history of the 2 maps that will, or rather follow up, I think it'll be actually a pretty interesting best of 3. If they lose it here, I'm a little worried, and I'm honestly going to be pretty big up on Flamengo going forward. But we have map number 1, we have Ancient, and we've got 2 wonderful casters ready to bring it to you.
Wonder who that is.
Yeah, not us. Pretty ugly looking fellas. But this is the second semi-final of the day. I fear this could be a difference in weight class, but I guess we'll wait and see. ODDIK starting things off on the T side. Flamengo on the defensive duties. Let's have a good one here, folks, as 1 spot remains to see who will face FURIA in that grand final. Not FURIA, Imperial. Damn, FURIA's playing? Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Cello just brought the entire organization with himself. Vinny as well. I guess you can make a point there. But yeah, for now, we're going back onto Ancient and the T side here. A bit of a B pop coming up. K-Fox is the one to open it up. Nady with a second. B side falls down. And Flamingo with a 3v5. Actually challenged through the smoke. What is going on? Nady's just jumping out. Finally gets punished by Misfit.
Yeah, well, the bomb is down. And you've got double the amount of players available to you, with Misfit being very low. But that bullet to the head would have downed him either way. Dogs being the surprising factor. Actually, Delboni netting himself another kill has made this competitive. The thing is, you need to check your bags, and I feel like Togs has made this a very difficult situation for Flamengo, albeit some good fight back. They're able to balance attention towards Delboni and balance that pressure that will net them round number 1 success.
Yeah, this is where ODDIK can be pretty much unstoppable, right? We were talking about those 2, and there's a lot of storylines that we can delve right into, but we're going to keep that for later on. This is the one map that should be a little bit more comfortable for the side of ODDIK. This is where ODDIK needs to show us that they've got that winner mentality going into the game, and they know they are the favorites, right? And this is the type of Counter-Strike they should be playing. This is a map that they 13-2'd Astralis on during PGA Astana 2025, right? They got 13-2 against Astralis here. Yeah. And of course, that was a turbulent Astralis. That was Astralis before Hooksy, right? That was Katie and Astralis, but it was still a 13-2 against Astralis on LAN. So this is one of the maps that's always been really good for ODDIK. This is their forte.
But already Flamengo have something to be happy about. An early pick, Pank no more. Do spot out the movement approaching from Jag. You're respecting the double player peek with a molly and slow down the pace a little bit. You can actually see Flamengo spending a 3rd player towards the defensive duties of that B side, especially with no pressure exerted towards that left-hand side. They'll be happy to bolster up defensively.
Ooh, Woody. Better be careful. This one could get tricky. Tox is still not spotting anything in towards middle at this point, though. It feels like it's still going to be the B play.
Case Locks looking to lead the charge, but it's Nady to end up with the first one. Still, damage getting across for Flamengo, but not enough to secure these picks. Things have gotten close on the HP bars. But if you're not really finding these bodies, this round is definitely not going to get any easier for you. So a traversal backwards, Deagles to be saved, a bit of Kevlar as well. And that's it, really. ODDIK looking to double their round score.
Yeah, it's an intelligent approach coming out of Woody, right? He realized that even though the players on the CT side were technically outside of Jack, there was no way for him to know if there was going to be a guy close left or close right? So the moment that he does get spotted out, he knows he's got 2 rifles coming in from around. The wiser option is for him to just back off and hold in towards the entrance, make sure that even if they want to push away from the bomb side avenue, he's not letting them have that entire cave area for free, right? And they need to be worried about him potentially coming in on a later timing. So the CTs were forced to either abandon the bomb side going towards cave or fight in towards the ramp where they're in an automatic disadvantage against the rifles. We also how that one turned out. Good work coming out of ODDIK, pretty disciplined. This is what we're expecting out of Woody. As we said, one of the most experienced guys in the server right now. Of course, most of you probably remember him from his time on MIBR around 2021, 2022. Played a couple seasons of EPL, played a couple bigger events, including the PGL Major in Antwerp in 2022 with that team. Of course, he played on Fluxo as well after the fact, so...
Now he just fucking sucks.
For a moment there, I thought VSM...
And you know what? Woody can't shoot. That's... No, I'm kidding. That's just me. When I start hyping up a player, he goes down immediately. They still won the round, though.
Yeah, I thought VSM was in trouble there, to be fair, but... does manage to get himself out of that situation still. ODDIK with a bit of fight back in them, and winning a 3rd consecutive wouldn't be too shabby. Thing is, these Deagles are fighting back.
Oh,
Tog's holding on to his life. Not by much. But he's actually 1 nade away from death, and instead it's Case Locks to get the damage across that way himself. And the spray does work for the AKs a little bit better. Insult for injury, Molly dropping near the bomb. At least there's a smoke there to deter it, but not that that matters too much. 3 survivors for ODDIK, 3-0.
Yeah, it's been a clean start. We finally get to see the first buy round coming out of the side of Flamengo. Of course, there's a pretty respected name as well in Brazilian football as well, right? It is a football club with a Counter-Strike team, so we always know that those have some pretty big fan bases. There's going to be a lot of people supporting the colors. We're going to get to see Misfit on a big green, as we said. He's been a really exciting player to follow in the last year and a half, ever since he joined Solid in 2024. Of course, things didn't work out, and they won't work out here for him as well. Woody, perfect way to deal with Misfit on the boost.
The fact that you're able to bring out a big green already in round number 4, knowing there's an upcoming buy you're faced up against, is one thing. Being able to make it work from the get-go is another. And already putting Flamengo under fire. This is by no means going to be an easy game for this Flamengo side. But it definitely hasn't been made any easier. Good damage as well done.
Yeah, this is
Dinoco.
This is already a crippling round for the side of Flamingo, right? Not only you lose that first fight, which is an Oper v Oper, but you lose the damage as well. You lose the HP of 2 more players. Doboni, does he get cleared out? Well, now you will. Yeah, Shadow giving him away.
Yeah. Completely visible, telegraphed and all that. DSM gets one. Oh, nearly the second. And if he would have gotten that one, maybe there was belief in the round. But no, the bomb can now focus on being planted. And again, with 3 survivors back to back here for ODDIK.
Yeah, it kind of feels like this is one of those CT sides that hasn't even started for Flamengo just yet, right? When you think about it, the pistol round didn't go their way. Then you have a force buy, then you have an anti-eco in the first full buy round where you have Misfit on an AVP. He just gets dropped instantaneously by Woody, and you're on the back foot from the very get-go. It will be today, by the way, interesting to see if they're going to be able to do something as they get to reset after that tactical timeout and go into another buy round where they can actually play out the round without being in a man disadvantage. It's been a great start for Case Locks as well, looking at the 6-1. On the other side, Kitsmaradze yet to register his first kill. Doboni and Misfit for one apiece, and Denoco and VSM are the only ones that have been able to get a little bit more. Good news is they have accumulated the maximum loss bonus, so
sure,
maybe something a little bit more creative here for the half buy.
A little bit slower pace, though, from ODDIK. You can see there is a sense of respect. Not for long, though. Thought for a moment they were thinking of holding back from double doors. Flamengo sort of hoping this stack goes their way, and Pank with just a jiggle beak realizes 3 players looking to approach. That's a great HE. Misfit with barely any health left on him. The spray,
what?
not quite good enough. Somehow, Flamengo get away with murder.
I have no idea how no one of them goes down there. Denoco and Misfit just inhaled that HE and still able to get that kill onto Pank. This is a good way to make the round a little bit more messy.
ODDIK haven't conceded a gun, though. So still with the weapons Flamengo started with. Quick reposition as well. Focus in mid. 2 players looking out in red. Tog's pressured. He's taking a lot of damage and struggling to really stay in that position, using a smoke to help him get out while the rest of the team try to exert pressure onto site. Oh dear, this could go wrong unless you're able to find the picks right here, right now. Mid play goes south. Flamengo have got more players available. South thing is they are low.
The Rifles should still be in a better position here. Nady needs to win that fight against VSM. It's a fight and a battle of patience.
Oh, it's all down to timing, isn't it? And Nady has the better of it. No way his opponent turns around in time. But Woody goes down in the process. 2 remaining players are low. 1 bullet anywhere on their body. And even if it landed through a wall, that should do it. And that's exactly what happens against the Denoco. Delboni looking to take matters into his own hands, but instead falls flat on his face. And ODDIK keep the streak going.
There was only one way this round could have gone even harder, badly for the side of the T's, by the way. If that player in towards Cave that got the free kill onto Woody was one of the low HP guys. The only silver lining was the fact that that was the only full HP player, and he just had to land 1 bullet through the wood and then another one onto the body to firm the round. ODDIK getting a 5th on the board, but that definitely wasn't a clean one. Flamengo were at least making them sweat, at least making them work. I mean, look at the money on the T side. It's not worse for wear, but it doesn't look like the economy of a team that's just picked up 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, Case Locks with first blood. Just adds insult to injury, really. Nate a little bit over-eager.
Optimistic.
Quite.
Nice jump with the AK. Didn't know you could do that.
I mean, you can jump, but whether their accuracy of the bullets are there, not quite sure.
It's CS2, baby. Anything's possible.
True that.
Just gotta believe.
This is a decent smoke. Blocks out 2. Actually, 1 has gone after it. And catches Case Locks off guard. At least there's a trade. Delboni chimes in as well. And now Tog's wondering where those shots came from. Woody trying to pressure up into Donut, but Misfit is ready for it. And suddenly, and finally, Flamengo find themselves with the upper hand.
Yeah, and this is a big one now. Togs can still try and do a little bit of damage. He's got time on his hands, enough money in the next one for reinvestment, so you're not really disputing whether he gives this one a go. He definitely will attempt it. Good news is, if Kismares offers him a fight and Togs wins it, there is a world in which he even gets away with a bomb plant. Did he spot him out? That's the big question. He's got a good timing. Cuz doesn't realize he's let him cross. Does Delboni know? I think he's thinking about it.
The moment you tap the bomb into the ground, Cuts has got a perfect flank.
He's got the money, though.
Molly, and Togs finds cover in cave, and now everything is possible. 1 kit onto Cuts. And he's gone onto the bomb. Molly to reveal his ground. Togs doesn't buy it. First pick goes there. And he realizes the plant, the defuse isn't stuck with, but the peak from Flamengo is double-sided, and it's enough to deal with it. Decisive maneuvering, and will net Flamengo their first round of the game.
Yeah, not what we could say about the clutch there from the side of Togs. I mean, it's a good attempt. He still is able to get away with a bomb plant and another kill to, I guess, harm the economy of the CT side. Felt a little bit indecisive onto how he wanted to approach the situation with the molly right. Did he want to try and land the molly right on top of the plant? It was always going to be a difficult one, as the bomb was planted on the default side of the pillar on the right-hand side, and he had to expose himself to an angle if he wanted to molly that. So, yeah, things didn't quite work out for him, but still good damage. Getting the bomb plant will secure the bonus money. Time to find out if Flamingo can actually start chaining up consecutive rounds here on that CT side.
Already, Flamengo start things off quite well. Isolated play in mid. VSM's low. That is quite greedy. It still works out though.
Blinded himself.
Indeed. Which brings things back to where they started, with an equal amount of players on either side. And not too much information. Look at the peek from Togs as well towards that left-hand side. He knows the A side is clear. There's a potential for ODDIK to do a full 180 and head towards this A side. Unless Togs can... Never mind.
That's a problem. Two more players here, though, but VSM's low on HP. They can still scale up. They can still try and isolate the fights. They know exactly where the Nuke is. VSM will activate. Gets one, gets a second, and a third. VSM, 16 HP for the triple kill, and that's a big one.
And that's the player we were talking about since the start of the day, right? VSM is that consistent factor for Flamengo, and he showed up with that triple kill. That's what they needed. Line a couple rounds together, rally up the troops, get that confidence going. VSM, what a beauty of a play.
It was just all about the crossfire, all about the fact that you spot him out, you show yourself even more, but you stay alive and you get the attention away. He's so crisp with it. And look at the money of the T side now. You lose 2 in a row. You don't get the bomb plant in the second. You're downgraded to 3 pistols and just 2 rifles to work with. And the Uto's not looking that rich either.
Flamengo looking to take use of this early mid prio. And I don't mind this. Del Boni will be a bit of a menace if ODDIK looks across. Could catch him off guard. You kind of want Woody to exert some pressure, but he doesn't really have the resources to do it.
Yeah, he can't play first, right? You need the others to take contact. Woody will have to activate any moment now.
Oh,
the push comes in from the CT side. Refrags are good, though.
And again, Woody couldn't quite get there on time, blocked off of the smoke, and you know that you don't have the riflery, the weaponry to take that fight head on. And VSM just creating a distance. Doesn't know he's up against a Tech 9, but as soon as he realizes it, he'll favor that spray every day of the week. And K-Slox finds himself an upgrade. C4 in hand. With a molly, could potentially get the bomb down. That's exactly... Never mind. Delays it a little bit, but we'll get the bomb part down. Flamengo 1v3, this should be done with.
Yeah, K-Slox is all about the damage here. At least he's got the smoke, so he could potentially walk away from the bomb side here, find himself a much more comfortable angle.
Yeah, it's one of the positions you'd expect him to be in. But already finds one. Misfit is the casualty. In order to find that information, K-Slox, no way! Oh! The 1v3 makes it happen! Wonderwork to put ODDIK right back into play.
Outworldly precision coming out of K-Slox in this one. That was played to perfection. From the first one to the last, from the util to the kills, to the plant, to the reposition. This is how you play a 1 versus 3 like this. This is why you want to be playing behind the big box on an A-bomb side post plant. If you're able to control the micro, you can just isolate those fights so damn well, and that's exactly what he does.
That's crazy. The moment you thought Flamengo could keep that streak going, interrupted, and letting his opponents know who they've got to deal with. Nate ends up dropping first, but Pank is quick to follow up and finds himself a second one alongside with a B-site entry. You still haven't dealt with Cave and Jag. That's always in the back of your head, down to 2. Barely holding on.
Fox is out A again, and the bomb is yet to cross through lane and shelf. They can pause right now. Tox is out A. They can just wait.
But Flamengo appear. And when they do, ODDIK are ready for it. Sure, Pank loses his life, but that was the lowest player for ODDIK. And the fact that so much ground was cleared here from Togs, you can assume it's safer to go to a VSM with the grand interruption. And Tags now with all left to play.
smoke blocking him from the entrance. And VSM on the other side of it, awaiting to receive his prey. What is this man made of? A quad kill for VSM to put him on 14 kills in 9 rounds.
9 rounds in, VSM's got 14 kills. His entire team has got 17 combined. This is the definition of a star-like performance, the definition of a hard carry. If it wasn't for VSM, Flamengo would have probably been down 8-1. It could have even been worse with the money situation. And still, that one felt a little bit rushed from ODDIK, didn't it? You have the bomb side, but then Tox has got another one. You don't feel safe enough to cross with the bomb and go for the bomb plant. You lose one player. Still, it's a little bit weird why you tried to just run away. It felt like they were going to wait for Tox to go for the double peek into our cave, clear out VSM in a way that he doesn't get the double. They just apparently gambled on the fact that he wasn't going to be able to be close enough. VSM is just shooting out of this world right now, though. And this is a big hit as well for ODDIK. Around with the man advantage right after the clutch, and now you're out of money. Case-Lox with the only rifle in this one.
VSM. Can he reproduce the magic?
Didn't
Might
clear
not
the
have
boost.
to. And he might actually get caught off guard. This boost gets one. And he hears the movement. That's a clear picture painted. Flamengo should have this under control. But then again, we did see a 1v3 happen.
Case-Lox is still alive with the rifle. Worrying part is you've got the majority of the CTs in towards that right-hand side. Good thing, Misfit is here with the big green, and they don't really have a lot of util to try and isolate him, so... potentially, the Oper is going to get one opportunity and then the chance to just hide and call for help.
Making matters simpler. Misfit lines up 2. Not a single casualty for the Flamengo side. And that's looking like a very comfortable roster.
It is starting to look exciting, isn't it? And this is where you're thinking, can this series actually get a little bit more out of hand than what we were hoping for? I mean, as you pointed out, Flamengo's the only team coming into the semifinals that started their participation from the group stage here in the Thunderpick World Championship South America. They had to play with Keyed Stars, won their first game 2-0, then lost to 9Z, then beat Keyed Stars again to get out of groups. And then they had to take on FURIA Female in the quarterfinals. Were able to get a nice little win there.
Oh, come on. I mean, you're up against Pistol, sure, but that spray transfer was delicious.
Scrumptious.
Yeah, but the fight interrupted for sure.
Yeah.
You're locked in for multiple angles. Hey, Mighty. Able to get himself one before he goes down. Just a couple of casualties. But again, Flamengo, as you would expect, finds another one. Gap closed. 1 round left in the half. And the potential for equalization.
See, this is a similar situation to the one that we had in the previous series on Mirage, right? Where we're looking at the team monster and up a comeback, but then again, you're looking at this specific team having 5 or 6 rounds on the CT side, right? So this is no guarantee that Flamengo are going to be able to turn things around and still end up running away with the engine. It's still a bit of a statement, though. They're not willing to go down without a fight. Exactly what you're hoping for, but look at ODDIK. Look at the switch of pace. They're going for a straight-up A-rush, and there's nobody home.
Yep, it's completely barren and open for the taking, so ODDIK will seize the chance. Flamengo look well equipped for a potential retake. All 5 available, and now taking 1 down, you've got a big set of utility to just throw at this.
19 kills for VSM again. He's looking so terrifying, and look at the amount of util that the CTs have for that retake. This is doable.
Molly as well on site, making sure no one's hiding on these close angles. You wanting to take a lot of positions
20.
into this, waiting for Dinoco to close up the gap from tunnels.
Time.
Now 2 players start to cross into Temple. Time becoming an issue as the bomb starts to tick more frantically. 90 able to stay still, unaffected by the chaos, and there simply is no more time. Knight interrupts, and there's nothing Dinoco can do about it, leaving it to the final mark, and ODDIK will be able to win off a bomb explosion.
Yeah, just lost the threat. Just didn't realize how much time they were wasting because of that second resmoke in towards CT spawn. And this is the big issue when the teams decide to go for a straight-up rush out the A-bomb side. They have that extra smoke for CT. They have that extra utility that can slow them down even further. And now we're looking at a pretty similar situation. A half that started so well for the side of ODDIK that they lost control of. Flamengo did come back into. But in the end of the day, ODDIK still run away with a lead from a 7-5 going into the CT side of their own map pick. That should be putting ODDIK in a good enough position.
Yeah, I love that we get to see that 1v3 again as well. A couple of spectacular moments delivered from the individuals of ODDIK, but again, you've got to put that in you know, contrast, consideration, put it as you will. VCN as well, a solid performer, and without him, I feel Flamengo wouldn't be keeping as close of a score.
Well, second half ready to kick off. No kits on the CT side. We've got a pair of Julies on case locks. Smoke, flash, and a B-rush coming out of the T's.
Niter is there, and there are actually a couple of players available still for ODDIK's defense, and the rest are still arriving. Yep, Julies are the best when you get able to spray like that, but things are actually kept close. 1v1, Misfit lower of the two. And Togs might actually get the timing on him. Not expecting him to be in that angle. You've no longer got the smoke, but also Togs doesn't have the information that Misfit is stuck into the corner. Now he knows. Do you try and play the patience game or take the fight head on? Togs goes for the latter and comes out on top.
Woo! This is a pretty sweaty one. That's one of those where in the final couple bullets, you're just praying, if you're Togs, by the way, you're just praying that one of those bullets will connect. You had such a great opportunity to close it out initially. It gets a little bit weird, a little bit funky, especially with the 2v4 and you getting out of hand. But ODDIK, with that second half pistol round now going their way, will have the Thunderpick odds in their favor as well. When the force buy is coming in from Flamengo, regardless of not getting a bomb plant, this is not a bad idea. They want to capitalize on the financial damage, and it's looking like another B play coming up.
It does look like it, but a little bit on the slower mark. Mollies do disrupt the pace, and indeed, the HEs do have a crunch to them. Ooh, great flash. Self-assisted. Cuts, breaking through in cave. Woody needs to be careful, but at least he's got the reinforcements to pack, so things seem to have fallen to a simple endeavor. Never mind, it's actually a 2v2, so Togs needs to do some heavy lifting as he closes the gap and pushes through smokes. This was closer than ODDIK would have liked, but around they secure nevertheless.
Yeah, you know what? This is just good reactions coming out of ODDIK there. You have that anti-rush Yuto at the start of the round, so even if they're trying to wait right behind the Molotovs and go for that timing on the last tick of the molly, you're still making sure that you do the damage. It gets a little bit scrappy towards the end, but with the two rifles alive and with one of those players being just one bullet away from death, it was never going to be an easy one. VSM's going to get a hero AK dropped over to him. He's been playing a really good game of Counter-Strike, but now going into that T side, he's probably going to require a little bit more support coming out of some of the others on the team. And ODDIK have already cleared out pretty much the entire map, bar that A-bomb side, so wouldn't be shocking if we saw a couple more players start making their way back, and Togs just checking that Yuto, making sure that he slows them down for as long as possible.
It's a decent hold from ODDIK to have two players available to the safe side defense. It didn't look like Woody needed too much help there, but he's got it. And it's a clean one, a quick one to keep a streak going, and now having accumulated double the amount of rounds Flamengo has gotten.
Yeah, you've got one buy round on the T side of the map that you didn't pick, and that is probably the best map in the pool for your opponents to show that you can muster up a similar comeback to the one that you had in the first half. Thing is, it's probably going to be a little bit more difficult for VSM. Out of the 5 rounds they won in the first half, he was the one to get 4 pieces in 2 of them. And those were really important buy rounds that probably could have meant an even more one-sided first half for the side of ODDIK if he didn't pull it off. Or pull them off, sorry. What is the call here? We've got a bit of a technical timeout. Of course, this is a good moment to remind everyone that this is indeed the second semi-final of the Thunderpick World Championship 2025 South America Series 1, which is an event that you can qualify to the close qualifier for the Thunderpick World Championship through. And the Thunderpick World Championship 2025 close qualifier will take place between the 9th and 11th of September. That's going to be an international online event, of course. A qualifier with...
But if you qualify through the qualifier, you go to Elim, do you not?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
You go to the Thunderpick World Championship 2025 LAN in Malta, which is going to take place in October, and it's got the astounding prize pool of $850,000.
Just small numbers.
Yeah,
nothing to brag about.
some change.
Tua.
Just a little bit of cash.
Yeah, important stuff, for sure. Important stuff. And I think for, you know, ODDIK, it's kind of expected they'll make it to the finals of this tournament. But for Flamengo, that is not a certainty, right? That is not something you'd expect them to do. So if they're able to do it, that's a big step up. And Imperial already have made their way to that grand final with their match against Bestia. A close series, a reverse sweep was required.
Yeah, I mean, no matter who wins here, they're probably going to be considered the underdogs going into the next game, especially if it's Flamengo. If it's ODDIK, then it's a little bit more evened up probably because of experience, but we can never write those Flamengo guys off, especially when VSM is playing like that. Issue is, right now, it doesn't quite feel like his performance will be enough, especially with that pressure being brought in from ODDIK.
It's a lot of explosivity shown here from ODDIK early on. So much pressure exerted onto Flamengo's setup. Don't really allow them to breathe, honestly. And now 3 limited to their own spawn. At least a pick was found in the process, another one, and now you found even ground. But without it, it's a real struggle. And the smoke from Case-Locks just makes things just a little bit more difficult.
Reposition is good as well, right? They've heard him switch guns on the left-hand side. They've got 2 flashes, though. If those are good enough, Case-Locks should be a dead man. Thing is, the moment that this smoke starts fading away, he should be going out. He actually decides to tuck right back in. Pang's got a smoke.
That's interesting.
I'm not sure if he's going to be able to re-smoke it on time, though, and this could be an issue.
Usually isn't the right play unless it works. Flash looks away from it. At least Pank is there to redeliver, but suddenly there are the trays for Flamengo. A 2 versus 2, bomb planted, and ice sets towards Nitez's position. Togshaw could try and put some pressure on his opponents, but that MP9 at that distance, not going to be so fruitful. 2 remaining players, both low. Incendiary towards site, could do a little extra damage. Avoided. Togshaw repositions again, but VSM, of course, is ready for it. Flamengo with a grand old turnaround.
It's like he's got an eternal shield, VSM. He just can't go down. He can't lose important rounds. He can't lose important fights. And this was just all on ODDIK, and they should know it. They probably do. And they probably regret trying to force the issue and hold on to that ramp position. Probably should have given it away. Pank is rotating back in with the Yuto. Sure, he can use that smoke and the molly in towards the ramp. He can delay. But it felt like they just missed out on the timing a little bit. And that cost them. Flamengo first round on D side, right back at it.
They needed a bit of that, but it's a matter of creating a streak because ODDIK have got themselves in a potentially comfortable position. Thing is, you lose this round, you've also lost your economy. So a great chance for Flamengo to start their comeback. Again, Woody holding his ground towards the back of A. Correctly positioned to receive this fight.
You don't want to go and try.
Without reinforcements, though, he did have a friend nearby if he needed them, but now that exploration from ODDIK in mid has left them without the extra friend.
But not for long.
Tox has arrived now.
Yeah, Tox is still around Donut. You're not really being pressured in towards middle. You're not seeing anything in towards the cave. There's no reason for you to be moving around. If anything, there is reason for you to be ready for an A play.
Well, Case-Lock's heading towards B. Smokes drop. Woody realizes he might be in trouble. Holds his ground instead, though. Goes for the peek. Not only the first kill, but the tag onto his second player as well. Togs posting up a little bit closer to alleviate the pressure off of his teammates, but gets dunked on. Still, though, Flamengo don't really have the numbers to throw at this. In contrast with ODDIK, that have double the amount of players available. And Knighted
is there. And so is Pank. ODDIK had no trouble dealing with that one.
It's just perfectly played by the Opera Woody, right? He just brings that right in towards aim, and it's just down the first one, locks it down, and his teammates were proactive enough to make sure that he's going to be secure enough and he's going to be feeling comfortable enough to just hold on to that angle. Waiting for the second, didn't even just get the kill, but the tag onto another player as well when it was all about staying alive after that point. Waiting for the help to arrive, and this is ODDIK answering back in style to the previous one. Around that, they shouldn't have lost, but they did drop. And this is how you respond to it. This is how you come back into the lead. 11-6 now, 2 rounds away from closing out this map. And Flamengo are going for the tactical timeout. They know this is their only opportunity to try and get back. They need to go for a forest buy. Anything but a full investment here is the equivalent of giving the map away. And I think they are going for a half buy here. I mean, you can still be dangerous with it, but you are potentially putting ODDIK in a good position to get that 12th round. It's an interesting decision. Let's see what type of a set piece they've got in store.
Woody knows there's a lot of pressure exerted in mid, so he's wary of it. But VSM gets first blood. That's a bit of a cushioning there from Flamengo. Thing is, you don't really have the riflery to back us up. Oh, dear me. Giving a gift to Misfit, and all of a sudden, an actual AK to boot.
Now this is scrappy. Now this is really dangerous. The first kill doesn't go your way, fine. VSM was low on HP, but that push through the smoke has now put them in a really precarious position. Good thing is for ODDIK, they seem to be having a pretty decent read of the situation, and the moment that the Yuto gets deployed, Nady should be communicating all of this with his teammates, and they should hear the commotion.
Yeah, Nita can definitely hear all this. Does receive the sacrificial lamb as well as the follow-up, but being 2 players down here isn't going to be easy. An extra rifle retrieved. And to think Flamengo started this with pistols, fully equipped. 3 very different positions, and a puzzle for ODDIK to crack. And not much time to crack it. That goes the first lock has been opened. Both flashes towards main, but still caved to be dealt with. Darboni tries to deal with a player defusing. Can Woody hold his teammate's life? He will be able to, just in time, defused, and there is nothing Denoka could have done about it.
I can't believe it. I really can't believe that ODDIK is able to steal this one away, and Flamengo probably can't believe it either, by the way. This is a head scratcher, this is a desk slammer, this is a throw your PC out of the window type of round. You had everything. You're able to run down that B bomb side. You get a 3v2 in the post plant. You're getting a 5 versus 3 in a round like this, and you're not able to convert. This is definitely one that's going to leave a bit of a mark.
Oh, definitely. That's the moment you think you're back into the game, but the grand denial from ODDIK. Always in contention. At the end of the day, you can't really rely on a singular player. That's the issue. And VSM has kind of been one-man army on the most part. Sure, Denoka has had his moments.
And it's already looking a little bit desperate there, right? Because Mirage just walking through the cheetah smoke, trying to catch a bit of a timing, hoping he doesn't get punished. Unfortunately, he did. It was a good off angle on the other side from Nady, but now you can just play from the back. Jiggle, deploy the smoke the moment that you make contact. You know you've got the advantage. You know this is your round, not only for the sake of this round only, but for the map in general. This is the best opportunity you're going to get to close it.
Smoke settle defensively. But there's nothing much defensive about Bank's approach. We're looking to be point blank range. DSM again.
Oh,
giving something for Flamengo to work with. Denoka wanting to be part of that as well. And now B-site fully under control of Flamengo.
They need to call this one off. You don't have enough money. You're not going for another man disadvantage retake. The previous one was against the Habai, and you knew there was a couple pistols and maybe insufficient utility on the other side. Thing is, they could still try and play for exits here, and that wouldn't be the worst thing to do on the CT side. It's still a little bit risky considering the low money, but you know Flamengo themselves are not that wealthy right now. You take a couple of those guns out of their hands. You're making life a little bit easier for yourselves in the next.
HP.
Both players surviving by the skin of their teeth for Flamengo, but at least you got 2 players taking a rifle to the other side. ODDIK had 3. Struggled on that economy side of things, which was the reason they didn't go for the retake. Now, looking to see if they can make this one work. They still have plenty of chances. Still a mountain to climb for Flamengo.
Who, me? Can't hear me. I hear Pavlos. I can't hear Ted.
Ted, can you hear me?
I can't hear Ted.
I don't think he's speaking. Either way. Looking at this one, ODDIK have got themselves the first round, the first pick, rather, and it looks like they might just be securing the rest, all converging in position. And Cuts Merit, not where we would have liked to be. Every single player from ODDIK, stay alive by the end of that one. 13-7 is a score as ODDIK secure map number 1. I'm going to throw this one over to Tony to give us his thoughts, because that one was an impressive showing from this ODDIK side.
I mean, listen, a team that's pushing the top 30 in the world for a reason, right? Like, ODDIK's campaign with Togs back in yesterday wasn't really looking all that good. Today, I will say they looked much more well-composed in controlling the early rounds of T-side at the very least, and using utility to flush out any aggressions that would come through accordingly. No disrespect was really coming out from the guys of Flamengo. They were letting a lot of ODDIK's game plan unfold in front of their very eyes, getting a little bit dicey against lesser buys in particular, perhaps, but by and large, holding the reins on Ancient were these guys in general, I would say. And Misfits, Misfit, he swings out the op a little bit early in trying to combat Woodies, and he gets like one really important kill in order to shut down an A-Rap. And that's where I think that Misfit's going to start to get the ball rolling a little bit. Woody is going to steer clear from the sniper rifle and have some trouble. But no, as a matter of fact, Misfit kind of planted himself in Donut for a majority of the game, finding only one kill here and there. Impactful, sure, but across the wide spread, it never really felt like he was getting aggressive, confident, active enough to be able to say that he was going to have any impact over the fact that Woody also wasn't really having that much impact on the AWP. So both of them, I would say, kind of losing out on the opportunity to be a little bit more a part of some of these wins. The RWS certainly wasn't as high as it possibly could have been for those guys, but regardless, VSM was able to put the guys on his back. I mean, he was taking advantage of a lot of tunnel visioning, a lot of movement where spacing wasn't all that great, positioning where it was a little bit awkward for the T side, not really ready for him to be in where he was. And though he was a driving force of this, it has to be said that there just really wasn't enough from everyone else, unfortunately. And it's kind of hard and flat analysis to say, but when VSM is popping off, finding you entry kills, finding you multi-kills in rounds where he's bringing you into potential to a clutch movement where you get into bomb sites even, the inability to shut them down is really awkward. I mean, they had what was, I think, a 4 versus 2 at one point that we were talking about, or a 5 versus 3, something close to that, where Naite then gets a double kill, he gets traded out, and ineffective in their hold of the bomb site when the CTs come back on arrival. It's crazy to think that they dropped that round, frankly. And eventually over-aggression started to show from ODDIK. Minimal punishment coming out from Flamengo as far as being able to actually convert rounds where they get that advantage in the one-up. And honest and truthfully, looking towards the future of this best of 3, again, knowing the history, knowing where these two teams previously lie, I'm not really sure what to come to expect from Flamengo, but I know that ODDIK seem to be on point. We'll see you in just a little bit on map number 2, whether or not this will be the close and our grand finalists will finally be settled. All right, well, as far as, predictions go, I think that ODDIK really did show that Ancient is as good as we could have hoped for it to be. They really showed that this was their full form in this map, and although they may be a little bit green with Togs being reintegrated into the team, I'd say that that's as good as a start as can get. Dust 2, however, I'm not entirely sure of what to expect, knowing how good Flamengo can really prove to be on it.
Yeah, I think for Flamengo, you've got to look at the positives. You had the likes of VSM and Denoco doing quite a lot of damage. You just hope that the rest of the team can rally up around that, right? Because that is a real positive, to be able to win unwinnable situations and kind of give yourself and your team, those openers and even win those 1vx's. That's basically what Flamengo need, but all across the board. ODDIK, they're going to be stronger when it comes to that team play, to that macro, to generally control over the game and map. But for Dust 2, that individual prowess gets a little bit more highlighted. So that's where you could potentially see a potential silver lining.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, isn't it? Because you're going into Dust 2 and you're thinking, wasn't that a map that was actually quite decent for ODDIK at the start of the year? Answer is yes, yeah, it was quite decent. But recently, it has been, I guess, nothing short of a failure, right? I mean, they've lost 7 Dust 2s in a row without getting double digits. And I guess because I was trying to think about, craft up some kind of an alternative universe where I actually think, they can 2-0 this. The majority of the games that they have lost, they've lost against really good teams, right? There's some pretty serious names in the list. There's guys like Aurora, like G2, like Astralis, like Imperial, like Fluxo. So I guess this is the logic that I would have gone with if it wasn't for that Bounty Hunters win or loss in the end of June, where again they were absolutely helpless and they got only 4 rounds. So I'm out of my depth here, boys. I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like unless someone goes absolutely nuclear from the side of ODDIK individually, and if VSM is able to keep it up and he receives a little bit of support from the Oper of Misfit, for example, then I definitely see a world where Flamengo just take us all the way.
Yeah, I think the good thing that they have going for them right now, ODDIK, as far as like this team as it is that their riflers are very much so ready to make plays and be aggressive. Sometimes it's actually to their detriment, especially on CT sides when somebody like Naite, who's known to go for overextensions, overheats, maybe gets 2 kills and looks good enough, but then loses it immediately afterwards. But, on Dust 2, that's a map where you can kind of rectify a lot of those scenarios based on the structure, right? Naite can kind of bob and weave, get in and out of positions to where his teammates shouldn't be on CT side all that far away. He should have the support system in place, especially now with Woody having an opportunity to use that AWP more so than he did on Ancient, seeing as it was their CT side where he'd only gotten it once or twice, tripled his kills, and then called it a day. Now, maybe this is, time for him to ramp up into this match. Maybe he'll be given the trust, given the keys to run with the AWP as soon as possible. But I want to know what you guys feel about that AWP conversation going into Dust 2.
Well, I mean, we know Dust 2 is a place where it's going to have a lot of impact overall. I'm just, concerned for either of the teams heading into the grand final, right? Because, even if Flamengo take us to a third and they potentially get a reverse sweep, which is, look, still a long shot, but within the realm of possibility. Imperial is always going to be that hard matchup, and for ODDIK as well, that is a big mean boss there in waiting. So yeah, a bit of a concerning situation all across the board. You'd kind of hope, if you're ODDIK, to get things done quickly, simply, swiftly, and with a sense of ease that gives you the confidence needed to go and take on Imperial coming into that final.
Yeah, going back to your question, Tony, I think when we're talking about the Opers, it is an interesting predicament because I think there's no 2 ways about it. Individually, Misfit is probably the snappier, right? He's a little bit young. His reactions are probably a little bit sharper. Woody is much smarter of an Oper, though, right? Woody is a complete player. He's an in-game leader. He knows how to position himself properly. And it's not like Misfit has been popping off, right? Every now and then he's going to be having those really good games. But when the youngster who's a little bit better mechanically is not having the best day of his life and Woody's making the right decisions, when he's positioning himself well, I mean, there's a couple rounds that ring a bell. The round where he gets boosted on the T side in the first buy round on the ramp on the box and kills Misfit straight away. Then on the A bomb side where he was able to get 2 kills and a half and pretty much secured a round for his team. There's a couple of those rounds that give you confidence that Woody's reads are on point today. And if that's the case on Dust 2, and if he's able to, hit the shots to complement his good reads of the game, then as you pointed out, Tony, the fact that he's got a lot of rifles that are willing to make aggressive moves for himself to be able to, or he's helping to them to make those aggressive moves for him to be able to set himself up to close out the rounds later on in the clutch, then I think there could be an angle for ODDIK to win.
I really like to see where Woody actually places himself in this game, actually. I think that his positioning is going to be one of the most important, boys. I think we have a little bit of time before we jump into our game, if I'm not mistaken, to continue to talk. Are we ready to keep going, or what's the move?
I think you heard quite the opposite. Yeah, we should be able to
jump
run
in the game. All right.
Yeah,
all right.
I think we're jumping in.
Let's get in. You guys have been waiting long enough. Enjoy.
All right, let's get it. Dust 2, the second map of the series, and Flamengo's hopes to stick it around in the series, make this one a competitive one, and potentially we get to see a nuke. It is going to be Flamengo starting off on the CT side as ODDIK elect to be the aggressors.
Man, all I'm thinking about is those dang Americans. Tony was just trying to find a way to stay for a little bit longer. We got to find a way to do the TriCast. I think he really wants to be part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, let this guy eat his sandwich. And we are getting right into the action. Again, if ODDIK win this, they get themselves into the grand final. And Imperial there and waiting. Exciting match, actually. Look, I'd be looking forward to a potential fight of the sorts. Case Locks looking to tempt the outside of the smoke, and said finds cover within it, awaits for the flash to pop, realizes heavy presence is here from ODDIK, but no reposition shown from Flamengo just yet.
That was a tricky move. It's still good that he's able to fall back for now, and I think we've got the team name switched, or the logo switched right now. It's actually ODDIK starting on the CT side. Yeah, that's why we had Case Locks and Woody. And speaking of the CT side, Pank is the one to open things up with a USP. A good shot onto Misfit, and Case Locks with another one-tap. Delbany goes out as well. And they keep on pushing forward, but the Glocks are firing back finally.
Indeed they are. And Nati trying to get some pot shots across, but not quite delivering the way he would have liked. Finally gets a shot through. ODDIK, still two players to try and respond. Looks like one will be able to escape into Catwalk, but not for long, as Woody is there to stop them. Flamengo, nicely done, getting themselves pistol round number 1.
Yeah, and that was a well-played situation. I mean, it gets a little bit scrappy the moment that Case Locks and Togs go down, right? You had a 5 versus 3 and you lose the pistol, or you lose the next 2 kills, and then you're thinking this is a little bit scrappier, but then the lure coming out of Long comes in. It's not the cleanest shooting coming out of Nate, but he's still able to bring in all that good impact. There's going to be the replay able to get those 2 kills. Much needed. And Woody, anticipating that short reaction, did open up a little bit of a distance. Now, the force buy will come through expectedly after that bomb plant, and the bomb is already making its way in towards the B-bomb site. Still with those 2 players in towards top middle, it might not be as simple as a straightforward B play.
No, there's a bit of a pause early on. ODDIK, albeit showing respect initially. You can see Pank as well, looking to temp the doors of Long. But the fight looking to be lined up. A bit of HE damage. Onto 3 players of this aggressing side, but Woody Togs would get a lot of damage across. And while Flamengo try and get some damage in, they won't be quite able to do it. Back-to-back rounds, and ODDIK go 2-0.
Yeah, this is where it will probably start getting a little bit more interesting, right? You have a couple conditions in a game like this one to favor the team that is supposed to be the underdog on the map, right? And this is ODDIK. They get the pistol round, they get the conversions, money starting to build up on the CT side. If they win the first buy round, given that they convert this anti-eco, then we can start having a bit of a conversation. As you pointed out, this is for all the marbles here. If we're talking about ODDIK, you win here, you're going up against Imperial in the grand final later on. And Imperial being a little bit shaky now with the new additions of Cello and Sure not getting a lot of time to gel up. It's a great opportunity for teams like ODDIK to try and get an upset win and get the event in the bag. Especially considering the fact that ODDIK earlier this year got a taste of what international LAN Counter-Strike feels like. Right, we haven't talked about it just yet, but their participation in PGL Astana 2025 was, I would say, a success story.
Sure,
right? They
yeah.
lost to Astralis, but they got a map off of them. They beat G2, they beat Pain, and they lost to a well-looking Aurora and, of course, FURIA, but still made something out of their participation there. got into the 2-2 bracket or the 2-1 bracket, and they had 2 opportunities to make it into the playoffs. Unfortunately, they couldn't, but they showed that they can play against decent teams, legitimate Counter-Strike.
Flamengo actually got some answers here. Deagles doing quite a bit, and VSM able to crack some skulls. Thing is, if you want to cross, Caselox is there to stop you. Even though Caselox is in that mid-fight, there is a potential cross through Catwalk, and Pank is there looking to deny it. A bit of a cat and mouse chase.
That's still tricky. One bad timing away from disaster. We should be looking at Caselox right now. One bad timing is the round. He's got it. That was the one. You get this one. You're going to hear the drop. The Eagle on the other side. Good work coming out of Caselox. This could have gone horribly wrong there.
It really could. Those Deagle shots, quite the spicy ones, could have gone completely other way. But now's the buy round from Flamengo. Now's a chance to have a say hello in regards to this round score. And Misfit start things off with a bang.
Yeah, mid player goes down. That's 90. You still don't know if Woody's got that big green out, and the answer is yes. But look at the space in towards middle, and they're going to try and capitalize. Caselox is here, though. Gotta be careful. Look at the wrong way. Did he try to dodge a flash?
Not sure. Still, though, Tog's in deep trouble trying to deal with this by himself, and can't quite get the org to get the job done. And therefore, Flamengo, with all 5 players remaining, lock down this B site, and there's absolutely nothing ODDIK can do about it, apart from potentially get some damage across.
Yeah, you don't want to lose that big green. Pank has got an MP9, so it doesn't really matter if he goes down, but for money's sake, I'd as well try to survive. This is one that makes you feel really good, though, if you're Flamengo, right? Especially considering how tough of a first map Misfit had individually. The fact that he gets an opening kill in towards middle, you get that space that he opens up a little bit weird for Woody. And you capitalize on it. You get a couple more kills, and now you might even get all the kills in the equation. That big green is going to get lost for the CT side, and this is big news. Pank still has the money to drop one over to Woody, and that could be a bit of a surprise, but the investment, all in all, from ODDIK is going to be pretty lackluster. That's the weird one. I'm not sure if maybe he thought there was a flash coming in and he just wanted to turn around to dodge it, but yeah, that was the one fight that could have changed a lot.
Oh, it really could. But Flamengo take those any day of the week, and they'll have whatever they can get. But again, you can't forget how that round started. It was with Misfit getting first blood. We did say in the pre-game as well how important these AWP fights will be. VSM might be walking into a trap. But never mind. Call an ambulance, but not for VSM. He takes down both of the Catwalk players. And the A site is where they're going.
Yeah, AT will be able to claim one before he goes down. That's a note that will get picked up, and Talks any moment now could lose his life to the AK, or do one better and upgrade himself onto a rifle. Still will have to fight off against a couple more players if he wants to stay alive and kicking. And now he's been spotted out. Actually, getting another one. If you're Flamengo, you don't want to feed him too many kills here. If Denoco goes down, then there could be a problem, but I'm not sure Tox realizes there's a player out. Good thing is, Denoco doesn't realize Tox is out either. That's weird.
This is awkward.
Oh my god.
Denoco got jump scared with Tox appearing on his screen. Well, that happens sometimes. We're all human.
Add this one to the Counter-Strike is a horror game folder.
I feel that is so true, man. But it is a bit of a, pros, have this as well. It's not just us mere mortals.
Oh, man. That is lovely. I want to see that again, by the way. That must have been the most hilarious fight for both of them today. Both of them were so convinced there was no one on the other side of that.
Yeah, Dog's probably had a heart attack.
Imagine now he wins the round because of the AK. I mean, that's why they're going for an investment here. They probably should have ecoed this, but he gets 3 kills out of it. You get 4 in total. Now you're going for an aggressive play. ODDIK are investing on the back of that damage.
That's mad.
Oh my god.
Oh no, that is a misclick. And all of a sudden, an early pick goes the way of ODDIK. They've got full mid control and know that there is heavy tunnel presence and nothing exerted towards that right-hand side.
I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that 1 AK that Tox is able to hold on to is going to make that big of a difference. That damage that he does, actually. And look at the rotations now. They're all in towards the B-bomb side. They're already. No one's going to clear out the pistol. There goes Woody. There goes one. The refrags are coming in, and somehow they're still making a round out of this, but Denoco will have to clutch up.
Oh, it's scary. It really is. If you're Denoco, you don't really want to be taking these fights, but at the same time, you've got to isolate them. Bomb found.
Oh, he's going
in the smoke. That is sneaky.
He's over you.
Finally sees him, and now he's got 50 seconds to cross this A site. He's got plenty of time to just sprint over there.
He's going up short as well. Nate, does he realize? I think he is. Yeah, both can hear each other. They both know exactly what's going on. 66 HP versus 92.
Well, at least the bomb has to go down, so Nate will seize the chance to close up the gap. What is he thinking of? He showed himself, and Denoco is ready for it. Yep, a bit of a statement play, I'd say. Equilibrium found.
I've said it one too many times to say it again, but welcome to South America, boys and girls. That is the type of Counter-Strike we're enjoying. This is the type of Counter-Strike we're looking at. And the reason we're looking at this replay right now is because this is the damage that made the difference. This is the damage that made ODDIK go for that reinvestment. And they were so close. It felt like they were ready to win it. Everything was so perfect. The mouse jump, the second kill coming out of Talks as well. That was a 5 versus 3. And they just had to find a little bit more on that B-bomb side. Hank not ready for Denoco to go right on top of the smoke. And then Nady missing out on the timing. Denoco with a lovely 1v2 clutch. You know what you can do with Thunderpick, bar watch Counter-Strike?
What?
You can ace your play, apparently.
Oh.
Yeah. So if you want to ace your play, folks, make sure you go over and check Thunderpick out. Not only the World Championship, but, you know, the entire Thunderpick website. Because it's not only a Counter-Strike tournament. It's a lot of things. Thunderpick is whatever you need it and want it to be.
Sure. In many ways, you're right. Woody is there for the first pick. And how are these MP9 so dangerous?
Oh my god.
How are they still going? At least there is some retaliation. But Woody's knocking on the back door. Oh no, you know someone's in the corner, so you're pre-firing it, and now the Deagle can be relevant. Oh, it's so chaotic, but the MP9s overwhelm, and that's all that ODDIK need.
I don't know what's going on at this point. This is pure chaos. What the hell is happening on Dust 2? The sequence continues, by the way. After the round where it talks with the crazy timing is able to do the damage, they get themselves in a 5v3, they lose a 2v1 clutch, and then they have buy and they win it. That is pure cinema, ladies and gents. It's usually a saying I don't like implementing, but this is the definition of pure cinema right here, right now in front of our very eyes in Flamengo. They want to see even more of it. Pangs gonna get tested in towards Long, able to get one, able to get a second. How is Bang getting a double kill out of this? And how is Case-Lox not getting a single one?
God damn. Okay, this is a crazy one. At least Nate is able to keep things within reason. Pops off. And now VSM is low, also gets his head ripped to shreds. That was one interesting round.
One of many. But this is one that should finally put an end to the madness. And yeah, we're looking at that retake of the B-bomb side once again from the previous. It's just the craziness. It just flows from one round into the other. They just blend. Look at that from VSM nearly being the hero once again. But Nate, a couple individual fights, a couple 1v1s that they let him isolate, and he's going to be gobbling on those kills, especially the last one on the low HP. Finally, a reset to that T-side economy, though, Pablo. So if Mother Nature wants to come back to the server, if Father Physics, I guess, wants to come in and follow the laws, this should be around for ODDIK.
Nah, these two teams create laws.
Oh, they break them.
And they follow none. Just pistols now for the Flamengo side, and Woody confident to take that first suicide peak. You don't really need to take that fight, Case Locks, and I think he realizes that, dropping back. Woody being eager to take that fight as well. Just a single casualty for ODDIK.
Hold on. They lost the OP.
Did they not? They did not.
That just there. It's that's a 6K eco round. 6K that the CTs lose out of this one. $6,000. You get the OP, you get the armor, you get the util, the kit that Woody had. All of this is gone. So this is still an expensive one. And look at the money now. They don't have enough to put him on it. He's buying an MP9. He has the money. Hold on a second. They have it, and he's buying an MP9. He just
wants to go
middle.
mid. He just wants to rush them. And it actually might work. That's the crazy part. Oh, he spotted them, and he knows he doesn't want to take that exchange. It's a bit too far of a distance. And Pack gets realized. I'm not quite sure if the previous Jiggle spotted them. Either way, he did double down and found his face splat into the ground, and this round feels very much like it's over.
Yeah, this is a good reaction coming out of the T side, to be fair. You spot that aggressive utility in towards top middle and towards lower. You know the MP9 was pushing up. You're, I guess, gambling on the fact that, especially with the early utility in towards long from the CT side, there was going to be maybe one, tops two players in towards the B-bomb side without any quick rotation. So you try your luck. Woody doesn't have a kit. If he did, that would have been spectacular, but...
Wouldn't that be funny? Still
Yeah.
keep players in tunnels, though. Could have stopped it all from happening.
I mean... Oh yeah, he doesn't have a smoke. Sure,
No.
that's on Case Locks. Could have been a fun one. He's gonna get himself a nice cheeky glow upgrade, I believe. If he's able to find it. Didn't.
No?
You know what?
MP9 is.
Because of buying the MP9 in the previous one, he still has enough to put himself on the AWP, so... He just knew this round was not gonna work all the way.
Just have that, how'd you say it? Insight.
Yeah.
Foresight. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Tony.
Have that vision.
For that, those are a lot of flashes going out in long, but haven't really allowed Flamengo to exit. Because ODDIK have gone for it, a couple of sporadic and fast approach rounds, it feels like Flamengo are respecting that potential again.
Yeah, you gotta be careful about those mid-round aggressions. We're seeing the double ult being brought out of Nate and Woody as well. This could be a fun one, especially with Diog. There's a lot of long-range fights that favor the CTs right now all around the map, and you're either walking into an AVP or an Oak at this point. This could be a little bit tricky. 1 minute on the clock. Flamengo haven't really achieved too much. Now they're going to start sending players out middle. That's going to be VSM getting a little bit of info, but that molly's good. That's going to keep him at bay for a little while. And if you're Flamengo, you need to make a call. And right now, you know there's going to be a double wall because Nate is the one to get the kill in towards B. But that means that the door in towards the B-bomb side is shut closed. And you need to go back A. And guess who's here? It is Pank.
It is. But not much help.
Pank the tank.
Gets the jump on both. Woo! That is spicy. And he's still sticking around. HE, VSM thinking against it. Misfit losing his individual engagement. And this one is called off. A 7th now locked in pocket for the ODDIK side.
Yeah, and VSM needs to try and hold on to that rifle. Look at the money. It was going to be the only one with not enough to put himself on an AK. Actually, Misfit can't put himself on one, so you're going to have to sacrifice a little bit, but check this out once again. Nady all over the lurk smoke that actually failed. That's the reason he was able to get the kill. Obviously, he was playing on top of the box as well, but K-Slog's able to deal with Misfit and Pank with a lovely double in towards long. Good off angle in towards the pit position, especially when they're going out without any utility involved. They're just waiting for them to clear out close right, and this is where you see them as well. Flamengo might be looking to switch up the pace with another B play, though. The last time they wanted to test it out, it worked, and Togs is going to be in prime position, able to get the first one.
Oof. Togs, even though he gets 2, VSM's kill looked a little bit spicier. And that's Merits. Needs to be wary here. He's given the information over to his team that there's infiltration in the backline, but they've kind of sandwiched themselves in. Still, Matey wins that fight. Cuts Merits. A little bit too late to the fight. And now might actually get individually selected and still stays alive. Not for long, though, as there's also a push coming in through double doors. And that is the round. That is the half. 8-4 for ODDIK as halftime comes to shove.
That's been a great game of Counter-Strike, man. Look at that hole from Togs as well. Yes, the first one, yes, the second. Refrag comes in time, but as you pointed out, it was just really weird with Kutzmares' position, right? It doesn't feel like a bad spot, but if you miss out on the first kill, then one player crosses, there's going to be another guy just holding for you, and you're pretty isolated. Can't really help your teammate hold on to the bomb side. And again, I don't want to be the one saying it, but VSM is just on top of the board, and he's the only one pushing forward for the side of Flamengo. He's got 15 kills. His teammates combined have 16 at halftime. He needs a little bit more support. You're looking at guys like Misfit. You're looking at guys like Kutzmares, and obviously he's the in-game leader, but at least for the Yelper of Misfit, especially when Woody's bringing in the impact, he's going to need to step it up on the CT side. Issue is, Pavlos, right now, if you're Flamengo, you've put yourselves in a position where one lost pissed around could cost you so much in the second half. That could mean ODDIK is running away with a bare minimum of 9-4, maybe 10-4, maybe if you force them to lose it, 11-4 the moment that you get the guns out for the first time on that CT side.
It could cost them the tournament, quite literally. Single pistol round. You've come all this way. You're the only team from the group stage to make the top 4. All the rest invited at the quarters.
And that would be such a big result for the organization as well, right? When if they were potentially able to make it to the final and fight for the trophy. The only 2 events that Flamengo as an organization has been able to win so far this year were the Liga Gamers Club 2025 Serie A March Cup and the February Cup. And it's safe to say that they're not necessarily playing against teams that are of the caliber of guys like ODDIK, like Imperial, and those lower level opposition teams like, actually, interestingly enough, Tropa do VSM was in one of those events. That is a fun piece of history, but Tropa do VSM back then was, I guess, a mix that no one expected anything out of, and there wasn't, as we said, any interesting, or, well, there was interesting teams, but not more solid names on the other side of the server. So for those guys, that is a great opportunity, but as of right now, it hasn't really been going great, and this is one of their more solid maps as well. Sadly, we're not really seeing that individual prowess.
Well, it does seem we have a bit of a disconnect going on, so we will have to throw this to a break. Hopefully, shortly, we'll be back for continuation of this game. Well, look at that. Didn't take too long to get right back into the action. Second half incoming. ODDIK now take turns to be on this T side. They already have a map in their pockets. One more, and they lock in their spot for the grand finals.
It's now or never for the side of Flamengo. Been a really pleasant surprise so far this event. The only team to make it out of the group stage and make it into the semi-finals. But this is a Bestia round that's a must win. It's not optional. You need to put those USBs into good work.
Well, it's the P250 that chime in first. Pank with first blood. And ends up with the second one, albeit his teammate falling to the wayside. Smoke to provide access to the site. And Woody to frontline. And it means that Flamengo aren't quite able to create. Never mind, I am taking back what I just said, because Flamengo are actually keeping this competitive.
Yeah, from a 2v4 to a 2v2, you blink and you miss it. They know where both players are coming from, though. Pank, good position. P250 looking sharp, going for another. Tapping away, unable to get a headshot, and Woody somehow finds himself in a 1v2 clutch. The IJO needs to do it all, running out of ammo, able to get the first one, because Mirage is there with the clutch, and he's got plenty of time for a Flamengo pull out this round out of nowhere.
That's beautiful. The fact that it was a 2v4 and they're able to convert it into a round win, that's a brilliant end to that one. I mean, sure, we get to see the end of the previous half as well, as it was ODDIK to maintain their composure, maintain that lead, but we were talking about what could happen if Flamengo lost this pistol round, how far behind they would be, how easy it would have been for ODDIK to create this lead and end up with this map and series win. Well, they've just denied it, pissed around for themselves, the fifth one in pocket. This is what they need.
Thunderpick odds still heavily stacked in favor of ODDIK to win this one, and we're seeing ODDIK take it a little bit more chill, a little bit more lean back. They get the bomb plant, they don't want to force the issue, don't want to get themselves on the AKs as quickly as possible, so you're just going for a bit of a half buy with some upgraded pistols. Woody even saving up enough cash for a big green, so under those circumstances, there is a world where the Ts actually have an AWP involved before the CTs do. And you get one or two 1Ds, one or two headshots, and this is suddenly a round that's completely worth it, and you can still make something out of it. Duboni, you gotta be careful.
Ooh, that nade hurts. Still though, this is going to be just a straightforward effort. Well, not really. With the fact that ODDIK had been able to find some trades. Marius has the potential to create a flank as well, just to complicate the affair a little bit. Might not be needed though. Misfit gets the read, or does he? He can hear the commotion. He knows the players are approaching. His Deagle just need to get these clean headshots, and they've just found one. But Katsmaris, with a single spray down, is able to secure it.
You know what? This is as successful of a round as it gets, right? The only issue, I guess, if you can even call it that, is the fact that they don't get a bomb plant. But you get 3 kills out of this. You didn't even have one player on armor. You're going to be striking this one as a pretty good deal. And now we get to see Woody with the big green, and that's what we were talking about. You've got better finances on the T side. Misfit with an M4 on the other side of things, and he hasn't necessarily been having the best game of his life. VSM still on top of the board with quite a margin. Someone else who needs to try and support.
Some early tunnel control here. Some case locks. Smoke in mid as well to provide some cover to take up this Xbox angle. Blocked out.
This is still tricky. The CTs are getting lined up for a mid crunch, and the Ts, they can hear the step, they can hear the commotion. They've just dodged the flash and went for the punish picks. Case locks, Nate get 2 out of this one, and they've spotted the B player as well. They know they've got a gap.
And that's exactly what they're going to try and use to their advantage. But VSM holds its ground and actually changes up his angle to potentially get a second. Will be unable to do it. Delboni keeps things a little bit competitive, but he has a short-lived life. Or will he? If he did end up turning 180 degrees and killing off Nate there, that would have been a damn impressive feat, but the numbers will overwhelm. Therefore, ODDIK find their way on the score sheet, finally on this T side.
Yeah, and this is a big one. And this is all about being ready, right? This is showing some experience coming out of ODDIK. And this is what we were talking about. They might have a pretty poor record if you're looking at the pure numbers on Dust 2, but they've played against some good level opposition. They've played against some proper teams, and they're ready for those things. They're ready for those mid crunches in the middle of the round. And look at the economical turmoil that Flamengo is going through right now. This is a force buy, and they need it to work.
But it's Misfit with first blood. A scout, no less, to find that pick. You've always got to be scary with these Deagles. We've seen a few times how hard they can hit. VSM has been a massive hindrance to ODDIK's plans. Matey,
oh
only
my
good
God.
for the one, and the spray just doesn't work out. These Deagles continue to be such a menace. Finally, Pack is able to find the
Knife
chase.
out.
And Togs catches with Delboni. Unexpected. And now it's down to a 2v2 with both Flamingo players being split per either side. VSM fully exposed. And that allows ODDIK to just make the A side their own.
They just turn it around, fight after fight, 1v1 after 1v1. Flamengo, nothing to do, and Denoko's thrown in a 1v2 clutch.
Surely he can't do this. Surely not. Yeah, well, when Togs is able to catch you unawares, this round is put to a halt. But again, Ted, it feels like all these rounds that just shouldn't be competitive get so scary.
It's incredible how many times ODDIK have been able to punish, and it's just about, I guess, Flamengo not being able to finish in those situations. You get yourselves in a 4v2. The opening kill comes in courtesy of the scout of Misfit, but it's a couple weird moments. The scout in towards middle getting caught off guard, player in towards short with knife out, maybe thinking there was a second player in mid, could have been a miscom. And now this is starting to become a dire situation. It's full eco mid rush, but this is not going to amend to anything. This is a free round for ODDIK, as free as it gets. VSM will get his hands on the rifle, but can you really put it to good work? Answer, quick, short, and disappointing no.
Yeah, making it look quick, making it look simple. Of course, Flamengo were going to rush towards their direction there, so it's not like that round would have taken too long to end. But here's the bye round for Flamengo, and if they lose this, I think their journey in this tournament is basically over.
This could be a grand final to remember. Imperial versus ODDIK potentially, and it's just 2 rounds away from happening right now. ODDIK with their first win on a Dust 2 in the last couple months, and considering how fond of their Dust 2 Imperial are, this is definitely a statement that they could be making ahead of the grand final, maybe making Imperial think about whether they want to play it against them. Not over just yet, though. And Nady will get shut down. He's been the most spectacular player in the server so far. 24-8 before the start of this run. 24-9 right now. This is a big kill.
Yeah, but who's second? That's VSM. And he's the one that was able to shut him down this time around. Really being the saving grace for Flamengo. Let's try this one again. And
Maybe not.
A similar fate. Okay,
Hey, you know what? Maybe a third time.
Well, they have been able to cross, but there's 2 players here. And one playing anti-flash. And Pank denied the cross. Yeah, this round is actually pretty damn quick, pretty smooth for Flamengo. We said they needed to win this to remain in the fight for a third map. And I feel like that's exactly what they've been able to do.
Yeah, you don't want to give Woody too many kills though, right? The T's have a decent amount. He's actually walking away from this. I don't hate it. He knows the money on the CT side is low, but he also recognizes the fact that his own economy is not necessarily under control. They're going to be able to go for the full investment in the next, especially if he's staying alive. He's going to have himself an AWP being dropped over from case locks. So you hold on to the rifle. You give this one away. Flamengo do keep themselves engaged in this game for a little bit longer. 4 alive, that's going to strengthen up the money positions. Misfit holding on to the big green. Another double kill round coming out of him. And we've been seeing a little bit of impact coming out of Misfit in the last couple of rounds. He is the one guy that could turn things around here for Flamengo, especially with how well VSM has been playing.
Let's have a look at this AWP head-to-head. ODDIK spots out the elbow, pulls a trigger, does not wait for the adjustment. Not taking any chances of being shot back at.
Yeah, and this is good diligence coming out of ODDIK. Didn't get baited out from the player that jumped twice. Didn't fire an unnecessary shot and leg shot the Oper. Break of the smoke doesn't lead to anything. Second one as well. So far, ODDIK have been doing a good job of denying Misfit to get that opening kill, and he's been trying to do it.
You don't want to risk fate, though. You don't want to try and go for too many of these 50-50s. Now, sure, you're given mid-access. And okay, the smoke does give you cover to get the cross into Campbell, but look at the AWP reposition as well from Misfit. Looking to bolster up this A-side defense.
This should be a fake. This should be a fake into a B split right now. That's why you're pushing them away from short. You spotted the Oper middle. The moment that the CTs lose short, the natural reaction would be for the Oper to rotate back towards the A-bomb side. They're trying to bait out a reaction from the CT side right now.
Double smokes for potential catwalk cross, which is the bait. Flamengo have to respect it. But it feels like K-Slock has read it, and now the cross comes... Oh, never mind. I thought that was a CT. I am definitely not reading this one correctly, but VSM is fully under control. A double kill? Surely that's all he gets. But even if it isn't, this B-side push has been put to a halt. A third by VSM, completely taking over the server. Togs can kick and scream his way out of this round, but it's not going to go his way.
We've got a game on our hands, baby. This is definitely gonna get even closer, and VSM is an absolute monster. For those of you that are just joining in and missed out on what happened on Ancient, sure, it's a map that ODDIK won, but VSM again was an absolute damn beast. And every single time you give this guy an opportunity, he's gonna capitalize on it. It's absolutely insane what he's capable of. And you know what's the crazy part? ODDIK played a perfect round. They called a perfect round. They faked him out. They pushed him away. Oper's on that A-bomb side. You drop one guy in CT. You have the player to cut off the rotations. It's a triple kill from VSM, or it's nothing for Flamengo. But he pulls it off.
This is getting very interesting. Flamengo have just been given an in. They've been given a chance to just close up the gap. Sure, ODDIK have got a hero rifle here, but we're potentially looking at a 2-round difference after this. Look at... Oh, Misfit. That is an early push out from Catwalk. Gets the pick, runs away. Bob's your uncle.
Reaction towards the B-bomb side, though. Gotta be careful about that hero AK. It's not a full investment after all, and the DESEMPREGUEIDOS is going on a bit of a mission here in 80. Timing is of the utmost importance. That's Mirage. Does he see him? Feed spotted out. Kill confirmed. Doesn't get any easier than that, and this is another one that's going down. They're falling like dominoes right now. And Togs is hoping to just do a little bit of economical damage. This was never supposed to be around that ODDIK win, but the easier you make it for Flamengo, the more momentum they're going to be building up. And Togs' AK, that's not going to be able to get anything done. K-Slock's hoping for a bit of a B-hop classic, but that doesn't work either. And it's 5 alive, a clean round for the side of Flamengo. This does to his own. Flamengo are not ready to give this one away, not without a fight anyway.
All the Flamengo players have been given a chance to warm up, to get fired up, get involved in the game, and have impact within it. Every single one of them have now had a chance to get a few multi-kills in there. And now ODDIK have lost control of the tempo. Sure, they've got guns available to them. Sure, there is some utility there. But Flamengo have created some tempo, and it's hard to imagine it can be interrupted easily.
Good block. Early utility dumped in towards that B tunnels. Especially in a round where ODDIK had 2 players that were ready to pounce, try and catch a bit of a timing. Good reaction coming out of Denoco, good awareness, and this time the CTs are being a little bit more passive. No aggressive peaks for early openers. Oper, a little bit more stationary in towards that car position. They're just running a default setup right now. Oper gets a kill. You leave that A bomb side if they want to go for a full 5-man execute in towards that short position. And you play the 5v4 retake.
HE doing a little bit of damage. Around 20 overall.
Are they running the same round?
Oh, case locks. And a bit
They're
of
running
trouble.
the same thing.
It does look like it, doesn't it? And I feel like VSM has snuffed it out. Look how far forwards he's gone. He's not seeing anyone. They know the call is B. They're just digging their heels down into that B site. And case locks has been found. VSM knows to now focus towards mid. Niter able to find him quickly. Still 2 players onto B. You've got to deal with the cross has been held. This is a tough one. Togs, can you find the moment to walk in? No one's checking, but at the same time, the pressure hasn't quite been exerted. Both peak simultaneously. Flamengo, like clockwork, able to win this round.
This is starting to look so scrappy. This is starting to get out of hand here for the side of ODDIK. And this time it's not VSM. He did go down. It's all of his teammates. He's done enough. He's done enough to buy them time. He's done enough to let them warm up into this game. From Misfit, shutting them down with the ult to the good awareness as well from the 2 CTs. Both of them were just looking at the doors and the window. Both of them not exposed to the tunnels position though. So it was such a weird bomb site to walk into if you're ODDIK. You just didn't know what was going on. And now you've got an important decision to make. Do you want to go for the full investment or how buy around the hero ult is what you're going to run? Probably the latter of the 2 options. Woody can still do a little bit of damage. If you've got a nice set piece to bring out right out of a tactical timeout, now would be the perfect moment.
Yeah, well, no timeout now. Never mind. Okay, well, you read it. But it's a technical timeout.
I'll take it.
We'll take it. You know, a moment to breathe, a moment to reflect. No speaking.
I mean, there was a tactical timeout before the technical one, no?
Was there one?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Now, we've got a situation.
Toilet break.
We won't clarify. Okay, well.
Already clarified it, mate.
Yeah.
Well, when you need to go, you got to go.
Yeah, you know what? You should listen to your body.
Oh, these daily life lessons with Ted, man. I've missed them.
Yeah. It's not even a daily life lesson. It's just an evening one. For shout out to everyone who's watching from Europe still, because it's quite late here. I mean, not if you're in Central Europe, actually. It's late for me and you. Yeah, yeah. It's 11 p.m. for us, which is prime Counter-Strike time. But you know what's the best part of it all? We still have the grand final coming up right after this one. Of course, there's going to be, I think, a mandatory 1-hour break or so. And we're going to get to see Imperial facing off against the winner of this one, which a couple minutes ago looked like was going to be ODDIK. Right now, it's not that sure of a thing anymore. But I think we're ready to go. And it will be a half buy. A couple pistols.
But with a big green. And you keep Woody alive. Can he find the impact? Imagine if it's just a solo round that met ODDIK. Map point.
Yeah.
We'll see.
If you're a Misfit, this is not the round where you want to be aggressive, right? This is the one round where you want to play as vanilla as possible. You've got a long spawn, you go for the peak, you just hold on to the angle, you don't overextend. And that counts for all of the players on the side of Flamengo. You know they've got that hero up, you know Woody survived. The only way that ODDIK turn things around is if you overstep. If you give Woody an opportunity that he's going to be after. Just have to be careful, and eventually the pistols will have to run your way.
ODDIK slowly making their way now towards Catwalk, and it's just Misfit holding it, but who else would you want? I mean, it's going
got flashes, though.
Big green in hand, that one flash used, and one pick collected. And now you can just take it back. Different angle. Don't take any chances. You were able to avoid both HE grenades. That's not too bad of an ordeal. You get the bomb down. Now, if you do get a pick and upgrade any rifles, this is not impossible.
Quite difficult, though. The positions that the CTs are coming from mean that you need to get the kills with the AVP and the pistols only, and that's the only way. You win the round. Nadies picked up a double. What?
And all of a sudden, this round is all up in the air. Dogs is able to make that deagle shine. Woody is able to connect. Boney able to find a double kill. Now he needs a couple more, but Case-Locks, while Boney jumps into the air, is able to land a shot in his opponent's heart. And that puts an end to Flamengo's streak. Who would have thought a round with an AWP and the rest with pistols would be the one to put ODDIK right back onto their winning ways?
He was not even on the ledge. He was running back when he got that second headshot there. That is absolutely insane. This is one that you're going to be kicking yourselves after. That was supposed to be your game. That was your round for the taking, and now Danoko's even been tagged down by the AWP to begin with. This was supposed to be a leveled game, 11 apiece. You have a 5v4 retake on the A-bomb side against 3 pistols and an AWP, and the pistols are the ones to get all the kills. Just one of them going in favor of the big green. This is a terrifying situation.
Oh yeah, it's not one anyone would like to be in. Flamengo know they've done so much. Case-Locks wants to use the bravado he gained from the previous round to his advantage this time around as well. And he just keeps it going. Anyone that chooses to take him on will end up dropping to the floor. Case-Locks single-handedly unlocks this round, as well as a potential grand final qualification. Desperate times call for desperate measures that just do not pay off for Flamengo. The Boney, a position telegraphed, and an onslaught of ODDIK players going for your position, gunning for your life. ODDIK have done it. It's taken them a while. It wasn't without its trials and tribulations, but they've secured a spot in the final versus Imperial.
What a showing that was from ODDIK, and what a way to close it out. Look at this from Case-Locks, an absolute masterclass of a round. Headshot after headshot, kill after kill, but it really is the half-buy that turned the tides in favor of the side of ODDIK, and we're welcoming Tony back. What a game that was, Tony. Can you really break that down? I don't think we should be breaking that down. I think we should just be enjoying what we're looking at.
I think you're actually right. I mean, watching that one, it quickly devolved from me from an analyst perspective, becoming a spectator. Very, very quickly was it more so just enjoying what I was witnessing because it was nonstop. It was actually kind of exactly what I described as far as ODDIK's willingness to fight. You saw that very early on. You saw it with the MP9s getting aggressive up topside mid, trying to make lower a better play. And Woody even, at one point in time, straying away from the AWP, and as a matter of fact, and going for the MP9. Like, they wanted to go fast, and using the SMG and rifle, he was one of their most impactful players by that stage. And to be quite honest with you, how close this game was, I think, doesn't really reflect how really well done that first half was done from ODDIK.
No, absolutely not. It was, honestly, I think ODDIK were lined up to have a pretty simple map and series overall, right? But Flamengo had to bring out a lot of those curveballs. We had to see those individual moments shine. But then it wasn't just the individual moments, right? There were a couple of moments where you felt like ODDIK started to fall flat with the decision-making. A couple of moments where they tried to do the same thing over and over again. The fakes weren't quite sold. Falling for the same mistakes, same positions, and Flamengo were able to net one round after the other, and that just got so damn scary. Honestly, I feel like there is a world where Flamengo take things either to overtime or even win this map.
I mean, it felt like for VSM's sake, he deserved it, right? Didn't it? He ended the series on 50 frags, and that is a series, and a series in 2 maps and no overtimes. He's on 50 kills and he loses 0-2, right? He posted a 25k on map 1, 25 on the second. He was the pillar of the defense and towards the B-bomb side. And as Tony pointed out, ODDIK played a really good CT side. After the first half, it felt like it was all going to be over, right? And even in the few occasions where Flamengo were able to pick up that occasional round, ODDIK would be incredibly quick to respond to the challenge. And towards the end, it felt like there was only one team in the server. But then suddenly, in the second half, VSM started playing once again. And I just wanna have a couple words of appreciation. I think he played a phenomenal series of Counter-Strike, and it's always disappointing when you play that good of a game and you're still unable to win in the end. But yeah, at least individually, he was able to give them a good run for their money.
Unfortunate he doesn't get the grand finals berth on his birthday. Unfortunate that he has the performance that he does and isn't able to secure it. But, you know, commiserations to him. There was also, while we were broadcasting, a rumor, or rather an acquisition inquiry from Wildcard, apparently, on VSM. That didn't really go anywhere, but even still, it's kind of crazy to think that he's still in the public eye in some way, shape, or form, and it's good to see that as well. And obviously continuing to show that his talent can supersede even the players on ODDIK, right? Like, he can still show that he's a cut, maybe even above some of these riflers many a time as well. But shout out to also Naite, who I said was sometimes a little bit hyper-aggressive, and I think his hyper-aggression in this game was warranted and welcomed because it worked out for him many a time as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's positive signs for the player for sure. You definitely see that there's potential for him to keep that running. The thing is, if you're Flamengo, you can't really rely on those individual performances to get you out of jail, right? I feel like it can work in the group stage. Sure, there's enough game in playoffs that can work out, but consistently getting a single elimination bracket run to the finals, it's not something that you can reliantly have as an asset to take you to that final. And I feel like for ODDIK, they were a much more well-rounded team when it came to this series and have the better shot of doing a good job against Imperial.
Yeah, absolutely. And that lines us up with a really interesting grand final, gentlemen. I'm honestly looking forward to watching this one, even though me and you, Pavlos, are not going to be casting this. But this is an ODDIK Imperial game that has been a really interesting matchup in South America so far this year. Obviously, they played against each other in the PGA Astana close qualifier grand final when ODDIK were able to get that notorious 0-2 to a 3-2 win, comeback win, reverse sweep against Imperial. Then Imperial beat them in the Blast Austin Major South American qualifier. So there's a lot of history in there. And I honestly feel like this is a grand final that is truthfully worth staying around for and watching.
Yeah, Imperial and ODDIK, they've been slugging it out at this level of Counter-Strike for a good bit now, kind of having a little bit of a back and forth to where even most recently you'd say that it was a lot closer than you may think nowadays if you were to look back at those results you were talking about. I mean, the best of 5 between Imperial and ODDIK was an absolute banger. I remember watching that and very shocked that ODDIK had won that, but impressive nonetheless. But in due time, you guys will get to watch that one. The final between ODDIK and Imperial will take place in about an hour's time, a little less, and you'll be joined by Tea Time, Yumi, and analyst Grimmy. I'm very, very excited to have given you this one. I'm sure that my boys by my side are as well. Thank you guys for tuning in, and make sure that you do return for that final. It's the Grands, and they've done it. ODDIK are your grand finalists.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the grand finals of the Thunderpick World Championship South America Series 1. 12 teams entered, and now we've narrowed it down to 2 to see who will progress through to the closed qualifier. My name is Freddie or Grimmy Rana, and I am joined by the two beautiful Yumi and Tea Time. How are you boys doing today?
Yeah,
a lot of my face.
Good. I mean, hey, you have to take the compliments where you get them. I mean, they're so fleeting in the male space, so I'm happy to at least be complimented. You're looking good yourself today, Freddie, as well. But we've had some good Counter-Strike today as well.
Absolutely, and that's what we're here for, right? Not just good-looking faces, hopefully some good-looking hands at the server as well.
I do love some good-looking hands. I don't think I've ever heard that one before. That's certainly a first for me. Yeah, normally it's all the players getting glazed. You know, we lose a bit of love sometimes. So luckily we get. I'm here to provide it for you guys. But Michael, as you were saying, we've already had quite a lot of countering today so far. We've actually already had the 2 semi-finals. We can pull up the bracket or the schedule or whatever's ready to go, because we can see how we got through to the grand finals. ODDIK versus Imperial. Yumi, I'm just going to throw a question straight to you. Expected this grand finals?
I would say largely so. I think there's definitely arguments that, you know, teams like Flamengo or Red Canids on the other side of the bracket could have had a chance. I think that lower side of the bracket, or I guess the right side, as you see on screen, is arguably the weaker of the teams involved. You see FURIA on there, you're thinking FURIA, oh my god, but that's the FURIA female team who have, you know, different aspirations, for example. So I think it's definitely difficult to say that Imperial weren't the expected team, but on that other side of the bracket, there are a few contenders, I think.
I think like with Imperial, right, and I actually want to go straight into them and Tea Time. I just kind of want to throw this over towards you with Imperial, because they've got quite an interesting narrative around them of, like, you look at some of the stacked names, but by large with Imperial, the name value, it should take them this far, but they don't even officially have a full roster, do they?
I mean, listen, full roster or not, at the end of the day, this is still a team that's going to be going through... I appreciate the fact that Swan said, let's stop calling it roster mania every single damn time. Let's actually just look at it as the offseason, right? But this is still a team that should be doing particularly well. On paper, they have one of the more tried and tested operas. On paper, they have one of the more tried and tested IGLs as well. But unfortunately, Imperial went from early last year being like sort of my sleeper pick for, hey, this could be a pretty good team coming out of Brazil. This could do a lot, surprising some of the international community, and then downhill. So I don't know if there's going to be a stop, a valley, maybe go back up, but I'm hoping that maybe this can be their road towards it. You know, the World Championship would certainly be a big way to prove it.
Especially when you looked at teams like Pain, for example, that were in actually the same sort of category as Imperial at one point or another. You saw Pain actually sort of take a couple dips, but then continue to rise, actually. Imperial just took those dips and kept on dipping, unfortunately.
I guess obviously I think it's no secret that Imperial have been doing badly. Like, the major is probably kind of the main reason why these roster changes have been made. I suppose, are these changes actually what's going to bring them out of the dip, Tea Time? I
mean, listen, I do appreciate some of them coming in, right? Also, Desenti, as much as I was like a big fan of him and I was really closely following his career, I felt like this one of those players that you get overly invested into tier 3. You're like, no, guys, trust me, he's gonna make it. But unfortunately, he just didn't. And Michael, I know that you've sometimes been that way as with, you know, someone like Cello as well.
Yeah, no, I think this is a good chance for Cello to sort of redeem himself, given that he was taking a lot of really poor roles on FURIA and actually not playing to the strengths of him early on in his career. You know, from the days where he was on Imperial with Vinny as sort of the hallmark players to the brand. For him to make that transition when he jumped over to FURIA as the sort of fallen right-hand man, it ultimately cost him a lot of his positions, as well as his, I guess, traditional instincts on how to play the game. So for him, this is a nice opportunity to sort of jump back into sort of secondary star roles, play a little bit more intuitively, perhaps, because this Imperial team are playing a far looser style. And we can talk about Imperial's descent, but they're still a very formidable team in the South American region. Like, they're still doing quite well against other teams domestically. There are maybe a few teams that you edge above them, but there's still a lot of firepower here. And when they're playing against these teams with less experience, they're typically outmaneuvering them.
This hasn't been an easy road for Imperial, though, granted, to the grand finals. Like, I think obviously we can kind of throw them a bone, and is SHR even in South America? I'm not even sure. But this is a very brand new roster, and yet they've still been able to make it through to the grand finals. And I really like what you guys are saying about Cello, because it does feel like this is his big redemption arc, because as soon as he left, FURIA kind of made their rise. Like, FURIA went over to Yakinda, they went over to Molotov, and then from him leaving, it's only been success for FURIA. So I feel like there's a lot for him to prove. However, taking a look at their adversaries, ODDIK, this is a team in a bit of a different category, right? This is a team that we're not expecting to make the heights of South America, but they have a good result here or there, don't they, T-Time?
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because for ODDIK, every time I look at their roster, I'm like, I'm incredibly underwhelmed overall, but then they do actually manage to qualify to the odd event. And this is where I feel torn internally, because a part of me wants to say that I don't know if Woody's got the chops to be gelling like a top contending Brazilian team, but on the other side, it does feel like he does manage to make pieces like this, get to, tier 1-ish tournaments like last year, ESL Challenger Atlanta, we had PG Astana right now as well, obviously trying to qualify right now for the World Championship, actually being in the finals. So it's a roster I'm perpetually confused about, but I don't know if I can be entirely optimistic.
Yeah, I mean, they do seem to punch above their weight. I think that's kind of what you're getting at, right? They seem to rise above the tide, even if there's, I think, questionable pieces on it. I think, Nighty is obviously one that's been exciting in the past, but I think the recent attention has been drawn over to K-Slox, who, for a large part of his career was playing on random mixes within South America, didn't really get massive opportunities, largely due to the fact that he was VAC banned. I mean, if you're any team that has aspirations of making it through to the major, you effectively cannot pick up players like him. But I think as of 2024, he's been unbanned. They only had to suffer a sort of a 5-year duration. And someone like Kawes, for example, that was on Pain and sort of saw the rise with that roster, was someone in a very similar position who didn't get these big opportunities until finally there was a chance that they could start striving for the majors. This has to be a good point in the career for K-Slox to sort of justify the time spent away from the upper ends of South American Counter-Strike.
The thing is, you could also end up like someone else who they just faced in Flamengo, right? In terms of ESM, end up being someone who's incredibly hype and gets his way onto a decent-ish team, becomes pretty good for a little while, a fan favorite, and then everyone's suddenly forgotten about him. He's not in the conversation at all, and it does feel like ODDIK is sort of at that point where they need to make another big event. They need to be able to actually do something in said big event. This is a core that's been together for a while. This is a core with a lot of experience on them, playing international lands as well. I need to see a lot, and they're going into this finals with a lot of pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah, because I was going to say, with this event, like we're talking about ODDIK qualifying for a big event, where do we place the qualification into the Thunderpick World Championship? Because if it was the main event, I think we could have the conversation of like, yeah, perfect, this is the big event. But for the closed qualifiers, do you feel like that's actually only just the beginning for ODDIK in this journey?
Yeah, I'm sort of hesitant to say it's going to be like a good leapfrog type event for them, because I think the teams that you're expecting to see in that close qualifier are going to be quite formidable. I mean, from what we have already confirmed in Legacy, as well as Na'Vi Junior, even though that Na'Vi Junior squad is being sort of gutted a little bit, they still have very good pieces for the remaining core. I think that's something that's underestimated about these academy teams and the promotions. Everyone's talking about Makaze and the main Na'Vi roster, Kyosuke, and going to the Falcons. The cores of those teams are still very, very strong in the European division. And I think, jumping over the pond has kind of always been a bit of the issue for these teams that are a little bit more on the fringe and do punch up in their domestic regions.
And I will be very frank as well. I mean, it's no secret that the Thunderpick World Championship, the actual land stage as well, is clashing with quite a few different tournaments. So you might actually end up being given a slightly more quote-unquote doable field. So I'm talking about, teams maybe from like the rank 5 to 15 or something like that coming into the actual main qualifier in that regard. So that's the kind of tournament that I think is a very good leapfrog tournament for a team like ODDIK.
And, well, looking at the head-to-head as well, we had their case logs. It was one of the guys that you mentioned, but also Try. Obviously, very different roles. Try has been kind of one of the mainstays for Imperial. And I think especially with maybe some of the kind of turbulation in the roster, I think that's fair to say right now, I'm expecting big results from someone like him today in this matchup. But taking a look at the Veto, Imperial pick into Dust 2, ODDIK pick into Anubis, Nuke as a decider. Michael, any surprises here?
Unfortunately, no. For me, I'm always kind of surprised that, you know, a team like Imperial that are much higher in the rankings than ODDIK are, for example, aren't being sort of taken to maps like Train, for example. I always think that, you know, these regions are sort of straying away from it because nobody seems to have it perfected or down pat, but I almost wish that you would sort of take the risk because, as I was saying before, the other side of the bracket, opposite to Imperial, was of a slightly weaker field, and when you're up against, I guess, a favorite for the event, you're hoping for a couple curveballs, I think.
I think the more concerning thing for me is obviously just going to be the fact that Imperial loves their Dust 2 picks and ODDIK really hates to play them at. Their first win was actually just, you know, an hour ago. And for that, 90 needed to get like a 185 rating or something ridiculous like it. And when they're playing maps like Dust 2, one of the issues is that you actually see how bored they are against Force Spies and Deagles and, you know, how quickly they can be picked apart by rounds like that. And things like that actually transfer over pretty well into Anubis. And I do think ODDIK is better drilled on that map in particular, but I'm still quite concerned about how they're actually going to be making to look that work because, you know, if you don't at the very least show some stopping power on Dust 2, if you don't stop Fry from getting really going, if you don't stop, you know, SHR from coming into his own as well, I just think this is going to be a little bit of a difficult map to pull this off.
It was also just unfortunate going into this head-to-head that, you know, ODDIK's best map is Imperial's permaban. You know, one of their more comfortable first-round rotations is just out of the pool immediately. So that's almost why I wish we had gone for, like, a stray from the typical ODDIK picking order, just so that there was a way to sort of rectify the advantage that Imperial had in the Veto.
And sorry, like, because we've kind of spoken about the Veto and the map and the game, and we've got a few minutes left. You've mentioned SHR there, and we've kind of spoken about it a few times. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts of him, because this feels like a very rogue pick for someone who's very untapped. Like, I don't know, he's played a couple events with Saw. His move of the tier 1 was just objectively quite rough. I kind of feel like you guys maybe have a thought on him being promoted or taken overseas to Imperial.
Here's the thing, Friday. I think that this is a lot like when we actually saw a lot of these Asian teams picking up, you know, random European players, but without the language barrier issues, obviously. I think it's going to be one of those gambles that I enjoy. We all know how much of a nightmare it is getting Brazilian players out of contract. And if you can actually start to lean into a player who has been given that recent tier 1 experience, it's not like Imperial are doing well against tier 1 teams either, right? It's not like they're going into some of these matches versus FaZe and putting out numbers. I think SHR is a good shout. Obviously, trial period. We're going to find out whether he has a future on this team or not slowly. But listen, if every single buyout around the corner is going to cost you over $100,000, Imperial's had some very smart signings in Descenti and Nove before. I don't hate it.
It's just also, it feels like the right time to do it, because it feels like the South American region is almost unlocking the Iberian scene as a form of talent farming. You know, we saw players like Martinez, for example, join Spanish-speaking or Argentinian rosters before as well. So that's maybe the first step, and this is maybe another one that could actually end up working out quite well.
Adam S as well, which I know is kind of he like has a Romanian flag, so people are very confused, but he's Romanian Spanish, and I think he's actually grew up in Spain, so he's obviously someone that's been brought over to this region. But all things said and done, I'm going to ask guys for predictions, and it feels like I already know without having to ask. Imperial, it sounds like you guys are more in favor of them, am I right?
Yeah, I'd lean it more to a 2-0. That's what I would expect, and that's what I hope for this roster, actually.
Yeah, I think this should be a 2-0 for Imperial. The Dust 2 pick, the lack of Ancient, the lack of Nuke being a good pick for them either. I mean, this is just, it's difficult.
Not many things going in favor for ODDIK, but hopefully they can pry on the instability of Imperial, as now they go on to Imperial's map pick. It is Dust 2. This is kind of their namestay. This is the one map you expect them to do well on. It's going to be an uphill battle for ODDIK. They've already had some practice on this map in the semi-finals. Boys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Freddie. and it's a immediate fight to middle, it seemed to be. It's just a lot of stray fire from this pistol, and you can see those odds definitely leaning in Imperial's favor, not unlike what we discussed just moments ago.
Well, we talked about how ODDIK likes to punch up. Right now, Nighty is looking to punch down into the lower tunnels. He's forced backwards. Had a fantastic map earlier on versus Flamengo as well. The question is, can he replicate it? That was ODDIK's first map win on Dust 2 in 8 maps in the last 3 months. Now, I didn't go back further than that, Michael, just because I was scared to.
Yeah.
You see a record like that, you don't investigate.
It's also just, I mean, when you're... Oh, wow, okay. I wasn't expecting Pank to find the bomb, but actually immediately after that, you see the space taken over out at long. I mean, the fact he's able to get that flank going, capture that bomb, it slows things down considerably here for Imperial. Chewed down to just 2 players, and Cello desperately needs to win a fight back, but not a single frag goes the way of Imperial. ODDIK shut down the pistol quite nicely.
Yeah, all really credit out towards Pank, finding the bomb carrier over there like that towards the fadeaway, and with the repush back over, gets another one. Beautiful stuff, all in all.
Yeah, and what I was just gonna touch on is that, you know, we can talk about the odds from Thunderpick itself, and even just our own leniency to someone like Imperial winning this matchup, but they have, you know, questionable amounts of repetitions with SHR, and, you know, there's definitely maybe a cultural difference that could be dealt with as well, but they have been shooting quite well. One of the teams invited directly into those quarterfinals has been in short work of most of their opponents, and Try is putting bullets straight into the heads of 2 ODDIK members already. This scout is doing a lot more damage than ODDIK had planned.
Well, what could have been a boon with the pistol round is suddenly turning to be a little bit of a curse. Happens more often than you'd think. Dogs, however, could still fight back, and he looks to be doing just that. So comfy as can be. Sure, a bit of team damage coming in over there. Seems like Operas do that more often than not. Shout out Torzi.
Oh, that's a bit of a shame there for Try. Hits 2 impeccable shots and then shoots his teammate in the back in an attempt to get something more. But yeah, I mean, it was kind of a momentary 5-on-3. Only for ODDIK to recover. So pistol and the conversion round gets a little dicey, a little scary. But nothing that they can't push past. Imperial sensing some blood in the water with how much damage they've done in that prior round. Immediately go for a snap by, and Try dealt with immediately by the Woody Orb.
Never a man you expect to be completely out-opping. Woody is a strange cat in that regards. K-Slox finds no way as well, who'd been able to lurk back out towards the garbage bin, but the blue bins provide very little solace.
Yes, already very dangerous for Imperial that they're losing 2 of their most influential pieces, you'd argue, here for Imperial in the opening sort of full investment, and they barely got anything going out of the round. Just trying to take long control, trying to peek down mid. Already very assertive are this ODDIK team. But doing so just playing effectively default. They've not done anything too crazy to mix things up so far, and knowing that they have this advantage, playing fairly contained. That one smoke that blooms at the B doors that leans an extra player over here for the CTs.
Being a little bit worried on K-Slox out towards a potential mid to B pop as well, but with upper tunnel smoked off, this is hardly going to be too much they can do. Woody misses a shot, and that opens up possibilities. A flashbang to try and buy time. That's one thing the T's do not have much of, but still, SHR finds that initial kill. Togs again trying to be sneaky. The MP9 has the height, but it will not have the kills. That's all SHR. Big 3-piece on his way into the bomb site. These things up to K-Slox and Pank to try and retake. Pank the further off the 2 as K-Slox hopes to find a kill before his teammate can make his way over, but these CTs are likely going to be forced to save.
I mean, they're hovering, they're floating to see if Imperial lower their guard in even the slightest amount, especially with that smoke fading now in front of K-Slox. He's got a kit available, just hoping to hear some noise of Imperial dislodging themselves in the post plant.
I mean, even playing for exits over here would be devastating to the economy of Imperial. K-Slox is able to hold it down for at least 2. Oh. No! Cello turns around just in case, and now it's all Pank. He might lose his life for this one, but they won't be contesting too heavily. Cello down to 5 and down to none.
Oh, it's a little unfortunate there for K-Slox, but it's not even that they were checking to see if there was someone behind the doors. They were looking back to see if anybody would start running at them from the upper tunnels, and that's what gives KS Locks away. It's why you can't wait too long sometimes on trigger discipline. But this was a fundamental mistake, I think, from Woody. He sets himself up back plat with that AWP. His teammate blows the smoke that just bloomed on the lurk over at those B tunnels, and he thinks he can't escape once he gets spotted back plat. Smoke had rebuilt. He had time.
These mid doors are a bloodbath, Michael. Always have been.
Yeah, it's just back and forth on who's getting that opening pick.
Speaking of back and forth, that bottle is coming back and forth
like a boomerang.
There you go. I didn't know Australians made Molotovs. Fake smoke out to try and help 90 progress forward. This could be big, but with no one out in short, it does feel like there's a timing on this and he might be missing still. SHR and Vinny aren't going to be suspecting this, not one bit. SHR, no, he turns around, will not matter. There aren't more targets for 90 to go for. Not yet, there aren't. Vinny provides, and Woody will be able to switch out for the AK-47. Now you see the bomb going back over. Try. Will miss out on his attempt, and Woody's still covering off the upper tunnels. That's the only point that the bomb has access to. That makes this round very difficult.
Yeah, it's all on that upper tunnels fight because the bomb has to make its way past, and right now it seems like there's only one direction Imperial can go unless Try finds a way out.
I mean, you can't be exposing yourself to him like this. Try spots out a grenade being ferried over, but even if he does, if he can't get the kill, it doesn't matter. There's still 2 players on that B bomb site. A late round flashback from KS Locks is likely going to be coming in as well for information, and with time ticking down, Imperial are completely locked out. Where do you go? And ending out towards the A site is the call. Try says, you know what, I'm pretty sure I know where 2 of these players are. One attempt already been made, and it's been whiffed out. That could have been the big difference maker. KS Locks position known. He doesn't know it. Flashbang, though, could be big. There's 10 seconds left. He dare not pull it out, and with the bomb already dropped, Cello will find the kill, but Pank's playing delay, and with Try sideline, 90's jumping headshot will end things in style. He's got kicks. He's got shots.
Yeah, I mean, really nicely done there from 90 to have found this advantage, but, I mean, for them to have seeded an opening kill, they needed something back, and that's why 90 was so willing to make this move. You just saw how restricted Imperial felt, even with all that information. It's kind of a shame, actually. It kind of doesn't work out there for Try, given he had both players pinned in position. They just simply couldn't find the kill they needed to topple that first domino.
Imperial are right back to Glocks, and KS Locks is having a good time with them. Maybe not that good.
I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing from ODDIK so far. They're doing a great job of, kind of controlling which fight they go for. They're now starting to stretch their legs a little bit and be a little bit more aggressive. They did understand they were against pistols here, but the fact that they're being so assertive on one of Imperial's best maps, that there's kind of no fear of punishment, which I think is a good mentality to have coming in as the bookies as well as our, underdogs in this matchup.
And
if you
to be fair
start
to
scared,
ODDIK,
you're going to probably stay that way.
To be fair to ODDIK, this is also exactly why they end up getting a lot of wins that, maybe on paper that we think they probably shouldn't, right? They know Dust 2 is going to be picked into them. They know it's one of their worst maps on paper, one of Imperial's best maps on paper. There's a lot of preparation already being done for this one. Even if, hey, they had to play 2 matches today, Imperial did as well. I'm sure Woody's coming into this one prepped up for what he thinks is likely to be the finals as well.
Definitely
it's just what he does.
Definitely helps that Pank has started 10-0.
Yeah, the 100 is nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
We all talk about the 007. We don't get to see the 100 quite as often.
I mean, that's 2 kills a round, so.
And more to come.
Oh, you know how it goes. You call it out, and then they slow down.
Well, I'm not a suspicious man. Woody, however, might be making SHR jump at Black Cats and quick op shots. SHR taken down. Woody trying to flash his way out of there, and he will succeed. No way. Heads face first into that piece of utility. Woody wants to take a big quick peek out as well. Had thrown out the initial smoke, and there's a flank being set up from KS Locks. He's coming in from behind. Cello has to turn around to throw that crossing smoke, and as he does do so, he has the bomb as well. So remember, he has to turn around at some point or the other. That's where KS Locks will strike. The bomb's been dropped behind. No way moves past the utility to CD. They're throwing, but Pank will spray inside the smoke just in case they got it wrong. ODDIK are running circles around Imperial right now.
Yeah, and I think 90 just creeping around that smoke, actually I think got, radar confirmation. That's probably why Pank spams at the timing that he does, just to guarantee that kill, because 90 and him exchanged places almost perfectly, only for that spam timing to be right on the money. So 90 just kept on pushing as well. You can see Imperial are constantly just being suffocated. Right now, ODDIK are doing a great job of constantly restricting space. And sure, it's a little individual. They could certainly be picked off. There could be, ways this spells doom and gloom for them. But they're managing to continue to find kills on these fast flanks, these containment angles. And Imperial just feel like they have no room to move.
If you're not going to be willing to fight as individuals on Dust 2, you're not going to be able to fight as individuals anywhere. I love what I'm seeing from ODDIK. And right. Expectations be damned. ODDIK teed up for 6, but like I said before, they have struggled a couple of times over with Deagles and Tex. The anti-half-wise can very often be the bane of teams' existences. That is a nice grenade.
Yeah, that was meaty. I think it's also worth noting that there are definitely pieces on this Imperial squad that have had issues in the past dealing with the weight of expectation. Whether that's players like Tri, the opportunity for, 0-0 Nation, whether that's, Cello and the player that he ended up having to morph himself into because he had sometimes shy results.
Well, right now he's not going to bound down to case locks at the very least, but the problem is Pank, as he always is, coming in from behind, gets another one. 90 spotted out the one player keeping Overwatch in CT, so he's been locked out of rotation. With the bomb down, there's a chance for Heroics, but Heroics are going to be needed. That is a potentially big miss. Woody gives Try another few chances, rather than nowhere, another few chances with the Deagle, but those chances will not be made anything off. 4 players alive, ODDIK keep money, ODDIK keep round.
I mean, the initial kill into spawn is pretty solid there, just in terms of creating space, allowing this plant, but getting further than that was always going to be a little bit more difficult. I mean, a lack of the ability to recover weapons and safely transition them into safe after plants. It was going to be quite trying.
Hey, you said the word.
Yeah. There's no way to avoid it.
Hey, that was pretty decent, D. No, my bad. Sorry, a couple of months ago.
You could have just let that one go.
Well, listen, this is also where one of the things about Shine that you brought up about him being this opera who has struggled to deliver at the potentially most difficult of times. We used to say the same thing about NQZ, and I'll be very frank. Coming out of the major, the first thing I thought of was like, oh my god, I really hope Try goes through the same thing as well.
Sure.
And there's always that possibility, right? We've always seen that incredibly high skill ceiling, but it's not just him right now. Unfortunately, it's also Noe and Vinny. They're doing nothing.
Yeah. And one of the things when we talked about, Noe and Descenti at the same time was that they were both actually quite, electrifying. They had some, big results. Descenti was maybe a little bit more, his performance fluctuated, I think, a bit more than Noe's did. And now with Descenti's removal, Noe has to be the one that fills that role, almost doubly so. Because, I mean, Cello can maybe change back and roll back the years to the player of old, but it will take him time to do that. And Noe and Try kind of have to be the safety net so that Imperial are given that amount of time. Typically, they don't struggle, but right here, right now,
it is atypical.
Yeah.
Information given over about where Vinny is right now, but no one on the A-bomb site. It is a full laser focus for Snowway is the one angled down. But he moves back over. Quick smoke out towards short. Will keep Imperial locked away. Imperial doesn't know how much of a pathway they have to this A-bomb site. Of course, that would be down to us to find out.
This is the most amount of room Imperial have had, actually, in a mid-round. So the fact they've got all their staging correct, they need to find a good finish.
Flashbang dodged by Vinny. HE pops open the smoke. The question is, Is there going to be another one? Yes, there is. K-Slox pops that one out. Vinny will be turning around very soon. Cello's the one to get the kill. Noah's already taken down Panther. There's 2 players inside the B bomb site looking to defend. 90, good for 1. Looking for more. Tog is already down, so he's lost his backup. 90 still performing. Locked in the car, but he's the one in the driver's seat. Woody gets a quick one as well. If that had been the bomb drop, that round could have been over. Time went down very low, but with his knife out, there was no way he won that.
Yeah, I mean, they got their staging right. They get the mid-B smokes down. They're still getting caught on timings, but the fact they're able to overwhelm that CT fight is a big deal. Had they lost that extra member in their progress to B, there probably would have been problems getting that bomb into the site itself, especially with the time running low. The fact the HEs kept on stalling their approach, it served as major speed bumps for Imperial. So even though, you know, the way they drew up the round, they get the finish they want, or at least on the right side of the map, it was far from clean. And this will be Imperial taking their 3rd attack within this first half. I mean, the opening 8 rounds and all 3 already being used is already quite alarming.
It's kind of wild. Didn't they just take a tactical in the round before this?
Yeah.
Like, is the printer broken? Do you guys not have, like, the pages in front of you anymore? I remember the first time we saw that one coming out from Navi, and everyone's mind was kind of blown.
Yeah, but now it's all about using the Steam overlay.
Yeah, there you go. Progress. Really would like to hit the shot. Chance will be given over. He's locked into the angle. Turns around just a little bit more. Woody should have the mildest of advantages here, perhaps, if Try sticks out his bomb a bit too much, but no. Try will stay conservative. The problem is 90. Oh my god, Shallow on the fadeaway is the one who's actually caught out. 90 continues to push forward. He had the angle, he had the jump, but just can't get the spray down. Then he gets the better of him. And with that, they've established tunnels control and actually managed to take back a short as well. K-Slox has to be careful if he wants to retake it. He doesn't have a smoke for that for the late round.
It doesn't look like there's going to be much of a counter reaction here from ODDIK again. You're allowing Imperial to operate on a typical staging ground. And they can get access to short. They can start working it if they so choose. But there will be early warning signs available of K-Slox nearby. Some util being thrown here by Vinny just to cause a reaction. And there's a smoke that's actually thrown their way. An HE that tried to blow the smoke, but they throw the mid B. But Woody still has full eyes on mid. And he hears these players dropping and descending off of catwalk. So, yeah.
Oh my god, Woody still gets it! And it's Vinny in hot pursuit to try and trade. There's still Togs alive on the bomb side. He's not been able to perform in a couple of these moments, but with the flashbang being dodged, Vinny still gets the better of him. What a round he's had so far. Inaugurates the scoreboard, and he does it with 3.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't ask for more there from Vinny. Especially with how quick the kill was there from Woody, for him to have hounded that down and still sort of facilitated for a way for his player out of tunnels to get out, as well as him taking first contact. Yeah, Vinny dealt with everyone that stood in his path. You know, Pank's had a great game, but if they don't go A, then it will become more difficult for him to have his influence.
What do you think about the AUG on a B-side anchor?
It's not terrible. I mean, the rotate down through spawn to the fight at car, for example, over at long can be quite advantageous for you. Backplat to tunnels is a good fight. I think even window into middle. You know, these are all really strong positions for the AUG to occupy. I think you've got options.
I don't know, I've always felt like the AUG is good for a rotator because of that, you know, sort of fight in from CT that you're mentioning, but
yeah.
I really like the M4A1 shooting through smokes and whatnot. It feels like a very strong one. Oh, Togs is not feeling happy.
Goodness.
Woody,
wow.
Oh my god, what is this guy eating?
I love that.
He just sometimes goes on these tears, and Pank never stopped being on one. It's still Imperial who's playing a losing game regardless of that last round, and with K-Slox having revealed position, he's not afraid to do more than that. He's standing inside that smoke, threatening a push. Guy's watching, yes he is, sure, but Hard to watch if you have your eyes poked out.
I mean, ODDIK went straight for a double up and then immediately just rapid punishment. Crazy move from Woody to have made over at long, and then the coordination between both Caselox and Nighty on that secondary, superb in middle. I mean, this is a full save round if you're Imperial, unless someone gives you a chance back in.
ODDIK's not doing that. I can give you that much. No one exposing themselves at all. Sure, might be giving over a little bit more map control, but in a 5 versus 2, that's exactly what you want to see. Util being thrown out. Caselox has got a flashbang to help, but that's not helping very much. Nighty. He's playing King of the Hill, Michael, and he is indeed wearing the crown. Not for long. Cello removes it with a bullet. That's not very nice. I thought Kings only had swords and stuff to fight with.
Nice reposition there from Pank. Yeah, absolutely. Played off of Woody being so aggressive over at long to get his first, and then for him to have taken contact, realized as well that Cello was on that AWP. Just nice reposition. Playing off angles is a great way to get the upper hand. Just great initiative driving there from ODDIK. They played a couple of rounds where they've allowed Imperial some space, and after a couple of rounds of success from Imperial, they just decide, okay, we'll go back to our disruptive playmaking.
Imperial are scared.
Yeah, not too fast to start this time, huh?
I mean, the fact that Nighty takes that secondary up into the lower tunnels this time again gives them so much more room to play around with in short. They know that there's no one playing that early upper tunnels push at all. Woody will find try somehow. I mean, we've talked about Pank, but Woody being 8-4 doesn't seem that impressive across 10 rounds. It feels like every single one of these has been an early round kill or a high impact frag with the AWP.
Yeah, it's either on Try or Cello, or, you know, it's just, yeah, it's an opening duel. He's feeling himself, that's for sure.
Or he just gets a flick when he's blind, you know, that's...
Yeah, even that's intuition, at least.
This incendiary is not going to be pulled out by Nighty in time. He's going to be chucking it out. It goes out towards corner. You can walk around it. The piece will be able to progress, and with that missed shot, it becomes really problematic. This utility has been good from the Imperial side. Cello climbs up, and with the shadow spotted, he felt like he had the kill, but he just can't land the shot. Nighty close range is having no more luck than that, and it's only Pank who continues. But not for long. Nice incendiary will buy a bit more space on the bomb site, but you're still watching out for Togs to rotate in. Cello will get the bomb plant in. He is 2 versus 3. Imperial. Dogs. Low climb. Caselox does the same. Jump up to spot them out as well. Vinny head exposed, and this round should be gone. Imperial, no chance when Nighty's missing that many shots.
Yeah, it was definitely one of those moments where, I mean, when they get it down to a 3v2, it probably should have been a safe call there for ODDIK, given that they have very little money coming into this next round, but they had such good positions. I mean, they understood what was happening. Nighty got his incendiary down. Wow. It definitely slowed the roll for Imperial on their progress, but once Nighty gets himself in that position over at the A ramp, and it's just missing shot after shot, they feel like they have to help him somehow, and they are unsuccessful in doing so, as is Nighty's aggressive push into lower tunnels, but one did make it, and that's Pank. Woody will cover the other edge of the smoke, but Cello walks right by him.
Oh my god, Pank has so much to do over here. He's coming in from behind, will get himself the AK upgrade as well. Ducks blind cover, will re-peek back over, and he knows the pressure's on him to provide space for Togs to make that play.
Yeah, they got the kill upper tunnels. That's why Togs has got his hands on another rifle, and Pank has found another kill. So a man advantage here for ODDIK, but A is completely open.
Caselox has guns to be able to pick up right now, and he's completely full HP. The only problem for the CT side, realistically, is the fact that they don't have a kit, Michael. So they are on a bit of a timer. Caselox doesn't go for the AK. He wants to push in through the smoke. Might not even have expected it to be here at this point. No way. Watching out for what should be aggression. That's what he's expecting. Already knows about the player in CT, but the only other access point would be a short. Caselox worried about a man inside a smoke, will let his teammates play first contact. Pank will be going early. He's low, but it doesn't matter. Pank can't be stopped. Caselox can be. Now he's left 1 versus 2. Oh. What a shot from Togs. That'll give ODDIK an 8. And listen, When I saw the buy that they came into this round with, I did not expect them to find it.
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, this was a desperate move, but they pulled it off with flying colors.
19-3 for Pank.
Oh, yeah.
That's unreal. Just, like, this is the thing, right? This is the thing about ODDIK. They had, obviously, Nighty coming up and popping off in the previous map, in the previous series, rather, versus Flamengo on Dust 2. But even when he was doing that, it's a lot of this T-side aggression that I'm liking from him and whatnot. This seemed like a really good concerted effort. Woody's getting queued up with all of these fantastic early nade peaks and whatnot. Obviously, hitting a lot of his shots as well. Pank is always on a flank, it feels like. And then everyone else kind of having their moments, too.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to see how Pank's been able to be so successful. I mean, he wasn't really, driving a lot of the kills in the early stages of rounds, but he was finding a lot in the middle. So, I mean, a perfect showing from him. I mean, it was on average 2 kills a round at a point, and then they started hitting the B-bomb site more. Pank was getting less involved, but you saw how willing he was to try and take these duels. I mean, the opening pistol was a fine example of just taking a timing and understanding what Imperial's pistol was likely to be, finding a major gap they don't consider. Just always felt like Imperial had to look over their shoulders, constantly checking for their flanks, worried about being contained. And there's only a couple of these moments where ODDIK actually played a far more defensive style on that CT side, where Imperial found any success at all.
They used 3 timeouts in 8 rounds. They were terrified. They didn't know what the hell was going on there. And listen, going into the second half, you give them all the caveats. CT side, maybe it's easier to get your ducks in order when you're not worried about being flanked all the time. It's not like Try was, he was hitting some shots, right? Try was having a couple of good moments. Maybe he can be an instigator, allow the rest of his team to come alive as well, more so. Imperial has all of those X's, Y's, and Z's, but at the end of the day, you are down 4-8. That is not the most fun.
Yeah, you just constantly saw just almost a lack of ideas as well for Imperial, because they knew they weren't actually dealing with the aggression so well. But the timing on actually that's probably the most commendable thing about ODDIK with the way that they were playing, is that with all the smokes that Imperial were throwing on their defaults, the amount of times they found kills from blowing the smokes on HEs was, it was flawless. It's good to see that they've been able to find an edge in some capacity, but they were shooting well, and they definitely were outmaneuvering Imperial in these early rounds and finding themselves in advantages time after time. Nobody wants to start in a deficit, but so frequently Imperial were.
Nobody wants to go into a halftime break with the deficit either, and Imperial will be in a 4-round deficit. And while we think about that, we're going to take a quick pause. We're going to be back in just a bit, guys. We're very sorry. A couple of disconnects on the server. We're going to fix that and be back with you. No, we're not. I fixed it. Michael, I did it. I'm so good at this.
Well, you did just say that it wasn't fixed, and then lo and behold, it's fixed.
I have a feeling of being wrong, Michael.
You have a feeling that wasn't you, actually.
I have the power.
Either way, we are going to be jumping right back into the action. See if Pank can maintain these type of numbers. I'm not expecting so. It should kind of fall onto more pieces like 90, more pieces like case locks, but
let a man dream.
Yeah, I mean, when you're feeling it and having a good time, sometimes it doesn't matter what the traditional roles will say. Sometimes you just have a great game. And Pank could be definitely he's more than on track for that.
Yikes.
Well, it's not going to be 90 this round, at least.
We have the power of being wrong, Michael. Jello's hoping to be able to pick up more than just the one, and he will pick up more than just the one target. K-Stocks will put down SHR. In the meanwhile, Cello maintains that flashbang does nothing. And with that, he's forced to recede. Woody unable to fully track him down in his way back over towards the bomb site. Still, A-Site's been heavily reinforced, and ODDIK have realized they can move away. They will have to move away being a man down, though.
Buck thrown for across over at A long, but the bomb is repositioning itself, so they are trying to distract as much as possible. And if all this attention is being drawn over towards long, should Woody be able to feign some pressure, feign some presence, then suddenly short could be disregarded.
Try ends up facing on 2 players over here with the Glock. They're expecting him to have fallen down, so Cello gets more company than maybe they were ready for. Cello now with 3 kills. Beautiful frags, all the bunch of them leaves Woody all alone. Woody, a lot to do. Position of 1 known, 30 seconds, no bomb. Crossing over, he's worried about Cello making his way over towards short or reconnecting with someone else who already has, but will he be checked? No, Cello picks up number 4.
Yeah, I mean, Cello just making the kind of correct gamble there. Didn't have armor as well, so had that been a straight-up duel, very unlikely that he comes away with the kill against a Glock. But it could have been weird. I mean, Woody had them fairly split. They opted for 2 1v1s in the 2v1. And they played super far from each other. The rotate was going to be extremely late. But ultimately, you kind of just needed the short presence in the man deficit to get a little more going for itself if you're ODDIK there. They don't get a plant, and so they don't go for an investment in the following round. They had a 4-round advantage coming into this half. May as well use the rounds you have. Got to get a full gun buy in the following. We'll start to flex some of those muscles on a rifle himself.
You deserve them, Cello. He's healing, Michael. He's healing from FURIA.
Yeah, as he should. From kind of like star to pseudo star to I'm just the support player now, and you're making me M-tree? Okay, I don't want to, but by God, I'll do it.
I mean, it says everything that they replaced him with Yekindar, right? Like that.
Yeah. Well, they never really filled the entry void in art, actually, funnily enough, on FURIA. They were almost constantly reeling from that.
It's 4 players right down middle. We were commending ODDIK on their fantastic reads on smokes and when to blow them. Right now, it's a fantastic timing that Nighty is not able to make use of. He's going to have to go through the smoke, over back towards the B-bomb site before he gets another chance back in CT. There's only 1 player over here on B, and he's inside the smoke. He walks out of it, and it can't be spams back from Nighty. He knows it. Cello, good for 1 in the meanwhile, and as Togs continues to fight, he holds SHR back. It's a 2 versus 3, but guess what? That bomb, it dropped outside. Reclaiming it would have been difficult in any world, but in a world where they don't have flashes?
Yeah, they're terrified. I mean, they know as well that there could be safeguards in place here for Imperial over this bomb. So they're waiting for that smoke. They don't want to get gray screened running out the doors, but they'll have to at some point or another.
Nice Molotov to be able to try and lock them in, but it doesn't quite go where they wanted to.
Oh
and we're finding a timing. Nighty's gone. He's not feeling too good about this at all, but Togs finding Cello will open up the A-bomb site for them as well if they want to go there. Still, I could have rotated and they decide, you know what, I'd rather take the low ground.
Yeah.
Smoke available after being recovered as well for the tunnels. Can try get a jump on them.
I mean, the fact he's not revealed, he's not tried to make a play when that bomb is going down from the tunnels, it will raise suspicions. Veto will confirm it.
Okay, guys, I want to save anyway. Oh my god, he's saving the round. The lack of kit. It's a problem. Try coming in up from window. Will be able to spot out Togs as well. He's got it done, Michael. He had no right to. He had absolutely no right.
Oh my god. And it's really going to come down close. I don't know for certain. Oh my god, Try does in fact pull it off. I wasn't so safely calling that. The lack of kit could have certainly come back to bite them, but ODDIK, I mean, it's a good building round. It's the fact that that bomb gets dropped outside. They have to end up stalling. They have a 2v1 where they know exactly where Try is coming from, and yet it still ends up in isolated 1v1s. And both players falter. Both players flub their lines. And for Pank, who's had a sensational game, to whiff as bad as he did as well, when he had a clear line, Try did not have his crosshair in the right place, is a bit of a tragedy here for ODDIK. But it's a way back in for Imperial.
One that they will very gladly take.
Yeah, that is not so hot. I also can't believe that in the 3v2, when they are waiting for a smoke to fade.
He pulls that util.
Yeah. He pulled out 2 sets, in fact. He smoked and then wanted to Molotov behind it, I think. Very confusing, but a flustered moment there for ODDIK, that's for sure.
Well, double peek out towards tunnels in case there's anyone looking to get feisty early. Imperial understand that ODDIK will have money for a strange buy. Strange as in they don't know what the hell is coming for them, but they know it's something. Mid has been left completely empty. This vacuum has to be filled. And it will be done so by Nighty, once again trying to make his way in through the smoke. And it could be a timing where they're able to catch the CTs off guard. Vinny sprays in through the smoke. He finds himself one. USB's out. He's tracking and he will find another one. Why stop at 2 when Vinny can get 3? The triple kill masterpiece, and Woody's hoping to try and flex some muscles himself. The problem is, I don't know if he's been going to the gym, Michael.
Honestly, it would be honorable to have run away here. I mean, 33 health, 1v3. This is near impossible. They come running out the doors, but it's pistols out. And with Woody just being trapped in the back of the site, No Way will eventually suffocate him. It is a lot more damage than maybe you would have bargained for, especially given that they had actually everything in place to completely shut down the B bomb site. Vinny had a good read on it. The timing on the smokes were actually phenomenal, given that ODDIK had just thrown the exec util from outside the B tunnels. Vinny just got so much work done. It's actually insane, but he also... It's weird to say that he could have done more on the initial hold, you know, with his spam in the tunnels. It's maybe just unfortunate he doesn't get more than just the 1 kill on the M4.
The problem is that ODDIK went into that one with a little bit of money still left in the tank, and with that, they're able to come through with a full buy. If Imperial lose over here, ODDIK is going to start sweeping the next 2 rounds. At least that's what they're thinking. What is it? Just platitudes. We have not seen any of those magical entries coming out from Woody. Those openings that have made all the difference in that first half. ODDIK are feeling dry without them.
Yeah, of course, we saw that 1 round from Nighty where he found this good timing in through middle. That seemed to be something that they've probably learned from the demos of Imperial, that they can maybe get away with cheating past that left side smoke. Also, just a cute trick that we've seen, top tier teams try and utilize as well.
Sorry, I just saw Woody get flashed and completely expose himself more.
Alright, he wasn't punished for it, so...
A lot of players out towards A. Once again, Imperial leaving middle empty. This time, it will be explored by Woody with the AWP. Maybe he could get a sideline out towards Scar. That would make a big difference, actually, in the round, because Imperial are playing very heavily committed towards that B bomb site. A rotation should not be able to punish Woody for at least the next 4 or 5 seconds. But with util now making its way over... Imperial will be expecting a player to still be in middle. Pank is set up with a flashbang. There's no one coming in from long. Knight and K-Sogs have to try to explode through. The flash comes forward. Will not be blinding the player on ramp. He's going to be mollied off instead. They're really looking for a fight, but they just can't find one. Nighty simply cannot connect with a bullet, and with the bomb not making the crossover, tries getting free shots on free shots. This is an absolute disaster that's been brought right back. K-Sox and Woody are fighting back, but they're not aware of where Cello is. He jumps up, he loses his head, and there's more where that came from, but Togs is receiving shots to his teammate. When that teammate goes down, well, that makes things easier. Woody not ready for what's going on with Vinny. Is Woody disconnected?
No, he's just holding for the jump up, but he has no idea Vinny's coming on the flank.
Flashbang overhead. Vale's position, Dogs could be anywhere, but considering that the bomb is planted out for a short, Video is expecting a ram play, finds him on the site. He's happy to pick him up. Nice little 1v2 coming out from the IGL, but this time, the time is there.
Yeah, both the times it's another 1v2, and from Try to Vinny, they continue to find success. ODDIK just cannot hold on to these bomb sites. Woody came so late through short, he thought for sure there was no chance that he'd end up getting flanked. And in certainty, he makes a fool of himself, just completely disregards the angle, and leaves Togs in a very difficult 1v1 to play out. He instantly hit the headshot, and Vinny already had elevated himself on good timing. I think that's another one of those moments though where, you know, if you're Togs, allowing Vinny to jump up on that ledge is actually a big mistake. You know, you kind of have to take a fight quite close. He was just hoping that he could remain anonymous somehow. And by playing too safe, you can ultimately put yourself in a very disadvantageous fight.
Couple of nice shots hit from the bomb site will not make a difference when you're losing the round in the end, unfortunately. ODDIK are once again going for a very fast route. They've been clear about how they want to play out their early rounds every single time. It's been a bit of a back goal from spawn, and then they figure it out from there.
This is very
The
cute.
ending this time seems to be a little bit more straightforward. They want to end with a very fast mid to B. Double smoke, actually, to try and prevent any HCs from catching them. 90, buddy, pull out your rifles. You'd think he'd already been burned enough on the B bomb side. Pank is now stopped by the flames, makes his way over, finds the window player. Turns out there's more, but Pank continues to deliver. He needs to deliver some more. And when I say some more, I mean the full ace. No, wait, buddy, I don't want to see you.
To be fair to him, why are we watching No Way in that instance? You know, it's not his fault he missed the jump. He wasn't needed ultimately. So, I mean, this was, again, very hectic. I mean, I understand ODDIK think they can capitalize on a timing here, but, you know, you're absolutely right. 90 as the entry player just cannot have his knife out. His teammates are supposed to be coming in behind him on trades, but they were actually also staggered with the amount of smokes that were down. Most of them were theirs, but they weren't ideal. Nice little double tag there from Try. In fact, he's just going to keep tagging players through the doors, and finally he gets a straight shot to KS Locks.
I actually think they wanted to throw that second smoke there so that they can't have it popped open with a nade.
Yeah, but then there was another one on the left side ramp as well, and
hey man, there's a lot of nades.
Yeah, there were 3 smokes used on a quick mid B pop, essentially. Too many players pulling out nades.
Trust me, Michael. The counter to CS2 nades is just more smokes.
I get it. You know, I get making the smoke a little longer, but 3 may be a bit excessive.
We've gone from 8 to 4 to now 8 to 11. ODDIK don't feel very good about this.
I've been very flat on this T side. I mean, there's been a couple of opportunities, and you know they found themselves in 2v1s that they have basically completely blundered on both attempts.
In key positions where the CT economy could have been busted as well.
Absolutely. Not to discredit the efforts of Try and Vinny, but they shouldn't win those rounds, and yet they did. Try, there's no way out here, buddy.
Out of the case lock span into the fire.
Yeah.
Not quite as catchy. Well, Pank's actually able to catch out No Way as well. It's a duel out on long that's been going his way very often. SHR, great timing. Case Locks is found. Takes a lot of damage for that one, and that means that he won't be able to provide too much support out towards Cello. Cello needs to do his tang, and he is indeed delivering. A couple of 1v1s that he knows he can take, but he needs to take them faster. No, SHR comes in, provides backup, and now suddenly it's all falling apart. These two players need to make a crossover when they know that Vinny and SHR are already going to be here. Vinny, while blind, will drop the bomb. Togs has to move back to pick it up. Delay is sent back over, and now that Molotov, that could be the difference maker.
He knows he could have repositioned.
Oh no. Oh, not this time, not this time. Togs makes the move, he takes initiative. He didn't hear your advice, Michael, but he received it spiritually.
Yeah, I mean, he simply can't afford to play safe there, right? So, I mean, he could have repositioned over to long. I think SHR actually was going to do that until he lost Vinny inside of spawn. You know, him getting there on the right timing to support Cello on the site. You know, they knew he was short. I thought for sure SHR was going to commit to that reposition, but tried to stick to his guns and ultimately failed to capitalize. ODDIK finally break the dry spell. They win one of those clutches. And it could be just the start here for them on this attack. The money for Imperial is not exactly considerably well built.
Have a very, very good grasp over the map.
Yeah. I mean, the B tunnel's fully cleared out here by Imperial. It's a full A assault. Long is the only real path that ODDIK have to play off of.
They actually want to find around this one. K-Slox is taking a quick peek over it. He almost catches the timing. Instead, he'll catch no way. Will settle for that, but tries not settling for one. It'll be the quick double. Cello good for another. Vinny somehow keeps on getting away with kill after kill. Man's gone from 0 and 7 to 13 and 14. That leaves Woody on the exact same space. 13-14 for him.
That smoke has actually helped Woody a lot.
Problem is he's going to be spotted out from on top of it, and SHR is not losing that duel when he's got Cello to help.
Well, yeah, it definitely would have helped Woody if he considered long as well as a possibility, but it strangely masked his approach to short. Nice effort there from Try. I mean, it seemed like the play for ODDIK around those smokes was actually going to catch Try off, but after he darted behind those boxes, sort of more than made up for the fact they get sort of sprung on by the ODDIK attack and managed away with 2. Imperial being very proactive in that prior round allowed them to make a very assured call that it was going to be an A-side finish. And they won't be as active. They won't look to take space. Instead, they'll blow those smokes and take kills, not too dissimilar to how ODDIK were winning rounds on CT.
It has to be a full explosion in through short. It has to be a couple of great entries, and with Try guarding it, it doesn't feel very likely. Flashes are initially going to catch Try off, but he will reface back out over, gets the collateral as well, keeps the bomb away, will not pick up the second kill, but that doesn't mean doesn't have space for more attempts. Now he's found the double, K-Slox will find the same, and with that, the bomb could maybe have been planted if he just stayed alive. That life is ended. Not just for him, but for everyone. It is Imperial to recover their map pick with a fantastic second half. And the only man we have to break it down right now is the one named after a prayer potion from RuneScape. Freddy, over to you.
I am so glad you know that reference because so many people do not. And you know what? I thought it was a mistake. 15-year-old Freddy naming myself Grimy Rana, but here I am, at least getting my kudos now. But that was a very exciting game because in all honesty, I think we came into this seeing the map and also the matchup. We were very pro Imperial. And I'll be honest, I was scared for quite a bit of that performance. I was not sure that this was going to go the way that we anticipated. Obviously, the first half, it was just like ODDIK came out the gates. They were playing with no respect. They were playing very suffocating gameplay. And you know what? That's what you love to see from the underdogs. Like, that is the main thing you want to see from a team who's kind of quote unquote the underdogs on your opponent's map pick. You want to see them go for these surprises. You want to see them play maybe an unorthodox style of Counter-Strike, and you can definitely sense that it caught Imperial completely by surprise because 3 pauses in 8 rounds, diabolical. That is never a good sign. If you're taking 2 pauses in 8 rounds, not good. 3, every single one of your tactical pauses taken within the first 8 rounds of Counter-Strike is actually bonkers. And that's something that I'm really glad Mr. Tea Time and Yumi actually picked up on. Because I think a lot of people would have glossed over maybe the importance of that like symbolization. And I think it became really important in the second half that Imperial actually were winning out those clutch rounds, because if they didn't, then guys, no tactical pauses to fall back on, and they would have had to keep on ripping and roaring. But that's, you know, we won't skip too far ahead. So kind of the first half, it was ODDIK, as we were mentioning, playing suffocating Counter-Strike. Pank, you know, it helped that he went 10-0, like 13-2, and then ended the first half 19-3. Like, understandably, you have ODDIK playing high-octane Counter-Strike, and you have someone just absolutely tearing it apart. On top of that, you had Woody getting 5 opening kills in the first half on the CT side, all in very important rounds with the AWP through mid doors. And by the way, that was one of the most chaotic, that was one of the most chaotic games through mid doors I think I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever, and this is someone coming from UK Counter-Strike. I don't think I've ever seen a game where there was that many kills through mid doors. But to kind of put a TLDR on it, ODDIK were fundamentally the better team in the first half. You had Pank playing well, ODDIK were playing exciting Counter-Strike that Imperial couldn't adjust to, and Woody was getting really good opening kills and was just winning out those duels between mid doors. We head over into the second half, and this is where I was thinking, like, is this fair to say? And I was like, yeah. Imperial didn't win the game, ODDIK lost the game. And this second half really encapsulates for this. And it's especially that 1 versus 2 from Try that kicked it off. And it's also the 1 versus 2 from Vinny that will come up in a moment as well. Those 2 rounds, not only in isolation was the 1 versus 2 phenomenally trolled. I don't care. Awfully played. Like, genuinely catastrophic clutches. Or like kind of post plants being played by ODDIK, but also the rounds leading up to them being in the 1 versus 2. It's like their site takes were very poor. They had 3 versus 2 in both of the both of those rounds, or even a 4 versus 2, and then just both of them played awfully. And those 2 rounds are the crux of the matter for this second half. It's not that Imperial played well. It's not that one individual that kind of rose to the top like Pank did. It's not because of all these crazy opening kills and because of exciting Counter-Strike. It's because they won 2 1 versus 2s. And it just so actively shattered ODDIK. And like out of nowhere, you kind of sit back and you're like, oh, it's 10-8. But there's only been 2 gun rounds, and ODDIK have been the better team in both of them, but Imperial are so far and away in the lead. And that's kind of where I sit here with this series and this map, and I'm thinking, ODDIK, underdogs. They had the opportunity. They actually, you know, like, I was impressed. I was liking what I was seeing, and they themselves lose it. They lose it themselves. And yeah, like, Pank slowed down massively. There was, I don't think, another entry kill from Woody. So you had like everything for ODDIK going badly. And then for Imperial, okay, I did say no one went nuclear because no one went 19-3 in the half, understandably. But who did do well was Try. And like, obviously we were mentioning that Woody had a lot of impact on the CT side. It felt like this was a half of CT side AWPing. Oh, sorry, a game of CT side AWPing, because Try did also get some opening kills, but specifically it felt like where he was doing very well was in the late round, and it was the multi-kills in said late round. And that was something that really impressed me, was like the 2 kills that maybe honestly go completely neglected. I think they're kills that people may not really look at, and I don't think his scoreboard at the end of the match is anything like too crazy. You know, 20 and 16 as an AWPer on Dust 2, you're kind of like, whatever, sure. But it's really high impact rounds towards the end of that second half, and that's when it actually looked a little bit more convincing. That's the only part of the game. The last like 4 rounds for Imperial is the only part of the game I look at and I'm like, yeah, they actually played good Counter-Strike. And Try was a massive supporting factor for that. We heard lots of Cello propaganda on the broadcast, and they had every right to do so. He did have some inflated statistics because of eco frags and a 4K on the pistol round, but it's really good to see Cello back. And if I'm not mistaken, kind of more back in the roles that would have been more suited towards him, especially on the CT side. Like, I mean, it depends how teams structure their CT side and their star players, but he's playing a lot more of an active role. which seems like it was a bit more of a different than what was on FURIA, because we were mentioning how he kind of got pushed to the side, and it's like, oh, he got replaced by Yakinda. Well, Cello's not a Yakinda, like he's not that type of player. And yeah, you can see he actually tops the scoreboard. Pank got 3 kills in the second half, by the way, guys. 3 kills to 10 deaths on the T side. Yikes, like big yikes. And Knight, not normally a player that I think we would call upon for doing badly, but the fact that he had a 1.51 rating across the 4 maps in the 2 series that have been played so far in this tournament against Red Canids and Flamengo, and specifically on their Dust 2 win against Flamengo, he just went stupid. 1.86 rating, and I think he got a 4K entry on the T side in a low buy round. In the penultimate round to actually give ODDIK the win, but him dropping up massively is I think a pretty big you know, obviously not great for ODDIK, but overall this was a map that we came into it, we said the series is going to be 2-0, and Dust 2 I feel like even accentuated that point further, because Dust 2, ODDIK won their first Dust 2 today against Flamengo, who, like, no offense, is literally just a VSM show. And their other losses, like, okay, sure, against some pretty big teams, but damn, they are getting smacked around this map. ODDIK, not great on Dust 2. We didn't expect them to do well, but I come out of map 1 feeling a little bit hard done by. I feel like Imperial don't deserve that victory. ODDIK thoroughly do, and I wonder where their mental's going to be at going onto Anubis. It's their map pick, and I really wonder if we're going to see the beginning of Dust 2 ODDIK, where I'm like, I like how they're playing, this is good Counter-Strike, or are we going to see the end of Dust 2 ODDIK and they just roll over and Imperial take the cake and take the crown in this grand finals? We're going to have to figure that out after the break. On paper, in our grand finals, map 1 goes the way we anticipated. Imperial take the win. But I don't know about you guys. I don't feel like that was super deserved that Imperial take the win. And is there maybe a little bit of scare now we're going onto a map that they're not very favored on?
See, I think
There is.
Yeah, I'm going to take this one just first. Is that I actually think you're right in that, you know, there was probably more of an argument to be made for ODDIK given the way that they were playing that Dust 2. But I think given what we know about the players on Imperial and the experience that they have, you know, winning some of those clutches and not losing their nerve in man-down situations is actually supposed to be one of their strengths. So in a way, it's nice to see that they were able to leverage that in the first map at least.
Look, you also have to keep in mind that where I feel a lot more confidence right now for Woody and the gang on ODDIK is that they were basically playing Anubis even on Dust 2, right? You know, they're building out these flanks from their A anchors. They're coming through with a lot of CT aggression. Their T sides, a lot of this, hey, early round, we've got like a certain death ball that we want to go for, and then we'll figure out the transition forward and whatnot, right? Like, if anything else, I'm just more confident about ODDIK's Anubis because of what I saw on Dust 2, even if they lost it.
Okay, so T-Time, you're actually feeling maybe a little bit more confident, is it fair to say, in ODDIK? Because previously I think you were also like 2-0 Imperial, but if you got a little bit more confidence.
But
Oh,
I think
okay,
that I am more confident in that. You know?
You're like, they might do a bit better, but okay, so hopes aren't massively high. Yumi, I was going to say, do you have any hopes for ODDIK whatsoever?
I mean, I think the way that, like, their mentality coming into this series was definitely very strong, and I just love that they were being so aggressive and almost disrespectful in a way to Imperial. They didn't play scared from the start. If they approach Anubis in that same way, but they're able to actually close out on some of those man advantages, then I do think that they can push us to a third map. I don't disagree with that in the slightest. I think the main problem is just simply that even if we end up on Nuke, that's one of those areas where I actually do think Imperial are just going to win that map. So it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. I almost feel for ODDIK.
Yeah, okay. So it's like eventually we're gonna get to a stage where Imperial win. Michael, like Pank, I think it's fair to say, main reason why ODDIK did as well as it did in the first half and ultimately scoreline wise. Are there any other individuals for ODDIK that you're like, okay, if ODDIK are going to win now, we need to see more from them that we didn't see on Dust 2?
Oh, I mean, you know, how Woody on the AWP was pretty formidable, but also Nighty in some of the moves that he was making as one of the sort of primary B defenders. I mean, he had moments where he got far more kills than he'd ever should have, and he also made some initiative moves that got the team rather back into some very critical rounds. So it's definitely those two pieces for me.
I think I just want to see more from Nighty, to be honest, more than anything else, because yes, he had a couple of good rounds, but overall it was kind of a weak performance from him, and he's one of the players who I always have looked at onto ODDIK and thought that in pressure moments, he's actually one of the few players who does tend to shine. So yeah, I want more coming out from Nighty going into Anubis, and to be honest, K-Thox as well. Kind of underwhelming. He found some good openings and then some good pathways and maybe some good points of aggression and whatnot, but it didn't feel like it was a propellant of any sort. And considering that we talked about Nighty and K-Thox going into this game, I want to actually talk about them in a good way.
Yeah, because to me a little bit, when Pank is dropping the numbers he does, that should just be like, okay, the game's won. And that's because you have Nighty and K-Thox who should have their normal performances, and therefore, because someone's done so well out of the ordinary, that should spell victory. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. And yeah, especially for Nighty, like I think it was something I mentioned in the kind of analyst segment, was that he's been dropping an absolute bomb so far in this tournament. He had a 1.51 rating leading up to this grand finals, and he ends the first map at the very bottom of the scoreboard. And you know, that's just not really good enough, to be honest.
I mean, respectfully to Woody as an in-game leader and Orper, I mean, from the teams that he's been on and his current form, when Woody's having as good a game as he is, then that also should be like that should just be an ultimate win condition in and of itself, right? That, like, he is supposed to be effectively your fourth worst player, even though he's the AWP. But he was finding entries, he was taking good space, he was doing a lot actually. And he actually called a pretty solid CT side. Even transitioning into that T side, I don't think the calls were particularly poor. It's just the execution towards the ends almost fell through. So I think I give a lot of credit to Woody, but also the expectations are not set high for him individually to perform on this roster.
I mean, you have to keep in mind the fact that they're getting into these advantageous clutches again and again on Dust 2. That's kind of on Woody, right? You know, you see those early pathways and whatnot, and sure, I'm sure a few of these players are calling it for themselves, but at the end of the day, Woody is still the one okaying that, you know, throwing in the detailing into it. I liked what we saw coming out from them on Dust 2. I don't think he was there to fault at all, but as we head into Anubis, I think my major problem is Vinny's never been bad at calling on Anubis either. I've always felt like he's actually good at giving his teammates a lot of space to be able to push through. And sure, that might have also been partially because he had movements from players like, you know, Phelps, players like, you know, your Decentes and your Noves who were very aggressive pieces. And maybe that has reduced a little bit more so now. But at the end of the day, he's always been very good on Anubis as well.
Funnily enough, I always thought they were also pretty good at calling Ancient, and then they've now made that their permaban. So, you know, who's to say that it couldn't just flip on you like that?
Yeah, South America likes to keep us on our toes. That is for sure. But look, going into the second map, we've sat here, and for ODDIK, we've listed off every single win potential that is like, oh, this happens, it should be a victory. And a lot of those things did happen. So a little part of me is worried as someone who was trying to maybe sit more on the fence and give an even kind of view across this game. I'm struggling right now. If it feels like the writing is in the stars for Imperial to take this 2-0, that even on their like B game, I don't even want to say B game, like C game, they're able to still win. Like this series is just chalked.
I don't think this was their C game. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, right? Like Try's hitting his shots, Try's doing pretty well. Cello's actually performing over there as well. Vinny has multiple rounds with triple kills, and sure, he started off 0-7, but he gets like 3 rounds by the end of it. I think we had 3 Ks in very important moments as well. This wasn't their C game. Imperial, I wouldn't say this is the best game that you're gonna see coming out of them, but I'm not gonna go ahead and say that, you know, they were as far down as that. And look, if we're being honest, yes, we're painting a lot of hey what ifs, but it's not like 90 and K-Slugs don't show up most of the time. If anything, this was an exception to that rule. It's not as if Woody isn't, you know, particularly good at anti-stratting local teams to qualify into tournaments like this one. This is exactly what he's good at. In fact, I think in a tournament like this where you have 2 matches being played in one day, that's one of the advantages that Woody will have in an IGL. I think he's just a better, faster anti-stratter than, you know, someone like a Vinny might be, who might be better at setting up his team to be star players, which will do more overall. But when you need to win one match, I don't hate that. So going into Anubis, I will say these win conditions are not impossible to meet out. The only problem is that Imperial still will be advantaged.
I think the biggest concern I have is that Imperial actually have players that can win a round almost single-handedly. Like, Pank wasn't actually winning rounds single-handedly. He was getting a lot of consistency in the kills that he was getting on CT sides. You know, Togs was getting a couple of kills here or there, Nighty as well, but they weren't, you know, completely round-defining based on the kills that they achieved. Try and Cello actually did have moments like that. I even think some of the counteractions we saw from Vinny or SHR, the SHR round where he ends up in a 1v1 with Togs, actually phenomenally played by SHR. Even if he doesn't have the most considerable stats, he made the perfect reaction at the perfect times to save his teammate, to get a kill back from an advantage. You know, I think the problem is that Imperial have so many better pieces to almost take over the game in some of these more influential and critical moments. And part of that is experience, and part of that, I think, is also just inherent player quality. It's why we have these players that have had these opportunities that they've had on this Imperial roster, is that they've shown this potential for rapid growth as well as, honestly, stardom.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're looking out towards a team like ODDIK and you compare it towards Imperial, right? Cello, Try, Vinny, every single one of these players you see, and you've seen it actually being theory crafted. Hey, could this guy get a move up to a better team? Could this guy maybe be like the new IGL of FURIA? Even was this sort of mild discussion between Vinny and Big Azera, of course, last year earlier on when they were having all of that success out towards the major. You know, you compare that towards ODDIK, and I'm going to be honest, the only person who's ever had a discussion about maybe someone from ODDIK being elevated to a team like a FURIA, to a team like a Pain, is me when I was fangirling hard over 90's like initial entry kills. You know, when he popped onto ODDIK and was really popping off early on. This is not a team where you look at their individuals and you say, yeah, this guy is just a one-man beast. And like Michael said, even some of the kills that Panku's getting, we're not seeing these mechanical displays of brilliance and godlike aim. It's actually, sure, pretty good, but a lot of it is coming off of good flanks and the like. And I will give them credit. Anubis is very conducive to that, right? Like, this is the kind of map where a team like ODDIK should be flourishing on. And I do think that this is the kind of map where maybe, you know, we won't see as much from Try. We will see him maybe be a bit more limited. He always has been incredibly good on Dust too from the very beginning of it. And I don't know if he can maybe always put up the same numbers on Anubis. You compare that towards what Woody was doing, all that early round aggression on the AWP. I could see that carrying through. Sure, I could. Now, that being said, probably won't, right? It's hard to have Woody show up map to map. He's just not that kind of player. But somehow I will always give this caveat, right? I've been burned too many times on predicting against ODDIK. I will give this caveat. These guys somehow get it done, man. They just do sometimes.
Also, there's no mid doors here, so how's he
true.
gonna get all the kills?
I mean, there's still technically
there are doors in middle, but
if we're
they're quite
being
the same
technical, Michael.
Chooses the one map.
Yeah. Also, I think it's actually insane that you're saying like ODDIK and people moving up and not mentioning Woody. Like, there was a time in 2022 where I was like, okay, I could see something. I mean,
there's a reason why you get hired more now than you did in 2022. That's all I'm gonna say.
Because I was 17.
Dinko got hired when he
I
was
don't know
17.
that that's
That's
actually
Okay.
I mean, I will say, you know, Woody had a chance. There was definitely a chance for it, but that's mainly because South America also hasn't produced many strong in-game leaders. I mean, outside of Fallen, we haven't really seen great success. Even Art, I think, maybe to an extent. Big Uzera, sure, now, but that's also a player that hasn't left his project or is staying with his the building blocks that he's kind of got around him. So it's been actually very difficult. That's why we've seen a lot of AWP in-game leaders. It seems that, you know, Fallen kind of trailblazed and everybody just copied, but we haven't seen someone actually almost inherently want to take up that role. And Woody is someone that has for the longest time, and he's actually done, you know, like a lot of what we're saying is that he's done very well in these domestic qualifiers and, you know, getting his team elevated even greater to the sum of its parts. So I think that's one of the positive spins for him. It hasn't seemed to be a scalable into the tier 1 circuit, and, you know, he's had his chance. He's trying to do it again, and I can only hope that he gets greater opportunities if this team should succeed.
Well, guys, I am in awe. A spectacle that we were able to cover and fulfill that long. But map 2 is going live. It's going to be ODDIK's map pick. It's Anubis Imperial. They're 1-0 up in the series. If they win this map, they'll be advancing through to the Thunderpick World Championship 2025 closed qualifier and taking home the lump sum of $20,000. Can it be forced to a third, or will Imperial get their flowers?
Coster start game already, damn it. Fine, guys, fine. We'll do it. Shallow starting off strong as well. 90's down. Woody and Togs feeling like they've only got their feet left because their heads have already been shot. Now there is Pank who's trying to get up to his old shenanigans, coming from behind. He loses Togs in the process. You've also lost the A site in the process. Turns out you're losing a lot in the process. This pistol round might be one of them.
Yeah, an unlosable round. Unless somehow, okay, I was going to say, if Case Locks actually stayed around A and somehow had a kit, you know, life would have been pretty good. Everybody's so spread out here for Imperial on the post plan. So that's because they want to hunt down these kills, and they know they messed a couple of them up. Bangs took a headshot at the start of the round, and he's finally hounded down. I mean, a pretty simple-looking pistol for all things considered here for Imperial. Kind of ran it down through mid and got a lot of damage. ODDIK were always trying to play catch-up. I wish every pistol felt as easy as this one did. Oh,
he saves his armor. Actually.
Yeah, he got headshots, so he's actually chilling.
Case Locks knew exactly what he had to do there.
Yeah, if only every pistol were as simple as this. I mean, straight dual mid, simple A split. It's going on a slight off timing, and ODDIK just gets steamrolled.
Oh, double nade. What's the plan? Is it going to be a quick stairs pop? Oh. It is quick. Not much is popping.
I mean, in a round like this, when you are expecting you're against pistols or hell, even the concept of a force buy, there's actually no urgency for you to fight deep con. I think so many teams have gone good at kind of stopping from forcing that duel.
Cross Grenade is not going to be doing too much at all, and now he has 5 USBs to face down. SHR missing his is not going to make things particularly pretty either. Try, however, smells it. What did he smell, Michael? He smelled beautiful eco-frags. And actually, SHR will pick up the money.
I'm kind of glad that Try just didn't kill everybody, because you can't have an SMG that close to fully unarmored. I mean, bar the one Kevlar that was around. You can't have that many pistols up against a MAC-10 and not want it to get kills. Extra money is always nice.
But he's an opera. He wants the money too. It's okay if he gets.
Yeah, but if SHR gets
1,200.
Yeah, but if SHR gets all of the kills,
Michael,
then he can just
I'm
drop
the opera,
it.
Michael, I want the stats too.
Oh well.
There will be no
Being
kids
greedy.
out on ODDIK. Not this round, so you have to see them get into action fast and get out of it even faster. This is likely going to be a sink or save round, as in they'll sink their teeth into them or get the hell out.
So yet to find a kill are ODDIK in these past couple rounds, from pistol to the full save. Very little success with Vinny being on low health. Have my hopes held high for them, and in fact, No Way will just get full spammed by Togs, so they break into the score sheet, find themselves into an advantage, and with only a minute remaining, Imperial will have to start to gather their assets and decide on an objective.
Imperial don't have many assets left. They've got 2 flashes and a Molotov, and they have a hell of a hard time to actually get onto a bomb site with just those. The benefit they have is that ODDIK have relegated 90 to be the solitary defender of this B-bomb site. They'll be given company, and Spank realizes there's 35 seconds left, and we need to reinforce. It is likely not going to be a site. The double push water will give them faster reinforce. He still needs to hold. Hold he will. Still not into the bomb site. Imperial slow things down, but they don't have the time to do so. The clock is ticking away. Who wants to go in first is the question. With smokes in their face, it's try to find one. Pank and Woody clean them up, and Shadow's backstab is likely going to find. Dogs turns around.
Yeah, no problems dealing with that at all. We're ODDIK. I mean, they get an opening kill. They realize that it's cut sound, and they double push A main. They get a lot of space, a lot of information, as well as the time starts running low. And you note the fact that there's a lack of utility. It's certainly something that they bore in mind. They were just hoping they were given actual dry fights, and although they find the entry, it was always going to be awkward for Cello to slide in as reinforcements, coming in late from con, dropping from mid. So ODDIK don't let that get away from them. They maintain 4. Break the blood here on the defense. I'd be very surprised if Imperial try and take this sort of slower default timing again. They may want to accelerate, given that they were forced up against time pressure and they knew that they had ceded so much map territory in that round prior. Like a greater display of urgency.
After the pop through of the smoke, K-Sox will be able to find Cello, and SHR's not feeling too good about this either. Flashbang even catching him out, and Toga's earlier grenade didn't make him feel any better about that duel.
Well, there was a display of urgency. They tried to run through that mid-smoke and just get immediately destroyed for it.
Sounds pretty urgent to me. Backs to be Molotov into position, takes that duel, wins the duel. K-Sox and Togs will find the space to make their way back over. An Incendiary to prevent scaling, and Try settles for 1. ODDIK will equalize. Nicely done.
Yeah, nice smooth play as well there from ODDIK. They deal with the mid-aggression, they find 2 kills, and they see the flurry of util come out to A. You see a lack of hesitation in reinforcing that A site. You know, Pan can feel much more confident after he realizes that there's a Molotov breaking under him just to commit to the swing. Sometimes you see a little bit of hesitation from anchor players about whether to swing, fight, or is there util coming. But he knew he had 2 players right behind him that could trade, given that they were in a 2-man advantage as well. That's a nice, smooth feeling Counter-Strike. You know you've got backup behind you, and all you have to do is fight. He didn't necessarily have to fight.
Yeah, he also didn't have backup behind it.
Yeah, well, Pank's just going to try and safeguard the gun now, but it's still against Deagles, and he takes a dink, but only for 17.
Walls are great sometimes, I will say that.
Saved his bacon. I like this move as well from Pank. Use the Incendiary, funneled the M4 back. Oh, the nade.
Oh, doesn't actually finish off. Somehow still alive. He's the only one to be alive, and he decides he doesn't like the lonely life. He would rather be reunited with his boys. I understand.
Did he just throw away the AK? I'm pretty sure Case Locks just threw away the AK, thinking his teammate was going to be able to grab it.
Oh.
And they didn't, so... Oh wait, no, Woody still has one. Maybe I'm hallucinating.
I'd believe it.
He just looked a little dicey, was all. The timing for it. Woody's being very aggressive with this AK, in fact.
That is fast as can be. Now he's a little bit confused. Where do I look? Where do I go?
Yeah,
Do
they should be
know?
very suspicious of this.
Well, you'd think they should be, but with the HE taking down Cello, they're much more worried about Case Locks, rightfully so. We didn't cover up the cross, but the problem is he's lost teammates elsewhere. They are not suspicious, Michael. In fact, they find out the worst possible way, and with Vinny now distracted, Togs can do much of the same. All of these little swipes from the side, though, have not stopped this A bomb site from being completely empty. Try has an open bomb plant if he wants to go for it.
Yeah, well, they know it's a possibility. It's just about whether or not they give him open fights. There's actually a really solid argument to be made that nobody should play inside the site. They shouldn't even, like, try and stop him from planting. Just so that you secure the round, but flash there from Try, early indicator, now they just swarm. And so he'll get the plant, an open kill, but Togs there to trade. No problems. Just about the most you could ask there for Try was a kill and a plant.
I mean, the fact that Case Locks over there is just trying to play distraction with all of the spam, HEs, everything, gets 2 kills. That's not fun.
Yeah, I actually, you know, that's a considerable error being made here by Imperial. I mean, they try and, you know, play ahead past the util. First off, they get smoked at stairs, and then there's a follow-up smoke into canals, and to run through it is actually, I can't justify that play. It's bold, brave, but incredibly stupid.
The bold, the brave, the bad.
They knew that should have been a timing. It's something that should have been considered. And had they played out the round a little slower, maybe there's a chance they clear it. And you know, that just, it's very odd to me. They felt like they had to force a move when ODDIK had used 3 smokes at the start of the round.
Dogs is going to have a little bit of pressure put on his shoulders. He's trying to play anti-flash for here. Woody has the incendiary as well to help out. The flashbang will not land, but neither will Togs or Woody's shots. This is disaster. With the map entirely opened up and AK in Try's hands, a 4 versus 3. Things could get dicey. Try to put that 9 and 4 form to use, but 90 gets 1. SHR will pick up the second. AK given over to him courtesy of the CT demise as 90 moves back. It is time to let Pank do the work, or at least try to do so. The Argentinian on the other side is awaiting, as the advantage on the corner will be able to come out on top as well. ODDIK, this is disaster for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's a must. I mean, that was the only way back into the round was if Pank was able to get a kill on the flank. But for Togs and Woody, this is a mare of a round. They're playing ahead of the lurk smoke into A main. They have one themselves put down close. Togs dodges the flash, and then Woody just whiffs everything. I mean, he's like a 20 bullet spray deep, and just not able to convert on 1 kill. 90 can't even save. And that's a little nod to Valve there. I think Try had an incendiary in spawn, and he threw it out the map because nobody wants that, especially on T side. Why would you? It actually prevents you from buying a Molotov, I believe, as well.
It does. They should have an exchange policy.
Hey, get that weak incendiary out of here. I think it costs more.
It's all this fancy branding. That's the problem. You're buying the logo, not the product.
Yeah. Need to renegotiate contracts.
Always trying to negotiate some space into connector. Unfortunately, his
Well, it's an even trade.
yeah, there you go. Compromise is one where no one is happy, and No Way certainly isn't. Can he make the other side unhappy? He does manage to get a bit more space in. Knight is gone.
Yeah, tariffed. Hank, you can see, he's trying to force this duel. He wants to kill back onto No Way, but just by doing so, I mean, the fact that he couldn't find that kill quickly, Try gets behind him, finds a trade, as well as a follow-up. So this B bomb site has been dealt with. Lox had to evacuate the scene, was forced away by a Molotov and now a smoke. Woody just holding, see if he's gifted anything through spawn. And by the time the bomb arrives, that smoke actually will have faded. There's even hesitation from Cello to get this bomb over. The fact he's making noise, running away now. There's actually a timing here for Lox to try and hit. And Woody actually dealing with that bomb plant, this could be a disastrous round. They should totally disregard main and not consider it for another 5 seconds.
This is a 2 versus 2. You have to remember that Vinny is nowhere to be seen. But maybe he can pull a rabbit out of his hat soon enough to get involved in the round again. Cello held off by a flashbang, but he dodges it, turns away. Vinny will be able to make his way over in time now, but the bomb isn't planted for him. Lox and Woody both without and Kid need to get onto the bomb and fast. Woody, the one trying to play safeguard, but now Vinny comes in from behind. Lox taken down. Woody reveals his position. And with that, Imperial still get away with the round where things get sweaty.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't know that Vinny was as absent as that. You know, they didn't maybe realize that they had this timing to play the 2-on-1 out and try and trade off one another, but this could have gone disastrously for Imperial. There was a real air of hesitation, given how quickly they found these kills. Part of that was that the bomb was dropped inside of spawn, and they had to, you know, ferry it all the way around. But just by allowing that much room and space, they kind of give it opportunity for ODDIK to fight back in, and they almost make it work. I mean, Lox found his kill on that flank as well. I think that they were able to stabilize from a 2-on-4 to even keel. I think a few beads of sweat there for Imperial, but nothing that they're unused to.
ODDIK might be sweating their money a little bit more, though, right now. It is 4 MP9s and an M4.
ODDIK might just be sweating in this series in general, knowing that they're up against this version of Try. I mean,
It's true.
13-5. Great trades in that last round, but also found the entry to crack the site. After the respectful efforts of No Way.
Yeah. I mean, Vinny's going for the classic, I will be 1-4, but my young opping star will be 13-5. I've seen this IGLing tactic.
Ain't even been open. He's just been rifling.
He's even more of a star.
Yeah.
Everyone knows in 2025 you can't be the best opera unless you're rifling most of the time.
Yeah. I mean, it's also one of the things we were talking about earlier is that, you know, Try sometimes, you know, Dust 2, fine. Good playground for him. But Anubis, maybe a little harder to make the AWP work. Kind of mitigated if you don't use the AWP.
Damn, he fixed it. Pax alone, he has an MP9, and there are a lot of people who want to give him company.
Lest we forget, this was also the map that Zorte used to run a P90 on, so...
I think you read it wrong. It was not lest we forget. It was let us forget.
Yeah, sure, actually, that's fair.
Back with the MP9 is hoping for company. That company is stopped by a wall of fire. He has to buy time. He might do so with his own life, but pushing through the smoke might be sacrifice that's not worth it. At least not to him right now. Try to the timing. Here's the nade being pulled out. Pank's taken down though, and that quick kill amounts to very little. Refresh on the smoke and the HE to pop it open. That could have been problematic if SHR was slightly wider out, but the CT side knows it's game over.
I mean, this is a full investment on into SMGs and the like, and they were really hoping for a better chance at it, but nice deep Molotov inside of Temple. Even if they wanted to help Pank, they couldn't. Would have taken considerable damage just running through those flames, and then they would have been gray screened running through a smoke. Oh, Vinny probably should have lost that fight, but after taking the dink, sends one back. His weapon just hits a little harder. So he's not 2-4, but the team is still doing grand. Nice little wall of smoke, just set piece straight out the gate. I mean, the buy from ODDIK didn't have the resources to try and stall and break the smokes, throw flashes at him. They just didn't have the util to spare.
I hate to nitpick, but I hate it when you see MP9s and they play a 5-7 strat.
Yeah.
Where, it's just one of those things. You're playing all these close range angles, even in the middle and whatnot, where, everyone's walking into you, you don't have flashes. Yeah. Still, they don't have chance to overhear again. Not too dissimilar, but Pank this time goes down without even getting a kill. CT will start to rate their rotations over. K-Stocks starts to ease back already.
I honestly can't even really believe how much was bought here for ODDIK in this round.
A bit much, isn't it?
It is a bit much, and then also, again, just with nothing that actually helps them. If you consider the fact that Imperial are behind a main smoke, and they set up a full exec where they Molotov 3 positions, get the smokes down, and all they have to do is run jail, spam back site, and scale to pillar, and they clear everything. They effectively clear 2 positions, and they win the round. And that's because they're given full space. There's no threats. There's no flashes that disrupt. There's no HEs. There's no incendiaries. Nothing that slows them down. The Anchors had a few resources there. Life is probably a little better in making that round feasible.
Like, buying an MP9 and being passive with it is sort of like buying a nice log cabin in the woods and putting LED lighting on it. It just doesn't go well.
But I think the worst part is, Togs can't buy full nades this round. He had to have a flash dropped over to him. And so at 90 is short change. He's still an MP9. Like, I really do wish they had just not done that in the round prior to give themselves a better fighting chance at it this round over. Because after all the B util these executes, Imperial's now going to try and threaten A, and it's, I think, Try and Cello, they're just going to straight jump the smoke.
Vinny finding a kill afterwards 90 certainly doesn't help over there either. Togs is gone, and with that, the round in sight might as well be 2. Cello still has some contest to make. Instead, it's SHR to take K-Stocks' life, and in a 2 versus 3, although you'd like to say ODDIK save, it doesn't feel like they really have much of a choice to. Woody puts himself in a good place to try and take a fight. SHR with the help of a flashbang out in the open. Not pretty, it really isn't from either side, let's be honest. Woody missing the shot doesn't feel great either.
Yeah, he got caught by a flash, though. I mean, they flashed so that he could take that fight, so I think it was really just all on SHR there, not flubbing his lines. He did eventually get the kill. Pank just trying to secure things. Just keep his hands on his AK as best he can. He will succeed in the first fight, but not the second. Another double kill here for Try. Multi-kill madness from the Argentine on Imperial. 15 and 6, sorry. Having a hell of a half.
And Imperial right now, courtesy of Try, very much so, having a hell of a series, it feels like. ODDIK once again going to be on MP9s. 2 of them this time, sure. No kits, let's not forget. And an AG from Norway that will find its mark. Fantastic damage. Pank is not going to be doing much in this round.
You say that. But let him work.
Well, I'm not stopping him. I'm just a voice in your head.
Yeah, he won a lot of his kills on Dust 2 by position. Not by health.
That's true.
Nowhere to hide, though, on this B-bomb side. Not with the way that Imperial have been executing in rounds gone by.
Vinny takes a lot of damage from that incendiary. HE being lined up as well as Cello starts to make his way inside the bomb site. They're finding kills. It's messy, but it's still Imperial coming out on top. This back of the bomb site has 2 players. Both have been dealt with. And suddenly Woody's been left 1 versus 5 with an AWP. And he really doesn't know what to do with all that investment into the weapon. They have not found a single kill with the rest. And Vinny will be the one to seal the deal. 8-4 for Imperial. They will deliver the same score line that was given to them in that first map.
To be quite honest, it just felt as though Imperial found a massive vulnerability. You know, they set the staging, they played pretty defensive throughout. You know, this is the ODDIK we saw at the start of the series, very assertive, very quick to find opening kills. They definitely tried that, and there were moments there from Imperial. I'm talking about that round where ODDIK used 3 smokes in the canals and really just push past the default that Imperial, I think, make the wrong reaction. But after that, when ODDIK started to pull back and play sites, Imperial just were allowed to set up for executes. You saw how chaotic these B finishes were for the ODDIK defense. Every fight felt awkward. They were getting Molotov everywhere. There was effectively no initiative. And the few rounds that ODDIK did win on full buys was literally the full push and a mid-round double A push. It's a little bit of a shame to say that ODDIK kind of fell flat, but Imperial exploited the fact that they were being given this room, and they were confident in their B hits, hell, even their A burst, that ODDIK were having problems on both sides of the map, and middle was kind of weirdly not in contention. You see so many teams fight for mid so continuously, and this half felt like it was almost nearly completely avoided in late finishes.
And a couple of the rounds that ODDIK actually contested mid actually went their way a few times, right? K-Slox finding a few multi-kills, Woody getting that jump down and whatnot as well. But outside of that, I look at the CT side and didn't do much. Some of that comes down to the economic decisions that they made, but a lot of it feels like it comes down to, hey, all that, you know, early aggression that we were recommending. I mean, I said they played Anubis and Dust too. Feels like they might be playing a little bit of Nuke right now.
Yeah, I think it's quite staggering to see that, you know, after the mid sort of stopped netting them opening or kills or advantages, that everything else seemed to deteriorate. The sites didn't have anything to work off of. The only time we ever saw a B push or a main challenge was actually just on USPs, I think. Like, A main wasn't really threatened properly. The one round, there was a double setup. Both Togs and Woody had 1 kill between them, between 2 AKs. That may have been the round that started the downfall, actually, of ODDIK on that CT side, was losing that round to
the Techs.
The Techs, yeah.
Always those pesky Techs. Tech 9s, Technicals. But they get over quickly, so we will be getting back to the second half. ODDIK were made to look like fools when they were up 8-4. Can they do the same to Imperial? T-side of Anubis can be ripe for comebacks. Let's not make any mistake about it, but they still need to get past this initial mental block that they seem to be facing. Nighty not having a good series so far, not at all. This T-side is where he's done a lot of his best work, and he hopes to do the same again.
He's also over 5 maps, one of our tournament leaders for stats, but hasn't shown up that here.
And he lies in wait, dualies at the ready, lots of players to try and deal with, but they are feeling a little bit antsy. Not completely sure, making a fair bit of noise. Vinny peeks out for 1. He will be able to call rotations over fast. He'll be cheating past that camera smoke. Not really burned too much by the Molotov. Try will substitute. Drops the bomb. Cello cannot help. He asks for SHR to start coming in through as well. K-Slox caught switching weapons. Woody and Togs will have to make it work instead. And with Nove's demise, the bomb doesn't even need to be planting. ODDIK at that all-important pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, really well handled. Starts off with some even trades, but even after all these players start filtering in through camera, there's a couple kills that go their way. Woody just kind of recognizes he needs to provide some coverage, provide some help, and it's also on Togs there to not commit to the plant. I think Woody might have called him off just so that they could play that 2v1 properly and fight together. They've had 2v1s fall away from them before, so best not now. Not when getting that advantage here on this B side. Could be everything to coming back into this map.
Stack on this B-bomb side could be deadly, and
No Way
certainly hoping to provide that quick deadliness. Comes in from behind the smoke, he will not be noticed. Good for one, good for two, they've done it all! No Way has got his head on a swivel. This is the ultimate definition of a turret. That's what the MP9 is supposed to be doing. Sure, it does get taken down by Woody. The Deagle on the other side is not making things easy for him. Mac 10, not the weapon you want in this situation. And as he closes the distance, it's trying to close his life out. Imperial will fight back immediately.
Yeah, I mean, magnificent stuff there from No Way. As soon as he went into that smoke, I actually thought he would take the route into B main as the players were funneling out there from ODDIK. But the fact he goes round the other side of the smoke, an area that was just cleared by the players out con, his timing must have been impeccable. First player out from connector would have never seen him. And when those players are out jailed, they're expecting the reaction. They're maybe even reading the fact that he could have gone into the smoke. And then he was just on the other side of it. Fantastic positioning, but some great shooting to accompany. This has certainly rattled ODDIK, but Hank will answer with a DEAG, and SHR gets ran down by the Mac. So, just like that, it's the return of ODDIK right back into B. Or as you might. Vinny is now all alone. His teammates have all died just to a fast B attack.
This is the most kill ODDIK's found on B all game long.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, SHR kind of a little bit exposed over there. Going down early on.
It is kind of it is kind of on him.
Oh my god.
But also, I mean, his teammate did get one deagged, and then next thing he knew, he was getting ran down.
It's a symphony of skills right now, Michael. It is a symphony of skills. And Vinny is the entire orchestra.
What an elusive guy. He dodged bullets, and then he's shadowboxing with them. Yeah, to be honest, I mean, there's not much you really can do if you're SHR, though. He tried to segment the fight by incendiaring Con and then fighting main so that his teammates could safely rotate to Temple. I actually think his reaction's fine. He just gets kind of destroyed by the Mac, unfortunately for him. He didn't get that incendiary out in time.
Well, Imperial will continue to fight back. They will pull in and pull up with a couple of M4s and a few other, slightly downgraded weapons. Mini trade means that the M4 can potentially be picked up if you can actually manage to reclaim A main somehow. Won't be easy. But a push through B might be helpful. SHR spotted out, backs off. They're really relying on neglect to come through from the ODDIK side. The only part of the map that maybe would fit that definition is middle.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the fact that they found an opening kill. I mean, T-side defaults can sometimes feel a little stretched thin, actually, even if it, comes down to 4 members. I'll be able to find an isolated fight. Pack's done very well.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 kills and getting that second one on 20 health against a 5-7.
Well, that 20 health is now going to be finished off. 45 seconds left on the clock. They're still worried about a monstrous MP9 performance to come through in over on B. K-Slox is left to play Overwatch.
Yeah, big kill from K-Slox. He should do his best to actually scout the entire site here, because he can call his teammates back over. Bomb can make its way safely. Try start to cheat over towards that A bomb site, and you can see they're being still very cautious. Woody doesn't want to make noise or give sound cues away, but they're still running interference both sides of the map. Try has a potential chance to find some isolated fights. See, 90 is still just dead fast over on the A default. And he heard the retreat into connector. Is there a kit on anybody?
No, there wasn't one.
Yeah. That'd be the best way to make this round work.
Unfortunately, his only option is to try and move back to save the farmers and the $1,000 that he has for another day.
He should be able to do so as well. Damn, we're seeing such a neutered 90. Is that a pretty, bad day at the office for this series? But to see him struggle and then even in the 3v1 just not move at all. Didn't consider it, didn't think about it once.
To be fair to him, these last 2 rounds have been pretty important for him.
Oh no, absolutely. I mean, I don't question that. It's just simply,
it's not what you want to see coming out from a guy who is known for blazing guns.
yeah, and I don't think there's days when I see 90 usually play where he's thinking they're gonna beat me in duels, but today he has been humbled.
Maybe a few too many times. USBs will be able to move past that Molotov. They cannot find much at all. Yeah. Listen, ODDIK, they've closed the gap. It is going to be 8 to 9 before the first gun round comes out, and that gun round will be either without try having an AWP or without try having armor. He elects to go for the a little bit more protection over there. This is ODDIK's moment. This is what escaped them so many times on Dust 2. A full reset into an advantage. Well, they suffer the same fate. Or can they leapfrog Imperial?
Yeah, that will be quite the task. Imperial were definitely being largely fueled by trying the successes he was getting in the mid round. And if he's unable to sort of keep that up, we've seen other pieces step into the fold. That's I think that's always what we know about Imperials, that there's many different pieces that can take that responsibility. I think right now for ODDIK, it's just a bit more about navigating those roles and those responsibilities. SHR is not someone we're looking to have that success. I mean, traditionally, neither Cello, but did a great performance on Dust 2. And on the CT side was really where he throve.
Oh, fantastic first kill coming out from Norway. He's going to be able to back off over here as well. And with a double peek to come through, they're really hoping to get the better of Bank. Togs was there to assist. HG opens up the smoke once again. Norway and Cello have both been tagged down quite low. So this 4 versus 4 becomes all the more difficult. 90's in. And that's the 90 you wanted to see, Michael. That's the 90 you will get to see. Imperial will be forced back into a save, which is hardly going to be guaranteed. No. Do they want to contest? Togs could have been taken down there. This could have been a scary 2v2.
They are going to give it its fair shot. Tririk covers a flash, interestingly enough, in T-spawn. Problem is they just don't have kits between them.
Yeah, they have to save.
Is a large problem. Yeah, it's all about containment, doing some extra damage if they can. Of course, the money is quite well built here for ODDIK, so it will be inconsequential immediately, but, you get a few rounds like this successively, and it certainly does stack up. I actually shouldn't make a move for that AK. The bomb... Okay, well, the bomb was going to blow it a little further over to him, so...
Oh, dear.
He, I think, would have been fine. Nope, he almost dies after the bomb explodes, but he does survive, keeps that AK. They save 2 weapons, as do ODDIK, but... Great timing on the spam there for Togs. Knew that was a player inside of Temple, constantly threatening the site, and after 90 got his entry, understood that there was very likely the possibility Cello tries to look back for that trade. Just gets destroyed by that time spam. We're all tied up. Came in on a deficit, but ODDIK win pistol, find a few successes on these gun rounds, and have been actually able to crack through to this B bomb site, not only off of a force buy, but now on full investments as well.
You have to make sure you don't get swept away in this one. I mean, he's not been the most dangerous fellow so far. I'm surprised he hasn't given that M4 over elsewhere, but Due to the point, but he's caught out. Cello inside the flames will be moving back to now pick up that lost M4. So, at the very least, they don't lose too much firepower. It is only manpower.
Nice little trick just to throw there if you're ODDIK, getting the util very telegraphed, but then beating the timing instead of waiting for the reaction. Nice kill from 90. Extremely quick. No way tried to challenge the swing and make use of that similar sort of timing just as util's sailing out.
SHR are moving into the smoke. He'd love to have a flashbang. He'll do without. Quick little guillotine shot, and he wants more. He wants more. Will not find it. Leaves it all up to try. AK in the back of the bomb site. Not normally here. They won't be expecting him. It's a lazy clear, not a double peak to come through. And Try had his chance, his opportunity now lost.
And that fight always feels awkward. Where you anticipate the head to be does change based on how far back they're going to swing you from. So you see Try with a chance, but he doesn't react. So it will just be Cello as an isolated save. This was a commendable effort from Imperial, at least, to make this round threatening. Had a couple of chances at it. But not to be this time over. Because they only retained these 2 rifles. They'll still be able to retain 1.
I mean, the thing for Imperial is, I'm just wondering, who's going to step up? Because it doesn't feel like we're getting too much from him. 90's now showing up, right? He's giving us some very good entries. He's making sure that even in a few of these anti-half by, anti-force by rounds, these entries are coming through that can very often be, where if you're not getting an early pick in your default, you're going to end up going into a 4-man stack randomly with 30 seconds left on the clock. 90's preventing some of that.
This will be the attempt to change, though. So the first round we're seeing Try with an AWP this map, I think.
Feels like it.
So if it doesn't start now, with this investment, then we may say goodbye to Anubis quite quickly.
It's one of the first few times we've seen players out towards the middle of the map as well. It is both teams who have chosen to populate it over here. They're using Try's AWP to try and have more players in the middle. No whiff finds no success though, and that leaves Cello as a dead man walking, not walking for long. Vinny, a bomb site, solitary defender, so much to do, so little to do it with. Will be able to help out with the flashbang. Good for 1, good for 2. Vinny's doing it all! He's going to hunt for more. Almost the ace. The quad is all he'll settle for, and Pogs left in a 1v2. Tries up. Will be what crowns this round, but my goodness, is Vinny not the general who got it for them?
How on earth does he get away with that? They're getting caught by flashes. I think they themselves are throwing. I don't think Vinny threw. Did he throw a self flash from the site?
I don't think he did.
I don't think he would have had time to.
Yeah, it was team flashes.
Yeah, so for the first team flash, the failure to trade, I mean, Vinny did such a great job maneuvering around the single piece of cover he had in the site. But you saw ODDIK just break spacing. They get 2 instant entries. They have to find 1 man on that A-bomb site. And it's chaos. I cannot believe he's has managed to get away with that. It should not be possible. He is getting split. He's getting run down from camera during the split. That's like it's not a favorable duel. Crazy round from Vinny. But also more testament to the star power of Imperial.
Not able to block the lurk smoke right now as we head into that next round. Try was hoping to have a better sightline. Woody instead is exploring. Boost up will let him know that Ninja is unoccupied if he wants to take that peek, but it's a nice angle. It's a very nice angle. Let's try holding an HE. No, incendiary underneath the boost, and they're going to be taking a whole lot of damage from it. And HE to follow up as well. That is pretty. That is very pretty. SHR is there to top it all out. Cherry on the cake, and Woody, well, his blood has been used as icing. No way forced back by a Molotov. Lots and lots of damage taken. He's being funneled back and forth like a pinball machine. Finally taken down as well. Although No Way was little bit lost in the sauce. SHR is still cooking.
Yeah, really cute play just to deal with No Way at the very least. So brought it back to 4-on-4. Quick kill from Try. Exactly what you expect on this AWP. He took a chance. He took a risk. But it pays off. And ODDIK are stalled. 30 seconds by the time they break close to the mouth of B. And they still have to go back into this AWP. Hairline angle. Try does miss that opener. The smoke should segment him, but he still gets it before the bloom.
And he comes back out through the smoke. SHR can trade and then buy space and time. Time he doesn't need, space he doesn't need, rotations that he doesn't need do end up coming in as well. Imperial now on 11. And not only is that a cute maneuver initially, Michael, to be able to find that kill out onto Witty and whatnot, it also buys time to use most of the T-side smokes up in a way where Try can actually do something with the AWP.
Sorry, which maneuver? There were a few in that round.
To take down Woody.
Ah, yes, I see.
Yeah. Then they had the pinball afterwards. I get what you mean.
Yeah, there were a couple moves.
This is a nice little dance floor we've got going on right now. Unfortunately for Noe, he's no longer got a right leg. 61 HP early on. Middle of neglected, but not by ODDIK. Looks like an A-split that's being planned out, and Cello's still trying to cover off. He's got his aim in the right place. Vinny, another quick kill. SHR's done the same, and Shore tries up, will not be able to strike, but Vinny's still holding on to A main. A smoke's actually just going to buy him more space to stay alive. They can't trace him out from behind it. They looked upon the bomb while the smoke still bloomed. Sure, but Cello and SHR actually deploy a smoke of their own to try and move through. Now K-Stocks, who's picked up the AWP, is going to be turning around. What's going on over here? K-Stocks finds No Way. Cello taken down. K-Stocks will be hitting the deck as well, and Imperial will recover at a bomb site.
I actually cannot believe SHR has smoked himself off, coming back into the bomb site, walked bricks, and nobody, not a soul, has considered what the possibilities are. There's one watching the other end of heaven. You see Woody just waiting for that, but it's mad to me that SHR is allowed to sneak past it. I mean, they saw the smokes blooming. That is absurd. That is a play that should not work, and yet SHR has absolutely delivered. I've actually been very impressed with SHR and some of the work he's been able to pull off either in mid-rounds or in some of these anchor positions. Ooh. Lovely flick from Try.
And he's got more where that came from, Michael. HG's not deployed. Waits for a little while longer. Imperial are looking to seal the deal. SHR starts to move forward. What a timing to catch, but Pank might have a timing of his own. ODDIK. Connector control is their only boon. SHR is coming in from behind. He's given them maybe a little bit too much space, but if they want to go back into B main for post plans, that'll be difficult. No way. Treddens, the players trying to ascend onto the bomb site, smoking off Temple. Imperial in this 5 versus 4. They're saying the same thing again and again. Don't mess this up. Don't mess this up. We have this retake, but they don't have utility for it.
Could be a kill in main. That has to be the key moment. Good flash. They're trying to secure that space, and they get it.
SHR's been taken down and in through the smoke. Pank's position revealed. Togs finds Vinny as well, and now suddenly these 3 CT players who were so sure of this round have been immediately forced back. That space that SHR found earlier on, it turns out to be a poison chalice instead. He was too far forward to actually fight while the bomb's being planted to take advantage of the few seconds that ODDIK might not have considered him.
Well, it was also just, as soon as his teammates were starting to get into position, he starts to make his move, but you also see ODDIK rejig the way that they approached that bomb site. They were heavy plat out from Con. They didn't actually have room. If they'd stayed just within Con, you know, trying to challenge CT or continuously fight the Temple, it's a losing battle more often than not. So they understood that there was a priority at place. They needed main control as another means to safeguard the post plan. And, you know, just coupling that flash alongside Chaos Locks was enough to overpower SHR, because without that flash, you know, it's a 50-50 fight, in my opinion. you know, and SHR has been having a grand game so far. Even Imperial had the man advantage, you'd give them the edge as well. That got ODDIK into a really winning position, and now allows them to threaten, at least in overtime, here on our second map. And ultimately, fantastic call there from ODDIK just to even find the vulnerable bomb site in that moment.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, considering the fact that they're, what, a player and a half down, Woody's got barely any HP on him as well.
Yeah.
Didn't look like around there really had any right to be winning. Try will solo out in middle this time over. He's seen that ODDIK doesn't really put too much space out in there, but SHR is the one with the secondary op. He's trying to reveal position. No will trades. Back does the same, and Cello's gone overlooked, but he doesn't have time or space to play to get discipline. He had to fight, and fight he does. Tries out back in the bomb side in a game. It's a 2 versus 1. Imperial have come out on top in these so many times, but can they do it once again?
Tries takes a very wild route to try and reposition. He knows that there's a lot of time on the clock and that Togs will try his best to fish for an advantage back somehow.
Nice HE.
Just presence. That's all Vinny wants to do is try and distract from Try clearing through from main.
They have smokes, they have gits. But will they be able to clear out Togs of a hair? None of that utility is going to matter for anything. Try makes his way over, spots out the AK. There's an incendiary over there as well. That could be the end, but Togs takes the fight first. Vinny will trade fast enough. Imperial will win this series out. Imperial will be the first South American team to be represented in the Thunderpick Grand Final.
They won't be alone. There will be other South Americans, but they came through the North American series. But yeah, Imperial will make it through. I mean, kind of almost what we expected. There's definitely cause to be concerned, perhaps, with the fact they don't have a full 5. They're trialing this, you know, bringing in players from the Iberian region back into South America to see if they can get some capable pieces. And SHR, I think, did his job for the most part. And this Imperial team definitely had enough threats to make it through to this close qualifier.
A good fight being put up over here by ODDIK, but unfortunately they can't get it done on their own man pick of Anubis. Freddy, what went wrong for them? What went right for Imperial?
I think, to be honest, like, for Imperial, you know, we got to give hats off to Try. Like, you guys were bringing up a lot, and it's understandable. You just look at the scoreline. He's having an absolute fantastic game. But I think the reason why it went so well from Imperial was because they were able to delve deep, and the likes of Vinny had his moment as an anchor. You know, SHR, you guys kept on bringing up towards the end, and I think that was very warranted as well. Like, I'm actually not sure where he's playing from right now. But either way, this is a massive, like, change for him, and it feels like he's a fish in water, like a duck to water. Like, he's kind of adapted surprisingly quite quickly. And to be honest, like, Michael, I know what you mean of concern, perhaps, because this map should have been done way quicker, for starters. But are we not looking at Imperial right now and being like, okay, they've just made roster changes, you know, like, very negative post the Blast Major, and yet they're still kind of able to also get through not only this qualifier, but the likes of a Bestia and ODDIK, which I think, especially with these teams, would be looking to seize the opportunity to tackle down these teams that are like Imperial that are not in full shape. So I don't know, is there not a little bit of props to go to Imperial for the sake that they've actually still done well?
Oh, no, I mean, absolutely. There's props to be given that they effectively run with the core. I mean, they're definitely still trying to get their feet underneath them in terms of even, you know, bringing in Cello as well. You know, the fact that they've made 2 of these, they've got these 2 pieces that are a bit more sort of unknown, maybe a bit familiar for Vinny as well, but they're trying to get the best out of them, but also taking a risk by going over the pond to try and bring talent over. It's one of the advantages of being a bigger organization within the South American region is that you actually have reach and you have the resources to try these types of maneuvers out. So I think there's a lot to be commended for Imperial in the way that they've tried to approach it. They're trying to fix the problems that they have had traditionally with some of their anchor players or their star players, but there's still a ceiling to be hit, I think, that is still not within the sight line. I think it's over the horizon still for Imperial. Still growth to be done, but given this is early days, it's impressive that they've been able to make this as smooth as they've had. through these qualifiers.
And I mean, this could be a fantastic step forward for them, right? A way to actually build out the rest of their calendar too, right? The closed, not the closed qualifier, but the online stage of the Thunderpick World Championship will be taking place in September for them. You're sort of ramping up into that. You've got plenty of time to continue building up and around the score. This is exactly the kind of place where you could actually potentially, guarantee yourself a major appearance through that tournament, and also maybe try and fight for a LAN appearance. I think, unlike ODDIK, I'm actually glad that when Imperial goes forward, I see these players, I see the structure. I also see the holes that can be fixed with hopefully not too much work. So there is a lot of upward growth still possible for this Imperial team that I'm really looking forward to seeing exactly how it pans out, especially come September when they're going to be in Europe playing against some of the other, other regions as well.
Yeah, it's also, to be honest, a sentiment I have sometimes with these South American teams of that the main goal is to get out of the region and have your moments internationally, to be able to just like play in Europe, boot camp in Europe, and they're going to have that opportunity while also competing at these top level EU events. So I think that's a really good look for them. And as we take a look at the scoreboard, Dude had a game. Dude had a series. Like, I mean, it was also something that I was actively noticing after I can't remember which one of you mentioned it, but you were like, when Tri gets the kills and he gets these multi-frags in the round, he actually wins the round for Imperial. Whereas when like Pank was getting those kills, it was more to facilitate the win. And yeah, like, dude, Tri was just taking over rounds, and especially on the T side, he was doing it with an AK.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of great to see that he was able to do it with both weapons. I mean, from the AWPing on Dust 2 to the rifling on Anubis. I think it is just largely that, yeah, Pank's kills were more supplementary. These were kind of round-defining kills that Tri got. Or, if not Tri, Vinny was right behind him. He's in-game leading. Yeah. He had that crazy 4K to get them back into a round where, I mean, if not for that, ODDIK could have probably forced us the full stretch within this series.
I mean, realistically speaking, even a couple of the rounds later on, Vinny even getting that one kill with the AK-47 when they're going in onto the A-bomb site before they're traded, that crazy SHR pushing through the smoke round and whatnot. Sure, there's reasons to point out SHR, but Vinny winning the 1v1, the straight-up duel, is incredibly important for a player. We do not commend for him being, a strong rifler or a strong fragger at all. Tri is still the superstar of this team, and I love the fact that that's true because, listen, man, I just want more of these high fragging flashy oppers who maybe have had a bit of a struggle fest, because it does feel like oppers are generally players who struggle the most when it comes to that elevation, to continue on performing locally, to not fall off a cliff, to still look like they're dominant monsters, because this gives me hope. Imperial gives me a lot of hope overall, but to be very frank, the most exciting piece about them has always been Tri. It will always be Tri going into international competition, and it's good to see this performance coming out from them.
It's very important as well for a team that is making these roster changes, obviously, that we've mentioned, that their star players, someone like Tri, is still performing at the level of he is, because especially during these teething issues, he's just going to simply get you out of trouble. And I'm not going to lie, that's kind of what he did sometimes today. But the main reason for Imperial able to actually close out Anubis wasn't because of him. It was because of Vinny. It was because of SHR. It was because of the depth of Imperial. And I think that is, again, where the excitement brews, where sure, if ODDIK had qualified, it'd be like nice, another event, but how far are they really going to take this? It would be a bit of an upset regionally not to see Imperial go through, but so far in this qualifier, everything went how we expected. Imperial get to the finals, Alabit, it wasn't super clean. I think that's 100% something we got to kind of put an asterisk over this qualification of. It was far from clean. There was never an easy step in their journey, but they've done it, and they've done it with style. And with that in mind, they're going to be joining Legacy. You weren't wrong. They are the first South American team to go through South America, but Legacy went through America, and they are South American. Anyways,
hey man, how am I gonna keep track of this, eh?
So yeah, you're not wrong. This is the first South American series. We've crowned Imperial. There are 2 South American teams already qualified. Na'Vi Junior, as we mentioned, they came through Europe. Sure, it might not be the full 5 that they qualified with, but it's 100% a roster and a core that you should be keeping keeping an eye on. If not, maybe Ecstatic get it, who were second, which is equally exciting. But there's so much more action. There's a second North American series, there's a second European series, and there's a second South American series. With that in mind, we're wrapping up the end of the first series of the Thunderpick qualification. Yumi, Tea Time, it's been an absolute pleasure taking you through this grand final. Imperial, congratulations. ODDIK, commiserations. And we'll see you next time. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in, and have a good evening.